I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. Joining forces to cheat people. At this moment, Hanbo was the king of the ring. He held his head high and looked down upon all directions. Even cultivators of the same level did not dare to compete with him. However, this state did not last long. When it faded, Hanbo felt a little shaky. At this time, the ring formation opened, and two figures appeared in front of Hanbo. They reached out to support him, then stuffed a pill into his mouth, and took him off the ring. "Brother Han, it's you, Lin Xiao, you liar." Hanbo turned around, and was furious when he heard the voice. He thought Lin Xiao and Lan Lingai were very familiar with each other, but he didn't expect that they were not familiar at all. Lin Xiao also blackmailed Lan Lingai. Hanbo didn't know this until a long time later, which made him very angry. "Liar, Brother Han, you are talking about the blue fairy, right? How long has it been since you last saw the blue fairy? How dare you, a shameless person, talk about Lingai? So you haven't seen the blue fairy for a long time. Brother Han, please look, this is a trace of the blue fairy's divine thought. We have already talked about the things in the past, and now I'm the blue fairy's friend. How do you have the divine thought of Lingai?" Hanbo was a little confused. The divine thought is a trace of the soul, which is used to contact the sound transmission note. If there is no trace of the other party's mark, it is impossible to find the other party unless there is a fixed place. And leaving the divine thought to the other party must be the kind of close relationship, otherwise it will never be given easily, because there are many secret techniques in the world of cultivating immortals, which can use this divine thought to track the other party. If it falls into the hands of the enemy, it is not a joke. Don't you know that Fairy Blue got help from a mysterious man and found an opportunity to break through the Shengsu at a young age? Did you give me the recipe for the 8 treasures pill? Not only the 8 treasures pill, but also the longevity fruit. But it's not given away for free. It's just a simple transaction. So that's how it is. Brother Han is not feeling well. How about we get together another day? No need. It's just a minor injury. Come in. I was impulsive just now. I apologize to fellow Daoist Lin. Hanbo was open and honest. He knew that there was a misunderstanding just now. He didn't have the airs of a Shengsu master. He immediately bowed to Lin Xiao and apologized. Lin Xiao also liked Hanbo's open and honest character. He quickly returned the greeting. Then the two of them entered the inn. Hanbo changed his clothes, wiped the blood off, and came to the private room of the inn. Lin Xiao took out a pot of spiritual wine and said, "The beauty of the drunken immortal sect is drunk. Brother Han, can you still drink?" "Of course, there is good wine in front of me. Even if I die, I have to drink it." "Okay, fill it up." Lin Xiao replied with a big laugh, and took out another pot. They toasted directly, and the two drank several times. Good wine. The Tiansheng Sect has no other strengths except for its winner making technique, which is truly unique in the entire world of immortal cultivation. There are tens of millions of spiritual wines in the world of immortal cultivation, and the Tiansheng Sect is indeed the leader. This is similar to the swordsmanship of your 7 Swords Sect. In fact, the swordsmanship of my 7 Swords Sect is not that strong. Not to mention the other sects that are famous for their swordsmanship. Even the first-rate forces or even the top forces have very powerful swordsmanship. I'm far from their opponent. Brother Han, why do you have to belittle yourself? With such achievements at your age, you are already a great man of the generation. Friend Lin, don't make fun of me. Over the past few decades, I have continuously challenged masters from all sides. I have fought 38 battles, won 32 of them, and suffered 6 miserable defeats. Friend Lin, you don't understand what these 6 failures mean to me. I also want to know what it means. Brother Han might as well tell me. It means that there is a flaw in my invincible heart, which will greatly hinder my practice. I dare not stop now. Hanbo slowly explained, and Lin Xiao realized that this was Hanbo's way of practicing swordsmanship. He practiced a very domineering swordsmanship. This swordsmanship requires the practitioner to have an invincible mentality and a domineering aura to perfectly comprehend the essence of swordsmanship, so Hanbo had to constantly challenge masters from all sides. These masters were all at the same level as Hanbo, but there was no subdivision. For example, if Hanbo was at the 2nd level of Shengsu, then the 12th level of Shengsu was also at the same level as him. Only by constantly defeating opponents of the same level could he constantly sharpen his invincible heart and create that domineering aura. However, these opponents of the same level were not vegetarians. Most of them were also the pride of the various sects, and their conditions were no worse than Hanbo's, so Hanbo had a very difficult time fighting, and was defeated several times, which caused a great flaw in his state of mind. This kind of invincible spirit needs to be supported by an indomitable mentality, so Hanbo didn't dare to stop at all. He could only keep challenging, and then go back, to fight the 6 people who defeated him before. If he won, he could make up for the flaws in his mentality. If he lost, he would never be able to appreciate the essence of the swordsmanship in his life, which would have a great impact on his achievements in this life. I see. This sword technique is really domineering. One even has to have an invincible heart. You know, there are countless chosen ones in this world of immortal cultivation, but who can truly remain invincible throughout the ages? Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't know, this sword technique is a treasure of our 7 sword sect. Our founder has done it, so he is famous. Hanbo just wants to follow in the old path of the founder, but it is so difficult. I really don't know how the founder did it back then. Let's not worry about that for now. There is one thing I feel sorry for, Brother Han. Did you know that someone out there is opening a handicap for you, and is betting on you to win or lose? I know, but so what? Brother Han, don't you think they are going too far? They are making a fool of you. Lin Xiao asked back. If it were Lin Xiao, he wouldn't be able to stand it. You can come to watch my challenge, but you can't make a fool of me. I know, but the people who organize the betting have very strong backgrounds, so it's not easy to take action against them. Brother Han, this is your mistake. You want to be invincible, but how can you be invincible if you are afraid of the other party's background? If you challenge a talented disciple of a first-rate force one day, and the other party tells you that you cannot win, otherwise it will undermine the other party's confidence, what will you do? Lin Xiao shook his head. At this time, Lin Xiao had already made up his mind. Lin Xiao couldn't stand these people taking advantage of others, but he also wanted to lend a helping hand to Hanbo. It would be even better if he could get in touch with the 7 sword sect through this. By the way, he could also trick them and kill them like fat sheep. Fellow Daoist Lin's words seem to make sense, but if Brother Han doesn't dare, then just pretend I didn't say anything. What do you mean by not daring? Fellow Daoist Lin, what do you mean? Brother Han has challenged various masters and fought 38 battles in decades. But Brother Han, how many of them are Shengsu cultivators from first-rate forces, and how many are Shengsu cultivators from top-level forces? I heard that there are many hidden families in Zhongzhou with a history of more than hundreds of thousands of years. The foundations of these families are even more terrifying. Brother Han, are you really invincible? Hanbo's blood was boiling, and his mind was blank. Yes, there were countless strong people in the Zhongzhou Xiuxin world. He beat the disciples of the 2nd and 3rd-rate forces, but what about the 1st-rate forces, the top forces, and those hidden families? In their eyes, his current behavior was just a monkey trick, because they would never agree with his invincibility. In their eyes, Hanbo's invincibility was self-paralysis, self-intoxication, and self-deception. I'll kill them, Hanbo suddenly realized, and suddenly he was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to get up and kill those people. Hanbo knew that they were in the city. Wait, Brother Han. Friend Lin, why are you stopping me? If Brother Han goes and kills people like this, how will the forces behind this Xiuxin city view you? How will the forces behind those who were killed view you? Do you want to bring disaster to your 7 sword sect? Friend Lin, you just now. Yes, I said those words just now, but there is no contradiction. Brother Han, sit down, I will explain to you slowly. I can't stand those people who open the odds, but I also don't agree with your reckless behavior. When we do things, we must be foolproof, so that we can achieve our goals, and not give people a chance to criticize. Then how can we do it? Let me ask you, Brother Han, what are those people who open the odds? A bunch of dandy young men, relying on the prestige of their elders to bully others. Don't look at them as having Shengsu Lingguang's cultivation, but that's all empty. They are raised by drugs. Their fighting power is not worth mentioning. I can kill dozens of them alone. Brother Han, it's easy to kill them, but if you kill them, won't you also offend dozens of 7th and 8th realm ancestors? Lin Xiao replied. There is no shortage of 2nd and 3rd generations in any world, and there are many in the central continent. They have the strength and resources to raise their descendants to a certain realm. Just like Lin Xiao, if he has a son, he can also use various elixirs to raise his cultivation to the level of Lingguang, regardless of the cost. As for Shengsu, it's still a little short. By analogy, these 2nd generations of Lingguang and Shengsu must have parents and elders in the 7th and 8th realms. That's true. If we kill them, the 7 Sword Sect won't be able to save me. I know that the grandfather of one of them is the ancestor of the 8th realm, and his parents are both cultivators of the 7th realm. That's right, so we have to adopt a strategy and work together to trick them to death. Trick? Of course we will trick them. We will trick them so badly that they will not be able to retaliate against us, at least not openly. Friend Lin, how should we do this? It's simple. Don't they set the odds? We go and place bets secretly, and you are the one who decides the outcome. It depends on the odds, you can win or lose, but we have to trick them to death in one go. If they dare to cheat and refuse to pay, we will go to their sect homes and collect debts one by one to see if they have any shame. Friend Lin, this is a bad idea. It will offend people more than killing them. Haha, this kind of offending thing will naturally be borne by Lin. Lin's roots are not in central China, so there is nothing to be afraid of. After making a fortune from them, I will just pat my butt and leave. The world is so big, who can find me? It still doesn't work. Although your plan is good, I can't control the outcome. My next challenge is a 6th level Shengsu cultivator from the Shenmu Sect. He is much more powerful than me, and I must go all out, otherwise my mental flaws will be even bigger. Isn't this simple? No matter who it is, it will be extremely distressing to be played like a monkey. When the time comes, we will contact that person and have 2 fights. One fight will be for those dandy disciples to see, in order to cheat them of their money and make them bankrupt. The real challenge will be in secret. Lin Xiao replied immediately. This kind of thing was too simple for Lin Xiao and could be solved easily. It just depended on whether Hanbo was willing. Chapter 452, Shenmu Sect. Shenmu Sect is a special one among the forces in Zhongzhou because its power level is difficult to classify, and it is not known whether it is a first-rate force or a second-rate force. The reason for this is that in terms of the level of cultivators, Shenmu Sect only has one 8th level ancestor sitting in charge, and the overall strength is not strong, and it is not as good as the second-rate forces such as Tiansheng Sect and Kijianmen. However, Shenmu Sect has a sacred tree, which has grown for unknown tens of thousands of years. It is said that when the founder of Shenmu Sect was there more than 100,000 years ago, this sacred tree was there, and the grade was as high as the 9th grade, so it can be considered a first-rate force. This sacred tree in Shenmu Sect is quite magical, and it is unknown what kind it is. There is only this one in the entire cultivation world, but its efficacy is extremely powerful. Every 3,000 years, this sacred tree will produce a golden fruit. This golden fruit is an excellent breakthrough treasure for Shengsu cultivators to advance to the golden body stage, which is very magical. It is precisely because of the protection of this sacred tree and the benefits of the golden fruit that Shenmu Sect has been able to escape many dangers and simply changed its previous name to Shenmu Sect. Shenmu City is the largest city under the jurisdiction of Shenmu Sect. The major forces in Zhongzhou have no artistic level in naming, so that's it. Whatever the sect is called, the city under its jurisdiction is called the same. Shenmu City is not large in Zhongzhou, but it has a permanent population of 700,000 to 800,000. Li Liangai, who is one of the monks in charge of Shenmu City. The Li family has an extraordinary status in Shenmu Sect. Li Liangai, who is a young talent and has attracted much attention. He and his brother Li Liangsheng are the twins of Shenmu. However, Li Liangsheng is 20 years older than Li Liangai. Now he has reached the 7th level of Shengsu, 1 level higher than him, so he is not in the challenge of Hanbo of the Seven Swords Sect. Uncle Li, Hanbo has entered the city. Among the city guards of Shenmue City, a monk guarding the city gate dared to come and say to Li Liangai, Hanbo and his group did not hide their tracks, so as soon as they entered the city gate, someone came to report. Well, I understand. Uncle Li, if you don't want to fight him, we can refuse for you. Although the Seven Sword Sect is quite powerful, it is far from our Shenmue sect. We don't have to give him face. The monk said. Some people happily accepted Hanbo's challenge everywhere, while others didn't like it. After all, there are winners and losers in challenges. There is no benefit in winning, but losing will lose face. Not everyone agrees. As long as he refuses, Hanbo dare not do anything. If he really dares to mess around, does he really think that the Shenmue sect army is vegetarian? Even if he is killed, the Seven Sword Sect dare not say anything. After all, they are in the wrong first. No need, I have received a message from my master, asking me to agree to this. Ah, why? No reason. If Hanbo's invitation arrives, you can just deliver it. Li Liangai shook his head and said, why else? It's just some face issues. Although Zhongzhou is big, for big people, there are acquaintances everywhere. It's not easy for big people to directly compare the superiority, so let the descendants and apprentices do it. At the same time, it can also let the younger generation sharpen their skills and let them know that there are always people better than you. Hanbo regards the other monks as grindstones, and the other monks think so too. Who is a grindstone depends on their ability. Hanbo rested in Shenmue City for 3 days, and then personally sent an invitation. The invitation said that the two sides would fight and exchange ideas in 7 days. As for the specific location, it was decided by Li Liangai. Whether the results of the duel should be made public was also decided by Li Liangai. However, before leaving, Hanbo suddenly whispered that Hanbo's envoy would visit tonight and hoped that Li Liangsheng could meet him. Li Liangai hesitated for a moment and agreed. That night, Lin Xiao secretly came to the city guard of Shenmue City, and one of Li Liangsheng's confidants led Lin Xiao in. Hanbo's close friend Lin Xiao greets seniorly fellow Daoist Lin. There is no need to be polite. Since you are Hanbo's close friend, we can just call each other peers. Li Liangai saw that Lin Xiao had reached the 12th level of Lingguang, and was very young. He knew that Lin Xiao was not far from Shengsu, so he did not put on airs, and was very polite. Thank you very much, fellow Daoist Li. Fellow Daoist Lin came to visit late at night. I don't know why, of course it's to plan something big. May I ask, fellow Daoist Li, do you know how many Lingguang and Shengsu cultivators have come to Shenmue City in the past 3 days? Are you talking about Qian Fuxing, Tang Yulin and the group of people? Li Liangai replied. As the leader of the cultivators guarding Shenmue City, he naturally had to monitor everything in the city. He didn't care about the low-level disciples, but he had to remember those above Lingguang and Shengsu. What's more, Qian Fuxing, Tang Yulin and others all had different identities. These people were famous playboys in Zhongzhou. They were nothing themselves, but they had good fathers and good elders. If something happened in Shenmue City, he would also be blamed. That's right. Then fellow Daoist Li also knows why they are here. I know. A trace of disgust flashed in Li Liangai's eyes. Although he is also a 2nd generation or 3rd generation of Shenmue City, he is not such a playboy. On the contrary, he has great pursuits in cultivation and career, so he works harder than ordinary people to achieve today's achievements. Naturally, he dislikes this group of lazy and idle people. In addition, this group of people are like crazy and fools, opening a handicap for Hanbo, and now it involves him, which makes him even more disgusted. Now that you know, Brother Li, do you want to swat away these flies? Brother Lin, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Okay, then I'll be frank. Qian Fuxing, Tang Yulin and the others have been treating Hanbo like a monkey, which has already made Hanbo angry. It's just that they can't do anything because of the face of their ancestors. So this time they want to short the market, bankrupt them, and get them out directly. You are so bold, Qian Fuxing, Tang Yulin are not just 2 people, they have more than a dozen people, representing at least a dozen cultivators above the golden body realm. How dare you do this? The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die of gluttony. Since they don't take you seriously, why should you give them face? Having said that, this has something to do with me. What do you want me to do? To short the odds, naturally, Hanbo and Li Daoya will team up to fake a fight. Our plan is this: Li Daoya and Hanbo will have 2 games, one fake and one real. We don't care what the outcome of the real fight is, we will only operate the fake fight. At present, Qian Fuxing and the others have opened the odds. The odds of betting on Li Daoyao to win are 1.2, and betting on 10 million Zuan crystals will only get 12 million at most, and the odds are still falling. The odds of betting on Hanbo to win are 4.5, and betting on 10 million can take away 45 million. By then, we will bet at least 30 million Zuan crystals before closing the odds. Even if the odds drop, there will be about 4 points, and all profits will be divided according to 4:4:2. Hanbo and Li Daoyao are both 4, and I will earn a running fee. Of course, please ask Li Daoyao to inform your elders about this matter first, and you must get their consent before you can proceed. When the time comes, we will go to them to collect the debt, and we only need Li Daoyao to cooperate, and tens of millions of Zuan crystals will be credited to the account. What do you think, Li Daoyao? Is Li's reputation only worth tens of millions of black crystals? Of course it's more than that. If you think we will forge it, we can sign a contract and make a Taoist oath. It's not a fake play, but just to swat away some flies. No need. Li is disdainful of this little profit. Just fight when you should. It's Li's own fault that he is not as skilled as others. Li is tired and will not entertain Lin Daoyao. Please go. Li Liangai said lightly, rejecting this request. He felt it was not worthwhile to offend so many big men for tens of millions of black crystals. Lin Xiao did not force it and soon left the city guard. After returning to his residence, Hanbo came to visit secretly and asked about the process. After learning the result, he was a little disappointed. Brother Han, why should you be disappointed? There are still 7 days before the duel. Before the duel, Li Liangai will agree. Does Brother Lin have a way? Of course, Brother Han just needs to wait patiently. I promise that after this, there will be no flies like Qian Fuxing to disturb Brother Han's invincibility. Lin Xiao said lightly. Li Liangai couldn't refuse to agree. Lin Xiao naturally wanted to do this, so he must do it. This matter was also very important to Lin Xiao. This was an opportunity for Lin Xiao to break into the top level of Zhongzhou. Hanbo has challenged 38 times in the past few decades, and lost 6 times. Qian Fuxing and others knew the specific process best. Hanbo practiced swordsmanship, and was the sword cultivator with the strongest single soldier combat ability in the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, Hanbo's chance of winning was very high within the 3rd level. In the 6 times he lost, 4 of the opponent's cultivation was 4 levels higher than Hanbo. It was also because Hanbo was a little too proud and self-deprecating. After winning a few times, he challenged the 4 level higher ones. Every time he was beaten by the opponent. Now Hanbo is at the 2nd level of Shengsu, while Li Liangai is at the 6th level of Shengsu. Therefore, in the odds offered by Tang Yulin, Hanbo's challenge this time is not very promising, and he is thought to have a 7th defeat. This is also the reason why Li Liangai's odds are so low. Everyone thinks Hanbo will lose. So Lin Xiao started with the odds. It has been 3 months since Lin Xiao went to find Hanbo. After the short position was set in the previous meeting, a team of night owls came to Shenmue City. There were not many people, only a dozen, but it was enough. Lin Xiao personally participated in the planning. In less than a day, rumors about Hanbo's exquisite swordsmanship, strong combat awareness, and the rich foundation of the 7 swordsmen's swordsmanship spread throughout Shenmue City. Then, combined with the fact that Hanbo's first 3 victories were against opponents at the 4th and 5th levels of Shengsu, Lin Xiao exaggerated it to the utmost, and immediately the confidence of ordinary cultivators in Hanbo increased a little. The number of people betting on Hanbo to win began to increase, the odds began to decrease, and Li Liangai's odds began to rise. However, 2 days later, Lin Xiao broke another piece of news. That is, Hanbo was not at the second level of Shengsu, but at the third level, and his sword skills had skyrocketed a lot more than before. As soon as this news came out, Hanbo's odds dropped again, and there was even an additional odds of a tie. But among the city guards, Li Liangai's face turned black. Chapter 453, Fake Fight. Damn Hanbo, damn Lin Xiao. Li Liangai cursed in his heart among the city guards of Shenmue City. Although he always showed maturity and seriousness, he was not indifferent to the fight with Hanbo. Now in Shenmue City, rumors are spreading everywhere. Fewer and fewer people are optimistic about him, and Hanbo's voice is getting higher and higher. It is definitely a lie to say that there is no impact at all. However, these rumors only slander him, and do not cause much damage to the interests of Shenmue City. In addition, knowing that the person who spread the rumors is extraordinary, Li Liangai has no way to deal with them, and can only be angry here. Liangai disciple, why are you so angry? Just when Li Liangai was angry with a dark face, a figure walked in from outside. Li Liangai quickly stood up and saluted. This person was Li Liangai's master Wang Honghe. Wang Honghe was not only a golden body monk, but also the son-in-law of the Li family, but also the master of the Li family twins, and the foreign affairs elder of the Shenmue sect. Facing his master, Li Liangai had nothing to hide, so he told him everything, asking his master to make the decision for him. I was wondering why the wind direction in Shenmue City was wrong. I also know Hanbo's character. He is not such a treacherous person. But that Lin Xiao is quite courageous. With just a flash of inspiration, he dared to get involved in this matter. Liangai, do you know his background? I don't know. I have never heard of this person around Hanbo before. Lin Xiao claims to be Hanbo's close friend. He may be a friend in the martial arts world. The Lin surname is also a big surname in Zhongzhou. There are 7 powerful families. I don't know which family this Lin Xiao is from, but since they have already done this, why don't I accept it? Master, I think this is inappropriate. Not to mention my personal reputation, it is not worth offending more than a dozen families like Tang Yulin. Although tens of millions of Zuan crystals are a lot, Li Liangai is not going to exchange them. Tang Yulin and his family are really nothing, but their elders are all big bosses. It's okay. You're just a bunch of guys who live a life of idleness and waiting to die. Their elders won't punish you for this. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? They act so unprovoked, maybe they will cause trouble in the future. This can be considered as a lesson for them. Yes, since the master said so, I'll accept it. Have a fake fight with Hanbo. Liangai seems to want to fight with Hanbo too. That's right. Although Hanbo's cultivation is low, his sword skills are strong. I have investigated Hanbo's 38 battles. Those whose cultivation is only slightly higher than his by 2 or 3 levels were basically defeated by him. Although they lost in 6 of them, it was also because of the huge gap in cultivation. Now, several years have passed, he should be able to fight with me, Li Liangai replied. Hanbo was able to challenge repeatedly, not because of his identity. In terms of identity alone, the people he challenged were not bad. It was also because of his strong fighting power, so those who were challenged also wanted to use him to hone themselves. It's enough to have this thought. The sword tactics that Hanbo practices are extremely domineering. To create an invincible heart, if you can defeat him openly, it will be quite beneficial to you. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are very few things that determine the winner in one battle. Let's not fight for the invincible heart. Yes, master, I understand. That's good. I will build an arena for you. You can fight, but you can't destroy Shenmue City. Wang Honghe nodded. He came to Shenmue City this time just to build an arena. If the arena is not reinforced with magical formations, and they are allowed to fight, the battle between Shengsu is enough to destroy half of Shenmue City. After Wang Honghe left, Li Liangai sent a message to Hanbo. Soon, Hanbo secretly sneaked into the city guards and signed a contract with Li Liangai. The two sides made an oath that the first game was a fake fight, just to shortcut Fuxing. Tang Yulin and others opened the market. The specific matters of the real fight will be determined after the fake fight. After the incident, Li Liangai used the power of the Shenmue City Guard to arrest many casual cultivators who spread rumors. Li Liangai did not use heavy hands on these people. He just scolded and whipped them and expelled them from Shenmue City. He also stated that this matter was commissioned by Hanbo because the previous words were all rumors, such as Hanbo was still at the second level of Shengsu, which caused an uproar in Shenmue City. A luxurious inn in Shenmue City was now booked by Tang Yulin and his party. In addition to a dozen core second generation people, Tang Yulin and his party also had a lot of follower helpers, subordinates, and even many guards sent by their families. There were a total of 50 or 60 people. Wherever they went, they would book an inn, then do publicity, open a market, and use Hanbo to make money. Among the 38 games that Hanbo challenged, more than 20 of them had handicaps, which made them earn a lot of money. To be honest, if Hanbo was not stubborn and had a bad temper, they would have wanted to cooperate with Hanbo to reap the wealth of those gamblers. However, Shenmue City made them feel extremely difficult this time because of the rumors that had been spreading these days, making the gambling situation that was originally clear become confusing. Young Master Tang, the Shenmue City Guard, just issued a notice saying that Hanbo went to the City Guard to complain. Someone spread rumors and slandered him. A group of casual cultivators were arrested and expelled from the city. This is the notice. Hanbo has just recovered from his injuries. His cultivation is only at the second level of Shengsu. Rumors are everywhere in the city. Damn, Hanbo's odds are going to increase again. Young Master Tang, why is it increased? Isn't it good for us if Hanbo's odds increase? Those gamblers are very gambling. Li Liangai, who has a odds of a few points, is not the focus of their bets, and Hanbo is definitely not Li Liangai's opponent. Young Master Kyan, don't you understand that someone in Shenmue City is against us? Ah, what do you mean? Who dares to go against us? Could it be someone from the Shenmue Sect? Kyan Fuxing, who was standing aside, suddenly widened his eyes with a murderous look on his face. After more than 20 challenges, they made a lot of money. A group of second generations thought they had found a stable source of income, and it was a quick money-making one. Their minds had long been blocked by countless black crystals. How could they think of anything else? They just felt that this was what they should earn. Now someone was against them. Wouldn't that destroy their jobs? Rumors are spreading in Shenmue City one after another. It's obvious that someone is using rumors to manipulate public opinion. I'm afraid someone knows the inside story and wants to use it to short us. This is impossible. Who knows Hanbo's combat ability better than us? The two waiters beside him have been bribed by us. We have first-hand information about Hanbo's condition and his evaluation of the enemy. Could it be that Hanbo did it himself? He knew he couldn't win, so he wanted to make a fortune from the odds? No, Hanbo is not that smart. He is a simple sword fanatic. He can't do anything except practicing swordsmanship, and he is not short of money. Who could it be? That's why I think it's unreliable. The rumors in the city were not spread by us. I always feel that a third force has intervened. It can't be someone from the Shenmue Sect. How is that possible? Even if the Shenmue Sect is going to play, they have to bet on Li Liangai to win. How can they bet on someone else to win? Young Master Tang is right. What should we do now? Otherwise, we should stop betting. How big is the odds now? Young Master Tang, Young Master Kyan, the odds are already very big. More than 1,000 people bet on Li Liangai to win, and they bet 73 million. More than 600 people bet on Hanbo to win, about 30 million. More than 300 people have bet on the newly opened Thai plate, and there are also more than 40 million. Now Li Liangai's odds are 1.7, and Hanbo's odds have dropped to 3.5, and the odds for a tie are 5.6 inches. The odds for a tie are so high. If they end up in a tie, not only will we waste so much time, but we will also have to pay 20 million Zuan crystals? No, this won't work. Find a way to lower the odds for a tie. Tang Yulin felt something was wrong when he heard this. As the chief think tank of this team, he was considered the smartest one. He was also the one who built this dandy team. Master Tang, there are a lot of people gathered downstairs of the inn now. How can we bet? Master Tang, how about this? Our handicap only recognizes betting slips and not people. Why don't we send some people to spread the news, and then we place bets ourselves to muddy the water? That's possible, but we'll be on the side of whoever you think will win this time. Li Liangai. After all, he's at the 6th level of Shengsu, and the name of the Shenmue twins is very famous. We all think Li Liangai will win. Hanbo has never won against a cultivator who is 4 levels higher than him, and Li Liangai is not a mediocre person. There's no reason for him to be worse than Hanbo. We think that even cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Shengsu may not be able to beat Li Liangai. Then be on Li Liangai's side and raise Hanbo's odds to attract more people to bet on Hanbo. Lower the odds for a tie to about 5, and also tell everyone that today is the last day to place bets, and we'll take a break tomorrow. The decision of the Shenmue sect will be the final say in the fight the day after tomorrow. Tang Yulin suppressed his uneasiness. He was the banker, and the banker should not lose money. Kill 2 and compensate 1. As long as the totals match, it will be fine. He will be the one who makes the profit. It is just a matter of how much he makes. After Tang Yulin gave the order, the lobby of the inn where they stayed was suddenly crowded. Although Shenmue City banned gambling, it was a long-term casino. For those who made a fortune and then left, they could just turn a blind eye. There was no need to offend Tang Yulin and his group. Anyway, they would not stay for long. The same practice was also followed in other cities. For the people in Shenmue City who lacked entertainment life, they naturally had to participate in such events. Even some low-level casual cultivators took out their savings that they had stored for many years to bet. Therefore, in the last half day, the number of people placing bets immediately exceeded the total number of the previous 7 or 8 days, with more than 100,000 people placing bets at a time. At the last moment of closing, hundreds of people poured into the lobby of the inn to place bets. Tang Yulin and others were not present, and their servants were the ones who operated the bets. They did not understand the odds and just followed the bets. When Tang Yulin and others saw the total number of bets, they immediately thought it was not good. However, before Tang Yulin could come to his senses, a piece of news frightened him to death, because Shenmue City issued an announcement that the duel between Hanbo and Li Liangai would be held 1 day earlier, tomorrow. They even used the excuse that the duel arena needed to call on the mysterious energy of the city defense formation to seal off the entire city. Chapter 454 Bankruptcy. On the second day, Shenmue City was like a grand festival. The huge Shenmue City square was packed with people. Some people even used the photo-taking talisman to record the fight, so that they could study the two people's fight, and see if they could learn some martial arts. The gate of Shenmue City had been closed long ago, and the city defense formation was opened. Or 3-layer 6th level formation was set up on the arena of a few hundred square meters in the square of Shenmue City. Shenmue City not only took out many high-quality Zuan crystals to support the formation, but also introduced the Zuan key of the 6th level spiritual veins in the city to ensure the operation of the formation and prevent Shenmue City from being destroyed by the two. All the excuses were perfect, but in Tang Yulin's view, all this was a trap for them. After the betting ended last night, after statistics, the bets on Li Liangai to win were about 130 million, with odds of 1.5, and the bets on Hanbo to win were 180 million, with odds of only about 2 points, while the bets on a tie were over 100 million, and the odds were still 4.2 after being suppressed. So if this fight ends in a tie, not only will they not make a penny, but they will also have to pay more than 100 million Zuan crystals. Even if everyone shares the cost, it will range from several million to tens of millions. You have to know that Tang Yulin and his people usually spend a lot of money. Not only do they live a luxurious life, but they also support a large group of people. If they really pay out, they will go bankrupt. Trap, snare, scam. This is a scam. I don't accept it. Tang Yulin made a big fuss in the inn, and a group of people around him turned pale and were all silent, because they not only had shares in this handicap, but also placed their own bets, either betting on Hanbo or Li Liangai, and never thought of betting on a tie. But no matter how angry Tang Yulin was, he was now in Shenmue City. Wang Honghe had already appeared and served as the referee in person. The aura of the golden body monk suppressed the whole city. Who dared to be presumptuous here? So Tang Yulin was powerless to stop this fight, and there was no reason to stop it. Hanbo and Li Liangai were already at the square. Lin Xiao hid in the crowd. When Hanbo passed by him, Lin Xiao sent him a voice message and said, "Today's match is a tie. I have bet 70 million Zuan crystals. According to the odds, I can get 280 million. After deducting the cost, the profit is about 200 million. You and Li Liangsheng will each take 70 million, and I will take 20 million. The rest will be used to manage the upper and lower levels. If Wang Hanghua can't pass the test, I will need his help to get the money back. I understand. It will be a tie." Hanbo gave Lin Xiao a reassuring look, then flew onto the ring. Li Liangai did the same, and then the formation closed. Hanbo from the Seven Sword Sect, Li Liangai from the Shenmu Sect, Daoyao Li, please Daoyao Han, please. After the two of them saluted, the two sides set up their positions. As Wang Hanghua's voice began to sound, both of them immediately took action. Hanbo is a swordsman, so he naturally uses a long sword, while Li Liangai looks like a gentleman with a white face, but he uses an extremely domineering spear. Hanbo is an outstanding swordsman, and he immediately released dozens of sword ki, which covered the sky and the earth, and went to Li Liangai. These sword ki were extremely strong, and Hanbo had already understood the sword meaning, so these sword ki were like living things, and each one attacked Li Liangai. Li Liangai shook his spear, drew a circle in front of him, and the ki burst out, breaking up the sword ki one by one. What a powerful sword ki! Li Daoyao's spear skills are not weak either. Same here. Then let's have a good fight. Okay, after the first test, both sides exerted their strength. Li Liangai's spear was like a dragon, and he took the initiative to attack, while Hanbo was not in a defensive posture. They both rushed to attack, and came up with a tit-for-tat move. The two of them kept attacking each other, and the ki spread out in waves, making the formation of the ring flicker continuously. The four formation masters on the side of the ring tried their best to pull these attacks into the city defense formation to protect the formation from being destroyed. Otherwise, with the attack power of the two, even the 6th level formation would not last long. Both of them wanted to sharpen themselves with each other, so they did not use defensive magic tools, talismans and other means at all, relying entirely on their own martial arts, which made people feel very addicted. Even Lin Xiao was staring at him. Lin Xiao rose too fast, and the battles he experienced were basically life and death fights on the battlefield, but not such a fight. First, he used defensive magic tools to protect his body, and then the magic tools bombarded him wildly, and he did not sharpen his martial arts at all. Therefore, Lin Xiao's martial arts emphasize practicality and are very rough, while Hanbo is proficient in swordsmanship, very exquisite, and his martial arts are extremely smooth. Lin Xiao estimated in his heart that, if he did not use many means, he would not be an opponent at all, and perhaps he could only rely on the 5 element of divine light to fight. The more they fought on the stage, the hotter the atmosphere became. Both sides used their methods constantly. Hanbo was like a sharpened weapon, full of murderous spirit, while Li Liangai was like a dragon emerging from the water, extremely powerful. Dragon exploration spear, invincible sword. Ordinary methods could not defeat the enemy, and the two of them each used their own unique skills. Li Liangai's spear turned into a fire dragon, and roared proudly. The material used to refine this spear must have a trace of the blood of the fire dragon, which brought the power of the magic weapon to its fullest. Hanbo even condensed the sword seed, using his invincible heart to stimulate the sword seed. The long sword in his hand condensed into a huge lightsaber and slashed at the fire dragon. Boom! The bright light exploded, and many people screamed and covered their eyes. Even a spiritual cultivator like Lin Xiao felt a sting in his eyes and could not see clearly on the ring. When the light dissipated, Lin Xiao saw Hanbo and Li Liangai standing on the field, one stationed with a long sword, and the other leaning on a long spear, with blood all over his body. "You're not wearing an armor. You're not wearing it either. This isn't a life and death fight. Why are you wearing that? Come again, come." The two men looked calm, as if the wounds on their bodies didn't exist, and they fought again, killing each other, and all kinds of magical powers and spells were constantly performed. Hanbo's momentum became more and more powerful, and a sense of dominance arose spontaneously, while Li Liangsheng's gun intent became more and more fierce, and his whole temperament became terrifying. Separated by 3 layers of formations, People watching from the outside could not feel the overwhelming momentum, otherwise the pressure alone would kill a lot of people outside, and only a few masters could see some clues. Although Lin Xiao had asked the two to do some tricks beforehand, from the current point of view, neither of them held back at all. It was as if they were going to fight with real fire. Even Lin Xiao didn't understand. Wouldn't it be better to just pretend to fight once? He was still waiting to collect the Zuan crystal. The two didn't care about these things and continued to fight. In the end, both of them were exhausted and couldn't even stand steadily. A large pool of blood flowed on the ring. Both of them became bloody. Okay, stop it. This fight is a tie. If we continue, someone will die. Tie. What? Tie. No tie. Yes, no tie. Since it's a challenge, there must be a winner, not a tie. Wang Hanghua said this, and the square exploded immediately. You should know that there are more than 100,000 monks betting this time, and 90% of them are either betting on Li Liangsheng to win or Hanbo to win. In addition to Lin Xiao, the fraudster, only about 10% of them bet on a tie. If the game ended in a tie, 90% of the people would lose everything. They immediately started to make noises, unwilling to let them tie, and wanted them to fight again. Humph. However, Wang Hanghua snorted coldly, overwhelming the whole audience. Everyone felt a surge of overwhelming momentum, and most of the cultivators were pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. Don't you think I don't know your evil thoughts? Shenmue City doesn't ban gambling or support gambling, but you are willing to bet on it. What does it have to do with our Shenmue sect? Why, you want to use the lives and reputations of the Shengsu cultivators of our Shenmue sect to exchange for your interests. Are you worthy? Wang Hanghua said coldly, his cold eyes swept across the whole audience. No one dared to look at him. He didn't set the odds, and Shenmue sect never supported such things. Do they have to decide life and death to satisfy them? Who are they? Are they worthy? In the inn across from the square, Qian Fuxing was about to speak, but Tang Yulin covered his mouth with his hands and said, Young Master Qian, no, if you go out now, it will be tantamount to offending the Shenmue sect's reverse scale, and people will die. Young Master Tang, if we don't stop it now, it will be too late, and we will lose everything. That's better than losing our lives. What excuse do you think we can use to stop it? They are obviously pretending to fight. They are doing it on purpose. Even if it is intentional, you have no way. They never interfere in our affairs. I have figured it out. This is a warning to us. Then we have to give in? Yes, but we have to find out the third force. Neither Li Liangsheng nor Hanbo can set such a trap. There must be a third person. Find it out. I want to see who is trying to trick us. Tang Yulin sneered. Hanbo and Li Liangsheng were both very hard-working and inspirational second and third generations. They simply disdained to make this kind of money, not to mention the risk of gambling their own reputation. There must be an outsider instigating it, and he must find this person. On the square, the formation was opened, and the waiters of both sides flew up and took each other away. The monks on the square also evacuated one by one under the organization of the monks of Shenmue sect. However, most people did not leave, but turned around and surrounded an inn on the edge of the square, shouting and cursing, return the money, liar and so on. Then 5 Shengsu monks came out and tried their best to release their own momentum. They were all guards of Tang Yulin and others. These guards were not ordinary monks, but also the elite of the forces behind them. One of them said, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are in the hands of God. The rules on the odds are that you buy and leave, and you are willing to accept the loss. If you have evidence to prove that we are faking it, then come on. If you dare to make noise without evidence, it will be regarded as a provocation and you will bear the consequences yourself. The cold words of the guards were heard by everyone, and soon extinguished their anger. These 5 Shengsu monks were enough to destroy them, and most people chose to leave silently. Chapter 455, The 10 Great Sects. Some were happy, while others were sad. Those who bet on Li Liangyu and Hanbo were naturally miserable. Many even bet their entire fortunes. However, there were some lucky ones who bet on a tie. Although they did not become rich overnight, they still made a lot of money. The number of bets on a tie was over 100 million Zuan crystals, but 70 million were bet by Lin Xiao. The rest were bet by tens of thousands of cultivators. On average, each person only had a few thousand Zuan crystals, which was not much. Soon, a long line formed at the door of the inn. These were all cultivators who won the bet and were going to redeem the Zuan crystals. They could not wait, and it looked very spectacular. Looking at the situation, it will take at least 2 days to complete the exchange. I wonder how much Tang Yulin and the others will lose this time. Actually, it's not too much. After all, they have eaten up 2 families and only have to compensate 1, and there are more than 10 people to share the burden. Maybe the total loss for each family is only 10 or 20 million Zuan crystals. That's not necessarily true. This group of playboys are also very fond of gambling. Maybe they have invested a lot of their fortunes in it. This time they will suffer. It's just that the gambling debt, I don't know if it is easy to ask for it. Don't worry, he dare not pay. Fellow Daoist Lin, do you want my help? No, since Lin dares to ask for it, he has the teeth to eat it. Lin smiled and replied. The only ones who can show off in this group are the 5 Shengsu, and the rest are not worth mentioning. Although Tang Yulin also has the cultivation of Shengsu, these people have no combat awareness or combat experience. Lin Xiao can kill them all by himself. If you want help, just ask directly. I regard you as a friend, and you are standing up for me, so I will not ignore it. Haha, I will ask for help when the time comes. It's okay, just rest for 2 days. How is your injury? It doesn't matter. Li Liangai who is really powerful. I'm no match for him. Are you going to fight for real today? Almost. It's not a fake fight, except that I didn't fight with all my strength. Then you are still powerful. Your cultivation is lower than his. When you reach the 6th level of Shengsu, he will not be your opponent. That's not the case. If we are hostile in the future and fight to the death, it won't matter how much difference in cultivation you have. Moreover, in the realm of Shengsu, the difference in cultivation does not matter. As long as the difference is not too big, you can make up for it with other things, such as the grade of your skills, the grade of your martial arts and the degree of mastery, combat awareness, combat skills, mentality, and even magical powers. There are too many factors that influence the outcome. Really? I didn't know that. The fighting style in Zhongzhou is much different from that in Nanzhou. Oh, what is the difference? Can you explain it in detail, so I can learn a thing or two? It's the fighting style of single combat and mixed combat. Central continent and South continent are different. Lin Xiao said his conclusion. He didn't know about the rest of South continent, but in the Southwest, the most powerful fighting style of cultivators is actually group combat. This is also caused by the living environment. Most of the fighting environments of cultivators in the southwest of South Continent are group battles, such as annexation wars, beast tide wars, etc. In such group battles, they rely heavily on the sharpness of magic weapons and the number of spiritual talismans. They need teammates to cover, block and contain them. Therefore, the cultivators in the southwest of South Continent do not practice martial arts, because the combat effectiveness of a single person is not the best in group battles. On the contrary, your sharp means will attract attention. When 7 or 8 opponents of the same level besiege you, what will you do? In Zhongzhou, the situation is generally stable, and large-scale wars rarely occur. Most of the fights are one-on-one, or between small teams. This requires the individual combat power to be extremely strong, quickly kill the opponent, and then challenge the weaker opponent in the mode of Shanji's horse racing to win the entire battle. You are right, marching and fighting, my method will not work, but even in Zhongzhou, there are not many Shengsu cultivators, and they rarely fight in the army. They will jump out to fight alone. If fellow Daoist Lin wants to mix in Zhongzhou, I'm afraid he needs to spend some time on martial arts. Haha, brother Han, don't worry, Lin is not weak. These little things don't need to be taken to heart. Lin Xiao felt that he still had many battles to fight, so it was better not to change the fighting method for the time being. Moreover, Lin Xiao did not think he was weak, and he had killed Shengsu cultivators before. 2 days later, when the monks were about to finish exchanging their bets, Lin Xiao came to the door with a thick stack of bet slips, ranging from 10,000 to 1 million, a total of a large pile. When Lin Xiao took out the bet slips, everyone in the inn hall was stunned. How many Zuan crystals were there? It's you. I recognize you. The friend next to Hanbo Tang Yulin had been waiting for 2 days and finally waited for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had appeared in front of Hanbo before. The monk had a super memory, so he naturally remembered everything he saw. I don't know you. I'm here to exchange bets. Are you the shopkeeper? My boss. Okay, boss, let's exchange it. The bet is 70 million Zuan crystals. According to the tiles of 4.2, the total is 294 million Zuan crystals. Do you want to check the betting slip? No, our betting slip is specially made and no one can forge it. What is your name, fellow Daoist? No, your surname is Lin. There are 7 major Lin surnames in Zhongzhou. I wonder which one fellow Daoist Lin is from. None of them. I'm just a country bumpkin, an unknown person. An unknown person can take out 70 million Zuan crystals to bet at one time. Fellow Daoist Lin is very brave. It's okay. I have a nickname called Lin Bold. Just for fun. Boss, you can't be unable to take out so many Zuan crystals, right? How is that possible? We are the ones who opened the market. If we can't exchange the accounts, wouldn't it be a slap in our faces? But these are nearly 300 million Zuan crystals. Can fellow Daoist Lin's storage bag hold them? Of course, I brought an empty 6th level storage bag with me, so it can definitely hold it. Lin Xiao lifted his clothes and patted the storage bag on his waist. A 6th level storage bag can hold even a huge warship, let alone less than 300 million black crystals. So you came prepared. It takes a lot of time to count the black crystals. Why don't you go upstairs, brother Lin? I have prepared a pot of tea, and we can chat slowly. Of course, please come in, sir. My surname is Tang, a disciple of Suyu Sect, and Tang Shuwen, the great elder of the 8th level of Suyu Sect, is my grandfather. So that's how it is, fellow Daoist Tang, please. Lin Xiao did not accept the challenge. As for the Suyu Sect, Lin Xiao had heard of it. There were actually not many first-rate forces in Zhongzhou, so Lin Xiao naturally knew something about it. No wonder Hanbo did not dare to attack Tang Yulin before. The Suyu Sect was a first-rate sect, much more powerful than the Seven Swords Sect. Please, fellow Daoist Lin, it seems that fellow Daoist Lin is not familiar with Zhongzhou. Why do you say that? Because fellow Daoist Lin does not even seem to know the name of my Suyu Sect. Really? I have never dealt with the Suyu Sect, so of course I'm not familiar with it. Fellow Daoist Tang, would you like to help me solve this puzzle? Of course. No one has calculated the specific size of Zhongzhou, not counting the edges and corners. It is 1,000,000 miles in radius. Among the forces in the entire Zhongzhou, there are 10 that are ranked best, 3 top forces, 7 first-rate forces, and the rest are nothing. I seem to be a little confused about how the top forces and first-rate forces are divided. There are 2 conditions for being called a top force. First, there must be a 9th level supreme being in charge of the sect. Second, there must be a supreme being who ascended to become an immortal in the sect. Only when both are present can it be considered a top force. Otherwise, it can only be considered first-rate. I see. Thank you for your advice. Lin Xiao replied. No wonder he classified the sect according to the system's levels. When he reached the 9th level, he only ranked the sect as 2nd grade. This 1st grade immortal sect should be a sect that has ascended to the immortal realm. It's just that he didn't know how much of a gap there was in their strength compared to the 2nd grade immortal sects. Among the 10 forces, 3 are 1st grade immortal sects, which are also top level forces, namely Kunlun, Penglai, and Wengxin sect. These 3 forces are also among the sects with the longest inheritance in Zhongzhou. Their Taoist traditions are more than 500,000 years old and have never been destroyed or weakened. It is said that this is because they have had supreme beings who ascended to the upper realms and have extremely powerful backup plans. The remaining 7, besides my Suyu sect, are Tiansheng Sect, Yuxin Sect, Kaixing Pavilion, Guangxing Sect, Xian Temple and the Shenmu Sect. Among them, the Shenmu Sect is the weakest because their 9th grade demon tree can only defend but not advance, unlike my Suyu Sect, whose supreme being is. Wait, fellow Daoist Tang, that's not right. I heard that there are some hidden sects among these top level forces, such as the Qingdi family 1,000,000 years ago, which does not seem to have broken their Taoist tradition. They don't count. These hidden families certainly had a glorious past, but they have been eliminated by the times. They have the name of top forces, but not the reality. Among us, those first-rate sects, which one doesn't have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cultivators, and a large number of vassals, they have only a few people. Even if there is a peerless genius in each generation, that is just one person, not the overall strength. Let's not talk about this. Let's continue talking about my Suyu sect. My Suyu sect. Wait a minute, fellow Daoist Tang. I wonder how many supreme cultivators there are in the world of immortal cultivation. Are there only 10? Of course there are more than one. There are more than one supreme cultivator in the 3 top forces, and there are also 3 first-rate forces with more than one supreme cultivator. Together with the hidden families and some independent cultivators, there should be about 30 supreme cultivators, and the monsters, alien beasts and the like add up to about 10 or 20. Forget it, this is a long story. Let's talk about my Suyu sect. Wait a minute, fellow Daoist Tang, aren't there any supreme cultivators from the other 4 continents? Can you explain this to me? Fellow Daoist Lin, why don't you wait for me to finish talking about the Suyu sect first? Tang Yulin was very angry. Why did he keep emphasizing the Suyu sect? Wasn't it because he found that Lin Xiao didn't seem to have any roots? He wanted to brag about the strength of his own sect, so that Lin Xiao would give up and ask for less Zuan crystals, such as a 50% discount. But Lin Xiao was hesitant. How could he brag and intimidate? The Suyu sect is a first-rate sect. I know this. I also know that first-rate forces have a net profit of hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals every year. I believe that fellow Daoist Tang should be able to easily come up with this mere less than 300 million Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao replied. How could he not know what Tang Yulin was thinking? Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Lin Xiao didn't give him face. Tang Yulin's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 456. Teach you how to be a good person. Tang Yulin was so angry about Lin Xiao's foolishness that he almost vomited blood. It turned out that all the things he said were nonsense. Although the division of the major forces in Zhongzhou was no secret, he would not talk about it with others for no reason. Fellow Daoist Lin, I wonder if you have heard of the saying that wealth does not match your position. Be careful that you have the life to make money, but not the life to spend it. I have heard of the saying that virtue does not match your position. Don't worry about it, fellow Daoist Tang. Lin's moral character has always been good. Humph, then there is nothing to talk about. Fellow Daoist Tang, why do you say that? We are talking well, aren't we? Mr. Lin, don't play dumb for me. If it weren't for you, would we have lost so much in Shenmue City this time? Do you know how much we lost? The veins on Tang Yulin's forehead were throbbing. According to statistics over the past 2 days, the dozen of them have lost nearly 200 million yuan in total. In addition to the total loss of the handicap, there are also the bets placed by their own people. In addition, they have been in Shenmue City for more than 10 days, and the expenses are also huge. It costs 50,000 black crystals to rent this in for a day. In addition, they have to find someone to refine those betting slips, find someone to distribute information, build connections, etc., which is another large expense. Tang Yulin and Kan Fuxing alone have to be responsible for about 100 million of the 200 million black crystals, and the remaining 100 million is shared by others. It can be said that the black crystals they earned from Hanbo were all lost this time, and more than 10 years of work were in vain. You have to buy and leave. You are responsible for your own winnings and losses. This is the rule of the casino. Brother Tang, you don't think you can only win and not lose, do you? You, Lin, you have guts. Of course I have guts, don't you? I'm going to kill you. Come on, this sin has been the focus of the city guards these days. Do it if you have the guts. Tang Yulin was really about to vomit blood, and his face was red with anger. Of course, he didn't dare to do anything. Wang Honghua's consciousness has been locked here for the past 2 days. If there is a fight, he will be the first to appear. At that time, they may be whipped and driven out of Shenmue City. I think the black crystals have been counted. Thank you for the good tea, Brother Tang. Lin Xiao said lightly, and then went downstairs. Tang Yulin was so angry that he smashed everything. Downstairs, Tang Yulin's men had prepared the black crystals. a large box of 100,000 black crystals. 10 boxes were placed in a row and then opened in front of everyone and poured out, covering most of the inn hall. Lin Xiao knew their malicious intentions. They said that it was nearly 300 million Zuan crystals. However, this number was not a concept for most cultivators. After all, most people only had tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals in their savings. But when these boxes were poured out, the impact was different. This was also the reason why many companies had to use cash to pay year-end bonuses in Lin Xiao's previous life. The appearance of a cash wall was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Lin Xiao used his spiritual sense to roll the millions of Zuan crystals into the storage bag and then swept his spiritual sense across, awakening the cultivators who were about to drool. A group of guys should stop daydreaming. This was not something they could be greedy for. Come again, Lin Xiao laughed loudly. Qian Fuxing, who was standing aside, felt a pain in his heart. He loved money the most in his life, but now giving his wealth to others was like digging meat out of his heart. Millions of black crystals once, again, and again. The inn was full of people. Countless cultivators were sighing, swallowing their saliva, and their eyes were red. This kind of thing was the first time in Shenmue City. Very good, the number is right. Thank you Mr. Tang for your money. Lin thanks you. Lin Xiao bowed to the people in the inn, then turned around and left with a big laugh, not caring about the creepy eyes behind him. I'm afraid countless people were staring at Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao left, he quickly began to distribute the profits. Of the 70 million black crystals, he only had 30 million, and the rest was part of Hanbo, and the funds for Yi Xiao's activities here were all embezzled by Lin Xiao. Yi Xiao's share had to be returned, and the benefits of the division had to be given, and his own share was deducted, and then Hanbo's costs and profits were sent over, and the rest were all given to Li Liangaiyu. Shenmue Sect's Lin Xiao had already distributed the money that needed to be taken care of, so Li Liangaiyu would not embezzle this little money. Fellow Daoist Lin is very courageous, but it may be difficult for fellow Daoist Lin to leave Shenmue Sect. It's okay, these are just small things, which can't bother me Lin. Then I have to congratulate fellow Daoist Lin, it's not a big deal. I wonder when fellow Daoist Li and brother Han will compete again. No, we didn't let each other off 2 days ago. Fellow Daoist Han is unparalleled in fighting power, and I lost. You guys are funny. Hanbo said he lost, but you said you lost. I lost. Hanbo's cultivation level is so low, and what's my cultivation level? In our current situation, it's difficult to tell the winner, unless it's a life and death fight. However, Hanbo has reached the pinnacle of the second level of Shengsu, and he may break through someday. Once he breaks through, I will not be his opponent. He may really be able to defeat a cultivator on the 7th level of Shengsu. By then that's not the case. Hanbo also told me that in some time, he will start to challenge the talented disciples of first-rate forces, so he can't be so arrogant. Lin Xiao replied that, although Shenmue Sect was also a first-rate force, it was the bottom one among the first-rate forces, and the cultivators were not much different from those of the Seven Sword Sect. In the future, he would challenge the genius disciples of the real first-rate forces, so how could he dare to challenge beyond the 4th level of cultivation? At most, he would challenge the 1st or 2nd level. Hanbo's invincible road is difficult to follow, but if he succeeds, he will not only be able to reach the 8th level of cultivation at least, but also leave his name in the history of the cultivation world, and his potential is unlimited. The reputation of the Shenmue twins is also very famous. Fellow Daoist Lin, you don't have to be so. By the way, fellow Daoist Lin, this time, thanks to you, I earned these tens of millions of black crystals. This is the Shenmue order of our Shenmue Sect, which is the highest level I can issue. You can get a 20% discount when buying things in Shenmue City. If you need anything, you can go to the business in the city to have a look. Li Liangaiyu handed a Shenmue order to Lin Xiao. He did not forget that Lin Xiao's wealth was not cheap, and it would be good if he could do a business. Lin Xiao was naturally not polite. He earned tens of millions of black crystals, and could also buy some things, so he took it. After chatting for a while, Lin Xiao said goodbye. Hanbo was seriously injured in the fight with Li Liangaiyu this time, and he needed to recuperate in Shenmue City for a while, so he went to Shenmue City with Lin Xiao to visit the store. They both bought a lot of things. Anyway, this amount of black crystals came easily, and they didn't save money. This made confusing, and his group who were monitoring Lin Xiao and others feel even more heartbroken, because this was all their money. Fellow Daoist Lin, Tang Yulin and confusing are keeping a close eye on us. How about I go and take care of the aftermath of this matter? Haha, Brother Han, you said I would handle it myself, and I can handle it myself. I'll go out of the city tomorrow and promise to take care of them. Fellow Daoist Lin should be more careful and not kill them. These people have powerful backgrounds, so it's better not to mess with them. Of course, don't worry, Brother Han. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao swaggered out of Shenmue City. Not long after, Tang Yulin and confusing followed him out in a hurry with their guards. Stop. Less than 100 miles out of the city, Tang Yulin and his group surrounded Lin Xiao. So it's Mr. Tang. I'm honored to meet you. Lin Xiao, hand over the Zuanjing. I can't hand it over. The benefits this time are not Lin's. What I get is insignificant. You have the ability to ask the others for it. HMPH. Don't try to provoke me. I'm not that stupid. We robbed your storage bag. Even if we didn't lose this time, we can't afford to offend Shenmue Sect. But can we afford to offend you? It really makes no sense. But how did Mr. Tang know that he could afford to offend me? Be bold. Do it. Bang. When Lin Xiao saw them taking action, the system's real person mode immediately appeared, and the momentum of the 12th level of Shengsu swept the whole place. The 5 guards stood still and looked at the system's real person mode with great vigilance. Young Master Tang, young Master Qian, this is not a living person, but a puppet. The momentum is so strong, at least more than the 10th level of Shengsu. A guard's face was pale, and he said to Tang Yulin and others, they were all at the 4th or 5th level of Shengsu. Although they were not afraid of this puppet, because of their numbers, their mission was to protect the young masters. If something happened, they could not afford it. What's a Shengsu puppet? It's just a puppet. Take him down. Wait a minute. What do you want to say? Surrender? No, I just want to tell you that I have more than one Shengsu puppet. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Then another figure appeared beside him. This time it was a Shengsu level puppet beast that Lin Xiao had exchanged from the system. Its strength was a little worse than the real person mode of the system, but not much. Its might was still terrifying. You, who are you? Tang Yulin was stunned. This was a Shengsu level puppet. Even his Suyu sect didn't have a few. The only ones were carefully collected in the sect's treasury and could not be easily shown to others. Tang Yulin had an extraordinary status and didn't have such a treasure in his hands. But Lin Xiao was good. He came with 2 at a time. Is this fair? Could this Lin Xiao be the illegitimate son of some supreme being? Well, do you want to fight? You, Lin Xiao, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have the Shengsu puppet. With 7 Shengsu cultivators here, it's easy for us to kill you. Really? I heard that Mr. Tang has great cultivation and extraordinary combat power. He is a genius disciple of Suyu sect. Why don't you and I challenge each other to see who wins and who loses? Who's afraid of who? Come on. No. Mr. Tang, don't be fooled. TSK, a Shengsu cultivator is afraid of a Lingguan cultivator with 6 Shengsu helpers. It's embarrassing to tell others. Don't worry about it. I must beat him to death today. Lin Xiao, tell me, what if you lose? After Lin Xiao's instigation, Tang Yulin lost all his rationality. He was no longer at the level of the team's chief think tank. He just wanted to kill Lin Xiao to vent his anger. If you lose, you have to return the original black crystal you got a few days ago. If you win, just give me the robes you are wearing. If I break them, you have to give me the same ones. Okay, come on. Then let everyone disperse, so that we can start fighting. Lin Xiao replied. Since Mr. Tang insisted on coming to him, Lin Xiao didn't care anymore. There was no one to teach his father how to behave, so Lin Xiao would teach him. Chapter 457, Beating Shengsu. Tang Yulin has always known that he is a waste, at least compared with his brothers and the talented disciples of Suyu sect of the same generation. He is no different from a waste. Even this Shengsu cultivation is, because he is very good at pleasing his grandfather, so his grandfather spent resources to cultivate him. The resources consumed to cultivate a Shengsu cultivator like him are enough to cultivate 7 or 8 Shengsu cultivators. But no matter how useless he is, Tang Yuelin does not think that he will not be able to beat a Lingguan cultivator. In his opinion, the gap between the great classes is the gap between heaven and earth, and there is no reason for him to lose. But reality slapped him in the face. As soon as the two fought, Lin Xiao launched a fierce attack. A flying sword slashed at Tang Yuelin under the control of Lin Xiao's consciousness. With the blessing of the air-breaking martial arts, every slash made Tang Yuelin's defensive magic weapon burst into a large ball of light. As a famous second generation and third generation cultivator in the Zhongzhou cultivation world, 60% of his combat power depends on these powerful magic weapons. After all, these magic weapons were all given by his grandfather, and they were definitely not ordinary goods outside. I'll fight you. Tang Yuelin, who was attacked by Lin Xiao and was humiliated after the fight, suddenly became furious and sacrificed a flying sword that looked extremely powerful. Purple light divine Ipa. However, the next moment, Tang Yuelin's flying sword lost control before it pierced Lin Xiao and fell to the ground. Lin Xiao rolled up his consciousness and the flying sword entered Lin Xiao's storage ring. Lin Xiao knew where the weaknesses of people like Tang Yuelin were. First, they were extremely dependent on external objects. If the magic weapon was gone, he would have no fighting power. Second, their Zuan Qi was empty. His cultivation was not achieved through hard work, and he did not have any powerful martial arts. This resulted in his Zuan Qi and meridians not being condensed enough, which made his endurance extremely weak, which was the level of 3 axes. However, Lin Xiao was not going to use up his Zuan Qi before defeating him. In this case, Tang Yuelin would not accept it 90% of the time. Lin Xiao wanted to defeat him when he was in the best condition. 5-element divine light. The next moment, Lin Xiao directly took out his trump card. A 5-color mysterious light appeared and hit Tang Yuelin's defensive magic weapon, directly melting and destroying the magic weapon. Take a few more of my arrows. Lin Xiao controlled 2 magic weapons at the same time. The flying sword was controlled by the divine consciousness, slashing, and stabbing fiercely, while holding the Chixiao bow in his hand, pulling the circle and shooting. When Lin Xiao just advanced to the spiritual light, he could only pull the Chixiao bow in a circle once, but now he is at the 12th level of spiritual light, and he doesn't need to replenish the mysterious energy to shoot more than 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xiao kept shooting spiritual light, and Tang Yuelin was in a panic. He didn't have much combat experience. He clearly had powerful magic weapons in his storage bag, but he couldn't take them out. He was completely beaten. Under the double attack of the flying sword and the arrow light, his protective shield was in danger. The key is that it also takes a lot of mysterious energy to support the protective shield. The battle had only been going on for a short while, but the huge consumption of Zuan Qi made him feel exhausted. He was running low on Zuan Qi. A normal cultivator could withstand an attack with 1 Zuan Qi, but he needed at least 3. He couldn't even match the total amount of Zuan Qi of others. How could he fight on? Young Master Tang, seeing that Tang Yuelin was in danger, his guards could no longer sit still. If Tang Yuelin died, he would definitely not be any better off. But as soon as he moved, the system's real-life mode stopped him, and its eyes, which had not been upgraded, looked extremely cold. Bang! Finally, Tang Yuelin's protective shield exploded. Lin Xiao used his body skills and appeared next to Tang Yuelin the next moment. He then slapped him to the ground with one palm, and then pounced on him and cast a spell to seal Tang Yuelin's meridians and Danshan. Bang, bang, bang. Without the meridians and Danshan, Tang Yuelin was no different from an ordinary person. Lin Xiao directly started to punch and kick him, and soon beat him black and blue. Tang Yuelin's guards breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of fight would never result in death. As long as no one died, everything would be fine. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I surrender. I lost. Tang Yuelin was certainly not a tough guy. He surrendered completely after less than a quarter of an hour. Under Lin Xiao's repeated attacks, he had almost no reaction ability or counter-attack ability. Are you convinced? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Uncle Lin, I'm convinced. Then you lose. Lose. Are you willing to accept the loss? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. What did you say about losing just now? Give it to me. I will give it to you. Tang Yulen took off his robes very simply. This is a 5th level high quality robe. It not only has strong defense, but also has many other special functions, such as lower than the damage of demonic energy and ghost energy, and can also block a trace of soul. This kind of fine product is not available on the market at all, which makes Tang Yulen feel heartbroken. Mr. Kyan, do you want to fight? I have consumed a lot of my Zuan Qi, and my strength is less than 30% of what it was just now. No, Mr. Lin. Kyan Fuxing shook his head quickly. He was not a fool. He and Tang Yulen were at the level of the elder brother, not laughing at the younger brother. Tang Yulen was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. It would be the same. If he went now, he would get beaten for nothing, and he would have to give away a batch of magic weapons. He was not that stupid. Where are you guards? I'll do it, okay. Fight with my puppet. I promise not to use force you. The guard who wanted to fight was immediately furious. Who wants to fight with your puppet? That is at least a puppet of the 12th level of Shengsu. He is only at the 5th level of Shengsu. What's the point of fighting? There is a difference of 5 levels in cultivation. Hanbo has no way to deal with it. Then we won't fight. Are you still asking me for Zuanjing? No. Mr. Tang. We don't want it either. Mr. Lin. We are blind. Please let us go. Tang Yulen was not arrogant at this time. Lin Xiao was so powerful, and there were 2 puppets here. Unless they were willing to die half of their people, there was no hope of winning. Brother Han, come out. It's solved. Fellow Daoist Lin's power is comparable to that of nature, and his combat power is unparalleled. I underestimated fellow Daoist Lin before. When fellow Daoist Lin breaks through the Shengsu one day, he will have to come to Hanbo for advice. Don't make it so troublesome. If fellow Daoist Han wants to hone himself, just fight with my puppets. I have plenty of such puppets. Hanbo was also dumbfounded. There were so many Shengsu puppets. What kind of words were these? Could it be that you are really the illegitimate son of the Supreme? Haha, just kidding. Let's go. How about we all go back to the city together? Mr. Lin, you go first. We'll follow later. No, we have to go together. If we go back together, it can prove that I didn't kill you. Otherwise, if you die halfway, wouldn't the blame be mine? Lin Xiao laughed. It was not just Lin Xiao who showed off his wealth in Shenmue City. Tang Yulen and his men paid 400 million to 500 million Zuan crystals at one time, and they were also seen by others. Who knows if someone would do it and then throw the blame on Lin Xiao. Fellow Daoist Lin is right. Let's go together. Hanbo thought about it and knew the whole story. He soon agreed with Lin Xiao. Tang Yulen and his party could not refuse and had to agree. Soon, the group returned to Shenmue City. Among these people, except for Lin Xiao and others, all of them were Shengsu cultivators. Even the golden body cultivators would find it difficult to take them down for a while, so it was naturally very smooth. Brother Han, please go back for now. I will have some tea and chat with Master Tang and the others. Okay, be careful. Hanbo nodded. He had no friendship with Tang Yulen and the others. In fact, they even had a grudge against each other. Naturally, he didn't want to stay with them. Master Lin, what else do you want to do? We have no money and are bankrupt. Let's go. I'll really treat you to tea. Lin Xiao said with a smile, and then followed them back to the inn. Lin Xiao took out the white mist tea in the teapot to boil water for tea. The 4th level spiritual tea is not very good. It's much worse than what my grandfather drank. Lin Xiao's face darkened. This was the first time he heard someone dislike the white mist tea. However, when he thought of the identity of Tang Yulen's grandfather, forget it. Such a master really looked down on the 4th level spiritual tea. This robe is not made by an ordinary weapon refiner, right? Yes, it was made by my grandmother. My grandmother is a 7th rank weapon refiner, but she doesn't like to refine flying swords. She likes to make robes and some special weapons, such as hairpins and bracelets. Since it was made by your relative, I'll return it to you. What? You don't want it anymore? No, Mr. Lin, if you really want to return it to me, let me make it clear first. I have no money, really. I don't want your money, but we can be said to have known each other for a long time. What I like most is making friends. There is a saying in our hometown, at home you rely on your parents, and when you go out, you rely on your friends. Do you think it's right? Yes, that's a good saying. At home, we rely on our parents, and when we go out, we rely on our friends. That's how we are. Qian Fuxing shouted hurriedly. This sentence really touched their hearts. At home, they rely on their parents and elders, and outside, they rely on this bunch of bad friends. Since young Master Lin doesn't despise us, a bunch of losers, then we will also acknowledge young Master Lin as his friend. You are not losers. Among the countless people in the world of immortal cultivation, your cultivation has surpassed 99% of the cultivators. Young Master Lin, stop laughing at us. Our cultivation is fake and achieved by magic pills. You are wrong. Reincarnation is also a kind of strength, just like luck. A cultivator travels outside and repeatedly gets opportunities. This is amazing luck. Isn't it a manifestation of strength? You were reincarnated under your parents and have powerful elders to rely on. Can this be your fault? Can they blame others for not having a good reincarnation? If they have the ability, they can commit suicide and reincarnate again, right? Since your elders can give you resources, why bother to earn them yourself? Those who gossip are just incompetent guys who will laugh at you if you are really capable. They will only envy you. Lin Xiao's twisted reasoning almost made the second and third generation people burst into tears. This was the first time someone recognized them so much, and what they said was so reasonable. In the past, everyone said they were not good and scolded them for wasting resources for their hard work. They were obviously talented, but they were unwilling to work hard to cultivate, and they had to be parasites. Those with bad backgrounds said they were useless, and they had nothing except a good birth. Even some of their own elders did not like them, and they asked their children not to associate with them, for fear that they would be led astray. Now it was the first time that someone recognized them so much. How could they not be happy and excited? Chapter 458, Evil Ways. Lin Xiao had heard such a saying in his previous life. If you hit it off with a stranger at first sight, it's like you found a confidant in life. It's a terrifying thing to think about it carefully, because that person is very likely to be talking to you and has seen through you at a glance and coaxed you. Although Lin Xiao was also experienced in his previous life, he couldn't do this. However, in this life, he has read for hundreds of years, fought countless battles, and has a clear mind. Now it's a piece of cake for him to do this. The so-called second and third generations have outstanding qualifications and no shortage of resources. So where is their pressure? It's nothing more than the word recognition. Just like the rich second generation, no matter how hard you work, in the eyes of the trolls, one sentence can kill you. Saying "don't you just have a good father?" makes people speechless. And if it's the second generation of the Dundee, there will be more gossip, and they often say that having such a good father and still doing so badly is simply a waste. In short, what the second and third generations lack most is the recognition of others. Whoever can recognize them is their confidant and friend. Lin Xiao's twisted logic touched the spot. Everyone felt that Lin Xiao was too good and knew their sufferings too well. Could it be that he was also the second and third generations and felt the same way? A group of people misunderstood. Lin Xiao would naturally not admit or deny it and let them go, which would make it easier for future actions. Mr. Qian, Mr. Tang, it's late here. Let's meet another day. I'll prepare a banquet another day, and we won't leave until we are drunk. How can I let Mr. Lin spend money? Why not do this? Tomorrow we'll stay in this inn, and we won't leave until we are drunk together. Okay, we won't leave until we are drunk together. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Xiao said goodbye, and Mr. Tang and others personally sent Lin Xiao out. In the next half month, Tang Yulin, Qian Fuxing and others took turns to entertain Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao also repeatedly returned the favors, with a small banquet every 3 days and a large banquet every 5 days. Before long, Lin Xiao's friendship with them became increasingly deep. Fellow Daoist Lin is extraordinary. Hanbo admires him. This is the first time I have seen someone who can become close friends with the person who was swindled. One day, Hanbo entertained Lin Xiao, and Hanbo said to Lin Xiao with a smile, "Just put yourself in other people's shoes. As a person, Lin values the word honesty. If others treat me well, I will treat them well in return. Then it will be easy to get along with them. I see. That day, Brother Lin said that Hanbo could practice with Brother Lin's puppet. Is that true? Of course it is. I have a channel to get a 6th level puppet. If Brother Han needs one, Lin can sell you one. Really? Of course I won't say that. But I don't lack Zuan crystals. Brother Han still needs to trade with some precious things. What does Brother Lin need? Cultivation techniques, martial arts, magic weapons, elixirs, spiritual materials of various levels. Just open your mouth. At least 5th level spiritual materials, and the experience and insights of spiritual light breaking through the Shenksu. If Brother Han is willing, I can also give you some sword techniques and martial arts created by your 7 sword sect predecessors. The combat power of my puppet is about the 10th level of Shenksu. 30 million is not expensive. You can just convert it according to the market price. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, the 6th level top grade puppet is sold for 100,000 points in the system mall, and the cost of converting it into black crystals is 10 million, while the market price of 30 million black crystals outside is not excessive at all, and it can even be said to be very cheap. Because if it can really be bought for 30 million black crystals, I don't know how many people will rush to buy it. 30 million is too cheap. Han is not a person who covets friends' cheapness, so let's put it this way, count it as 50 million black crystals, and the perception of breaking through the Shenksu will be given to me, and I will also give you 3 of the unique swordsmanship created by my senior master, which adds up to 20 million black crystals, but this swordsmanship cannot be passed on to others at will. The remaining 30 million, I will write a letter back to the 7 Swords Gate and ask people to raise some spiritual materials, and then transfer it to you. How about it? Hanbo nodded. The cultivators of the 7 Swords Gate are very keen on creating martial arts. These created martial arts often have flaws and defects, so they have to be spread out and let people practice. Only in this way can we find out where the defects of the martial arts are, and then make up for it to make it a complete set of martial arts. Of course, I trust Brother Han's reputation. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you right away. I'm not afraid that Han will run away. Haha, Lin is not wrong in judging people. Brother Han is not that kind of person. You don't have to be polite. Lin Xiao took out the exchanged puppet directly, put it in a storage bag, and handed it to Hanbo. Hanbo was no longer polite. He wrote down his breakthrough insights, took out a few jade slips, and handed them to Lin Xiao. For the rest, he wrote an IOU, and agreed to deliver it, before Hanbo left Shenmue City. Brother Han, now that you have recovered, do you want to fight with Li Liangai again? Of course I should. Although it was a real fight last time, my cultivation has reached the extreme of the 2nd level of Shenksu, and I will be able to break through soon. Then I will have to fight with Li Liangai. If I win, I will also have to fight with his brother Li Liangsheng. My road to invincibility is not over yet, and I must go on. Brother Han has lofty ambitions, and Lin Xiao admires me. However, I will not accompany Brother Han on the rest of the journey. I have to go with Tang Yulin and the others to earn some Zuanjing. Friend Lin, I advise you that it is best to stay away from Tang Yulin and others. Just because they are friends with you does not mean that their parents and elders will approve of you. If something happens to them, with their parents and elders doting on them, they will not think they are wrong. It will only be that their bad friends have led them astray. Haha, I didn't expect Brother Han to have such a profound understanding. Lin Xiao laughed and said, no matter how wise the parents and elders are, it is difficult for them to be rational when they meet their own younger generations. This kind of thing is the same. When something goes wrong, they feel that they have been led astray. Since fellow Daoist Lin knows, Hanbo will not say more. It is better to be careful. Don't worry, Brother Han. Lin Xiao nodded. He mixed with them just to earn some resources. Yi Xiao's strength in Zhongzhou was too weak, and he had not entered the upper echelons, so ordinary resources were easy to get, but precious resources were difficult to get. However, Tang Yulin and others were different. With their identities, they could get a lot of good things. In addition, Lin Xiao had to make plans for the future. He and Li Muxu decided to practice Shengsu and Jinshan together, so the resources they needed in the future would be very huge. Lin Xiao did not dare to count on the system. The system points have always been a limitation. Lin Xiao had to save them for combat and reduce some consumption at ordinary times. After returning to his room, the system scanned the 3 sword techniques given by Hanbo. These 3 sword techniques were all created by Hanbo's elders, and each one was no less than the Zuan level. According to the system's estimation, 60,000 points were given. The system also told Lin Xiao that, if these skills were perfected and then recorded again, their value would be even higher. The system's value judgment was not based on the world of immortal cultivation. A few days later, Lin Xiao went out for dinner and entertainment with Tang Yulin and his party again. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Lin Xiao said, "Mr. Qian, Mr. Tang, you guys are so free every day, I guess your expenses are not small." "Mr. Lin, what do you mean? Do you think we can't afford you?" "Mr. Tang, that's not what I meant. I think we have to make money. I have seen through the world of immortal cultivation. What is the most important thing? Some people say cultivation, some people say aptitude. In my opinion, they are all bullshit. Zuan crystal is the most important." "Mr. Lin, that's not right. Shouldn't cultivation be the most important? Only with cultivation can you have everything?" No, Mr. Tang, you are wrong. Zuan crystal is the most important. With Zuan crystal, you can buy elixirs for cultivation and buy magic weapons for fighting. If you can't fight by yourself, you can hire others. If you have 1 billion or 8 billion, hire a golden body realm bodyguard who dares to bully you. That does make some sense, but Mr. Tang, what you mean is that if you don't have cultivation, you will be robbed, even if you have money? Yes, in the world of immortal cultivation, the strong prey on the weak. This is an eternal truth. What if it could be changed? Think about it. If you had 18 billion Zuan crystals, you could support those cultivators in difficult conditions, and when they become strong, wouldn't they be able to help you? You can support your elders in their cultivation. If we can't cultivate, then find someone who can. When your elders achieve the 8th or 9th realm of cultivation, who would dare to bully you? What is this called? This is called playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses. We family members know our own business. When it comes to cultivation and hard work, how can we compare to those casual cultivators and poor disciples? This is our shortcoming. And what are our strengths? Of course, it's easy to make money if you have a backer, so we have to give full play to these strengths. And when we make a lot of Zuan crystals, we can throw them in front of your parents and elders. Who would dare to say that you are playboys or wastes? Whoever dares to say that will be killed with Zuan crystals. Ha ha ha. Yes, my young master Qian likes to hit people with Zuan crystals the most. If 10,000 doesn't work, then 100,000. If 100,000 doesn't work, then 1 million. I really don't believe it. Yeah, so there is a saying in our hometown, there is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. The reason why it cannot be sold is just that the price is not enough. Just like young Master Tang, if you can get a peerless treasure, the supreme of your Suyu sect will have to praise you. Young Master Lin's words are always so philosophical. However, our parents and elders have high cultivation bases, and they can't be moved by a little bit of profit. How can Zuan crystals be so easy to make? If it were easy to make money, we wouldn't have to offend Hanbo. Yes, young Master Lin, could it be that you have persuaded Hanbo to join forces with us to manipulate the market and cheat people together in the future? Ahem, young Master Qian, let's not mention this anymore. Brother Han is different from us. He is a sword fanatic and doesn't care about anything else. Then how can we make money? The little money we have is not enough for our expenses. Young Master Qian, young Master Tang hasn't found a way to run your business. That's because you haven't chosen the right industry. As the saying goes, women are afraid of marrying the wrong man, and men are afraid of entering the wrong profession. As long as you choose the right industry, and with the support of your parents and elders, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Lin Xiao tried his best to deceive them. What Lin Xiao wanted to rely on was the deep background of these people. With a background, who would be afraid of not making money? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Food, Clothing, Housing and Transportation. Tang Yulin and others have extraordinary backgrounds. Their parents and elders are all big bosses with many interests under their command, which basically covers the four most important directions of the cultivation world: elixir, talisman, weapon, and formation. There are also many industries in the cultivation cities of their respective territories, and their parents and elders also know that these people are uneducated and have no idea about management and operation, so they did not directly give them the industry, but gave them shares. For example, a store in a certain city, even if it is this, the management personnel are sent out, but they are directly given Zuanjing after the annual dividends, to provide them with cultivation expenses. However, a group of people do not like to practice, and they spend their money on eating, drinking and having fun, so every once in a while they have to be caught by their elders, and urged to practice for a period of time, and when those elders go out, to do things or retreat, they sneak out. Those elders have profound cultivation and retreat for decades or hundreds of years at a time, so they have a lot of time to play. Speaking of ways to make money, in the world of immortal cultivation, the four most profitable ones are elixirs, talismans, instruments, and formations. Especially elixirs, which are consumed in great quantities. There are all kinds of elixirs for healing, increasing cultivation, and increasing lifespan. They are extremely expensive and are consumables, so they make the most money. Spiritual talismans and magical instruments are second, and formations are the least profitable. Often a set of formations can be used for dozens or hundreds of years, unless a war breaks out. Otherwise the consumption is very small, except for the teleportation formation. Young Master Lin, but you know, in our Suyu sect, these four ways to make money are controlled by others, and we have no chance to intervene. Once we intervene, it will be like robbing people of their money, which is like the hatred of killing their parents. Young Master Tang, I know it, even if you don't say it, so I won't talk about it. I'm talking about the other four most profitable ways, which are food, clothing, housing and transportation. As for clothes, in addition to the robes used as magic tools, there are also standard clothes, especially those female cultivators, who like this very much. I have traveled in Zuanayang city of Tiansheng Sect. There are a group of female cultivators in Zuanayang city, who are concubines of high-level cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. They are wealthy, have no shortage of resources, and do not like to practice. They only like clothes and jewelry and are generous. Let's talk about food. Food seems very simple to many people. Just cook some spiritual rice and add some spiritual meat to make a meal. But there are also people who are not tired of fine food and stewing. What they pay attention to is a pomp. Many spiritual meals can be sold for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals. Everyone has different appetites. For ascetic cultivators like Hanbo, they only need to chew the Bigu pill and Guban pill, but some people can't stand it. Don't you think so? That's right. I have a master uncle in Suyu sect. He likes fine wine and food the most. Even if there are delicacies a million miles away, he can go and have a taste. Let's talk about living. Some people can live in the wild for 10 or 8 years with just a protective shield, but some people say that living is indispensable, and they want the romantic style. And traveling is even more exaggerated. Some people travel alone, and some people like pomp and circumstance, with high-level monsters pulling carts, and guards and maids leading the way. TSK Young Master Lin, you've said so much, but I still don't understand. Although food, clothing, housing and transportation are important, can you really make money from them? I mean big money. Making 1 or 200,000 a year is not a lot of money. If you only rely on this, of course you can't make much money. I say this just to tell you that, if we want to make money, and avoid the 4 types of elixirs, talismans, instruments and formations, there are still plenty of opportunities. My guess is this Lin Xiao spoke slowly, explaining the concept of the club in his previous life. This was not a simple club, but a den of money. circle a sacred mountain, start construction, and build a unique and huge building complex. It should be divided into many parts, such as places for eating, places for meeting guests, and gambling, things like that between men and women. The maids should be beautiful, the waiters should be handsome, and there should be high quality services. As long as the guests need it, we have to get it. The food is top notch, the drinks are top notch, and the entertainment is top notch. In short, it is about perfection. As an operator, its purpose is to empty the last piece of black crystal from each guest. Gilu, a group of people swallowed their saliva when they heard it. This kind of place has no attraction to the ascetic monks, but for them, it is a deadly poison. Young Master Lin, is there really such a fairyland in this world? No, but we can build one, and this will be our fairyland in the future really? Tang Yulin widened his eyes, and his heart was very excited. Regardless of whether it makes money or not, it would be good to enjoy it, if it is built. Of course it's true. I have the complete plan in my hand. You may want to take a look. Lin Xiao took out a jade slip, activated it with his spiritual sense, and then showed them a series of blueprints. This plan was not in the form of text, but was carved out by Lin Xiao using his spiritual sense, with a hint of illusion. Do it, Master Lin, you tell us what to do. Let's set off right away, and do it right away. Don't worry, Master Tang, we have to do it, but we must choose a good place. If the place is not right, it will be useless, no matter how well we do it. Yes. How can those poor guys afford these things? Let's go to Suyu Sect. The Tiansheng city of my Suyu Sect has been stable for tens of thousands of years. There are countless noble families and a lot of young masters around it. Moreover, Suyu Sect is located in the central part of Zhangzhou, and there are also several second-rate forces around it, which will surely attract many guests. Then there's the territory and the mountain. Leave it to me. I may not be able to handle it in Tiansheng City, but outside Tiansheng City, it's not a piece of cake. Wait a minute, Master Tang, how can I be left out of such a good thing? What you can do, so can I. Master Tang, I can do it too. You can't eat it all alone. Yes, Master Tang, you're going too far. Anjing, it cost a lot to build this villa. Why don't we all subscribe to shares? Okay, I want 50%. Get lost. What should I do if you ask for 50%? A group of people immediately started scrambling for the shares. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Lin Xiao said hurriedly, listen to me again, everyone. This will cost a lot to do. I estimate that our initial investment is quite large, so I think that 200 million black crystals will be used for 100 shares and 2 million black crystals for 1 share. If Tang Xiao can get through the relationship in Tiansheng City and get the land, then we can make 5 shares first, leaving 10 shares as handling fees. For the remaining 85 shares, how about we invest according to our own family background? Okay, I'll go first. I'll pay 30 million black crystals and buy 15 shares, a total of 20 shares. I'll pay 40 million black crystals, also a total of 20 shares. I'll pay 10 million. I'll pay 18 million. Soon, the remaining 85 shares were sold out, and Lin Xiao himself only got 10 shares, but Lin Xiao didn't care. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Xiao quickly drafted the contract, asking everyone to pay a part of the deposit, which is non-refundable. If you regret it later, you can choose not to pay it, but don't think about returning the deposit. After the contract was finalized, Lin Xiao handed all the deposit to Tang Yulin, and asked him to go back to Suyu Sect first to settle the territory issue. The rest of the people also went back to raise funds. Lin Xiao had to wait for a while, and when Hanbo's things arrived, he would go to Tiansheng City to find him. He also explained some of the preliminary work. A group of second generations were fooled by Lin Xiao and left Shenmue City in great excitement, secretly vowing to create such a paradise on earth. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Lin is so powerful. I, Hanbo, really admire him. But you created such a decadent place. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble? I only have 10% of the shares. What trouble can I have? If there is any, it will be this. I can foresee that if this kind of den of brothel is built, it will definitely make a lot of money, but it is not the right way after all. I understand. For me, this is just a stepping stone. They, the second generation, can focus not on cultivation, but I can't. My roots are in Zhongzhou, which is not a safe place. It's good to understand. Fellow Daoist Lin has his own plans. I won't say much. When are you leaving? Wait until your things arrive. Then you won't see me fighting with Li Liangayu. It will take me another year or two to break through. It's okay. Zhongzhou is so small. We will meet in the future. That's right. I will challenge all the first class sects one by one. As long as you are in Suyu Sect, we will meet one day. When you go to Suyu Sect in the future, be sure to find me. I will treat Brother Han to a drink. Okay, after the talk, Lin Xiao left. 7 days later, Arking, the director of the Night Owl Central Continent Bureau, came to Shenmue Sect. Lin Xiao told him about Suyu Sect and asked him to help dispatch personnel. Master, should we let Night Owl infiltrate this villa? Of course, but this villa will be very complicated in the future, and it is also very important to us. You must send capable people there. Don't let them be found out, otherwise even I will be implicated. I understand. We will send elite troops at that time, and we will not contact the master directly. We must absolutely ensure the safety of the master. That's fine. You go ahead, and we will meet in Tiansheng City at that time. Okay. Arking then left. 3 months later, Hanbo brought the things he owed Lin Xiao to Shenmue City. After the transaction was completed, Lin Xiao left Shenmue City alone. Shenmue City is far away from Tiansheng City. It was not until 2 months later that Lin Xiao arrived in Tiansheng City. As soon as he entered the city, Tang Yulin received the news, saw Lin Xiao, and took Lin Xiao to a place 60 miles outside the city. Mr. Lin, please look. The spiritual vein of this sacred mountain is underground and the terrain is flat. It was originally the territory of a family of an outer sect elder of my Suyu sect, and I took it with 5 million black crystals. According to Mr. Lin's instructions, the mountain has been flattened, and we can start construction at any time. Have the construction workers been invited? Are our funds and various construction materials in place? Everything is ready. 2 people withdrew, and I pulled other people to take up the shares. They are all close to me, so they are not outsiders. That's good. We will call a meeting in 3 days and start construction. I will personally take charge of the command at that time. I will definitely make this place the most fun place in Zhongzhou. Haha, I can't wait. By the way, Mr. Lin, have you thought of a name for this villa? If I have, let's call it Child Villa. Chapter 460, Paradise Villa. The entire Paradise Villa was Lin Xiao's idea, so Lin Xiao could only take charge of the command himself. Only in this way could Lin Xiao build the Paradise Villa according to his own ideas. However, apart from commanding, Lin Xiao would not interfere in anything. The accountant was Tang Yulin's people, the purchasers were Qian Fuxing's people, and the construction workers were also hired by the shareholders. Only in this way would they trust Lin Xiao, whose background was unknown. Paradise Villa was wrapped in formations, and hundreds of low-level monks were digging pits and driving piles inside. Putting the framework up was only the most basic first step. The key was the connotation, which Lin Xiao had to set up personally. In Lin Xiao's expectation, Paradise Villa was by no means a simple casino or brothel. If that were the case, the taste would be too low-end. Of course, these two were also necessary. After all, this would be the main source of income for Paradise Villa. In addition to these, there must also be functions such as business and restaurants. At Lin Xiao's suggestion, Tang Yulin spent 10 days to find 300 female cultivators for Lin Xiao. In a city like Tiansheng City with a population of more than 2 million, there is no shortage of poor female cultivators, and they are easy to find. These 300 female cultivators are all regular waiters, that is, maids. They all received generous resettlement allowances and signed a contract of up to 30 years. During these 30 years, they have to serve the Jile Villa. If they violate the contract, they will be charged a high penalty. The 300 female cultivators were arranged to live on a sacred mountain at the home of Tang Yulin's uncle. Lin Xiao went there in person to train them, mainly in terms of service awareness and etiquette. Lin Xiao's requirements are extremely strict. From dressing to makeup, From walking posture to voice and tone, including smiles, etiquette, table placement, actions when serving dishes, etc. All are trained day after day. The salary of these maids is extremely high, which is double the income of ordinary maids, but if they fail the training, their contracts will be cancelled immediately, so almost everyone works hard. Half a month later, Lin Xiao promoted 6 team leaders. After training the team leaders for a few days, he handed the training to them and adopted the elimination system. Those who did not do well and those who were not trained properly would be fired. In addition to regular waiters, there were of course irregular ones. It would be more difficult to find them, but Tang Yulin was good at this and still found 50 or 60 people in a month. Lin Xiao still trained them personally. Lin Xiao was naturally not good at bed skills, but he played with the elegant ones, not the low-end ones. Lin Xiao still adopted the elimination system for this group of people, starting with various etiquettes, and stratified them. The lower the level, the lower the income, and everything depends on their ability. After learning etiquette, it is piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. In addition, cooking, tea art, flower arrangement, dancing, and even some common sense among high-level cultivators must all be learned. This is a top brand that Lin Xiao will launch in the future. However, the learning process is very long. It takes several years to learn. Many people will be eliminated. This proves what Lin Xiao said before. Even if they come out to sell, not everyone can sell at a high price. When they have learned it, there will be people who practice the art of love to teach them. This kind of technology in this world is not worse than that of Lin Xiao in his previous life. Lin Xiao does not need to worry about it. Young Master Lin, you come out to take care of it. All the top players you put out have been snatched away by others. One day, Lin Xiao went to inspect the maids. Qian Fuxing came to Lin Xiao in anger to make the decision. Why didn't you beat young Master Tang? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Those top players were not snatched away by someone, but by the dozen shareholders. In less than 2 months of training, the temperament of those female cultivators has changed a lot. There are all kinds of graceful and gentle women, tall and short, fat and thin. They are very eager, relying on their status as the boss. They have already tasted them several times. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to my side. This is young Master Tang's home turf. How can I beat him? Poor Ying, she was ruined by young Master Tang. Come on, stop trying to be nice to me. Get out of here if you have nothing to do. Can't you see I'm busy? Ahem, young Master Lin, come here. I have something I want to ask you for help with. Tell me, what is it? It's like this. My family used to send me a few maids who could warm the bed. They looked okay, but were lifeless. At that time, they were like dead fish, without any interest, so that want to send them in to have some fun. Yeah, young Master Lin is really smart. He guessed it right away. This is not just your idea, is it? Ahem, that's just my idea. You lost the bet. Okay, tell the young masters over there that each of them will get 1 quota, not more, and the people you sent in are responsible for their own management. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. I'll tell them right away. Lin Xiao looked at Qian Fuxing, who was walking briskly and couldn't help shaking his head. It was really impossible to get a bunch of dunders to work hard for a few years. But it didn't matter. As long as someone was willing to work, it would be fine. These people were here to be masters. In addition to these maids, Lin Xiao asked Tang Yulin to find a lot of singing girls. These were serious singing girls who would be responsible for the performances, and Lin Xiao asked to train the singing girls himself. The next step was the chefs. The level of chefs in the world of immortal cultivation was very extreme. The good ones were very good, and the bad ones were very bad. Lin Xiao looked down on the very bad ones, and he couldn't invite the very good ones. Because the very good ones basically didn't lack money. Unless Tang Yulin used tricks, it would be difficult to dig them out. However, Lin Xiao didn't suggest that Tang Yulin use tricks to dig people out. It was very irrational to offend people before the business started. Lin Xiao asked Tang Yulin to find some chef apprentices, and then arrange them to learn skills in Su Yuzhang's own restaurant. Lin Xiao once again used incentives. Whoever learned well and quickly would have a lot of rewards. Whoever could research new dishes would be rewarded even more greatly. By the time these things were done, more than half a year had passed. The framework of Jal Villa had been set up, and the next step was decoration. My young masters, from now on, you have to do things. Don't be lazy anymore. Don't worry, Master Lin. I, Tang Yulin, will be the first to obey Master Lin's instructions. Whoever dares to be lazy, I will be the first to not forgive him. I, Kan Fuxing, will be the second to not forgive him. I'll be the third. I'll be the fourth. More than a dozen people expressed their opinions. The talent that Lin Xiao had shown in the past 6 months had conquered them. When it comes to eating, drinking and having fun, Lin Xiao's creativity is enough to be their ancestor. Okay, let's start the discussion. This is the sand table of G-Leveler. The front part is the restaurant. The restaurant is divided into 6 floors. The first and second floors are the halls. The third floor and above are all private rooms. The higher you go, the higher the level. The size and decoration of the private rooms all have strict requirements. As for how to decorate, you have to refer to the decorations of various famous restaurants in Zhangzhou. Who of you can send someone to learn? I'll do it. Tang Yulin was the first to sign up. There is no such thing as intellectual property rights in the world of cultivating immortals. If there is, it is based on strength. For example, when the Tiansheng Sect imitated the spiritual wine, the Tiansheng Sect was not strong enough, so it did not dare to offend the Jiuxin Sect. Tang Yulin was backed by the Suiyu Sect, so naturally there was no such restriction. Okay, then young Master Tang will arrange it. Behind the restaurant, there will be a pier on each side, connecting the courtyards. In the middle is a lotus pond under the moonlight. Now the artificial lake has been dug, about 1,500 acres. When the lake water is brought in, spiritual flowers will be planted in the artificial lake. Just imagine, when the moonlight is bright, you can go boating on the lake with a beautiful woman, make a pot of fragrant tea, listen to a beautiful woman playing the piano, and talk about life. Wow, what kind of scene will that be? Young Master Lin, don't say any more. Get this paradise villa ready as soon as possible. We can't wait. Yes, young Master Lin, don't delay. It's been more than half a year. Don't worry, it's not time yet. The decoration must be exquisite and up to standard. Next, I'll talk about Hibiscus Garden. This Hibiscus Garden is where the singing girls perform, play the piano and dance, listen to songs to relax. This side is called Chunfeng Pavilion, which is the female garden. The top girls each have their own small courtyard, and they can only receive one person per night. Moreover, the top girls have certain selection rights, and not everyone can accept the invitation. The one chosen by the top girl is called a lover, and he needs to be cultured, understand? Yes, young Master Lin has emphasized this many times. If they don't spend 1,000,000 or 800,000, they won't even let you touch their hands. That's right. These top girls must be evaluated regularly, and you must also prepare more backups and constantly introduce new people to keep them fresh. But remember, don't try to make me do prostitution. It has to be voluntary, understand? That's easy. Just find someone from the Hehuan sect. No, we can't find someone from the Hehuan sect openly. They have a bad reputation. Even if they can come, we have to pretend not to know. I won't be responsible if something happens. Of course. Okay, let me continue. If we walk here, we will reach the Fugi building. The Fugi building has 6 floors, 3 underground and 3 above ground. The 3 above ground floors are used for regular games such as Pei Gao, while the underground is a fighting arena, where you can play cockfighting, dog fighting and monster fighting. The only thing you must pay attention to is that the Fugi building must have a forbidden god formation, which must be at least level 7. The most taboo thing about these games is to use the methods of cultivators to cheat. Remember, the casino we run will never allow any cheating, including ourselves. Our profit model is to take money out. We will never allow others to be jealous of how much they win. Mr. Lin, this level 7 forbidden god formation is very expensive. Even for a small place like the Fugi building, it will cost tens of millions, and it may even cost over 100 million. No matter how much, we have to do it. You can go back and do some activities and bargain the price. If you don't have enough money, you can make additional investments. In addition, there must be a teleportation formation outside the Fugi building, and the winners must be sent away safely. Okay, we'll try our best. It's not about trying our best, but we must do it. From now on, Fugi building will be the focus of our profits. Now let me talk about Nabeo building. Nabeo building is a business building, which is mainly rented to various businesses to hold events, such as auctions, or celebratory banquets. The key here is, Lin Xiao once again explained the planning map of Jile Villa, and then assigned tasks, leaving the decoration of each place to the shareholders to handle and supervise. Chapter 461, The First Villa in Zhangzhou. After arranging their respective tasks, Lin Xiao formed a supervision team mainly composed of him, Tang Yulin and Kan Fuxing. Not only did they have to supervise them to work, but they also had to check the accounts. The total investment of 200 million Zuan crystals was not a small amount of money. Even the 7th Golden Body Realm would be tempted. People like Lin Xiao were willing to spend money, but they were unwilling to spend money in vain. When it came to the decoration stage, it was time for all shareholders to show their magical powers. Various rare materials were bought from all over the place. Things that ordinary people could not buy could also be obtained, and the price was cheaper. Among them, Tang Yulin made the greatest contribution. He personally went to ask his grandfather Tang Xuan to come forward and find a 7th level formation master to arrange a 7th level forbidden god formation and several teleportation formations in Fugi building. The total cost was only 100 million Zuan crystals, which was already very cheap. If it weren't for Tang Xuan's relationship, he might not be able to hire him, even if the price was increased by 50%. It took a year for the renovation of the Paradise Villa to be completed. The magnificent Paradise Villa was basically completed, and the next thing was the finishing touches. It took 2 months to finish the finishing touches. Even the lotus flowers in the lotus pond were in full bloom, the facilities of each branch were ready, and the personnel training was extremely perfect. As long as an auspicious day was chosen, the opening could be completed. However, before the opening, Lin Xiao played a trial operation. Come on, Brother Zhang, Brother Wu, Brother Li, please come this way. This is our Paradise Villa. Today is the trial operation. You are the first batch of guests. Let you try it out. It's free. It's really free. On the night of the trial operation, Tang Yulin and more than a dozen other shareholders called their friends and brought 70 or 80 people. These were all 2nd and 3rd generation cultivators of extraordinary status, and they were all dandy boys like Tang Yulin. The 2nd generation, who were very inspiring and hardworking, were not their acquaintances, nor were they potential customers of the Paradise Villa, so they were not invited. Although these 70 or 80 people were also the masters of eating, drinking and having fun, they had never seen such a scene before. As soon as they entered the door, the rows of beautiful maids made them feel extremely fresh, because no matter how they looked at them, these maids seemed to be looking at them with affection, and their eyes were really seductive and arousing. Then there were smart servants and maids to receive each person, and introduced the projects of the Paradise Villa to them with great enthusiasm, which one was fun, and what kind of fun it was, and told them one by one. Sisters, guests are coming. Those who are dancing should start dancing. Sir, this Furan garden is divided into 7 small courtyards, with music, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea art. Oh, sir, you want to find a girl. Erbeo madam. Erbeo is here. Take this sir to Chunfeng Tower quickly. Don't keep him waiting anxiously. Yes, sir. Please follow me, sir. Tonight is the trial opening. You may not know how Chunfeng Tower is fun. Let me introduce it to you. A servant took a few guests to Chunfeng Tower. After asking about their intentions, they were not interested in the elegant top performer, so they were taken to a private room. Then an old procuress appeared with 10 girls. The 10 girls were all dressed in revealing clothes and posed coquettishly, as if they were ready to be picked, which made the men stare at them with eagerness. Although this was only the first batch, and they could choose more, they didn't have the patience and soon each chose one. Then the waiter brought food, tea, and spirit wine. Today is a trial operation, no charge, otherwise these foods will not be cheap in the future. Basically 3 to 5 times the outside world. The quality is definitely not bad, but the price is high. On the other side, in the moonlight of the lotus pond, several small boats were put down. The boats were all made of magic tools. Putting down the curtains can isolate the consciousness and sound, and no one knows what they are talking about. In addition, there are 20 to 30 people who arrived at the door of Fugi building. Tang Yulin personally introduced the rules to them. Those who enter to play must wear a bracelet. This bracelet can connect to the formation of Fugi building, prohibiting the Zuanqi consciousness of the cultivators. There is no possibility of escape below the 7th level. However, the bracelet is not a very solid thing, and they can shake it open at will. Of course, after they shake it open, it will trigger the formation, and they are not allowed to play here. This is the rule. Other small rules are about exchanging chips. The chips played on the gambling table are all chips, starting from 1000 black crystals, and the highest is 1 million black crystals. Use various colors to score points, and you can exchange them back to black crystals after winning. Today is a trial operation. Everyone who enters to play will be given a chip of 1 million black crystals, but it is not allowed to exchange black crystals today. No matter how rich Tang Yulin and others are, they can't waste it like this. Just let them try the gamma play inside. Lin Xiao also brought some gamma play from the previous life, such as mahjong, slot machines, Texas Hold'em, 13 points, etc. But the underground fight is not ready yet. I'm so tired, young master. I've never worked so hard before. I'm really moved to tears. Don't try to be lazy. Is the publicity team ready? Don't worry, young Master Lin. There are 500 people in total. We will set off as soon as the photo talisman here is recorded. We guarantee that within 1 day, the news about our paradise villa will be all over the area of 10,000 miles. I can't guarantee anything else. If there are not 1,000 people coming to the opening day after tomorrow, you can do whatever you want. Very good. Remember, this first shot must be fired. The reputation of the number 1 villa in Zhongshan must be known. This is a must. If there is no effect, after investing 300 million Zuan crystals, we will be so embarrassed. It absolutely will. Look, I promise that, after deducting various costs, I will definitely make back my investment within 10 years. Otherwise, I will be too ashamed to see anyone. Lin Xiao said firmly. In fact, it would be embarrassing for such a den of money to make back its investment in 3 years. But Lin Xiao didn't quite understand the mentality of the immortal cultivators, so he didn't dare to guarantee a return in 3 years. Recording a photo talisman is a requirement for participating in the trial operation. It was agreed long ago. Many monks recorded the wonderful scene and then handed it over to 500 publicity personnel. They went to various places to promote, especially some small cities. In order to develop, they did not ban pornography or gambling, which was an important choice for Lin Xiao and others to attract customers. 1 day was enough for the news to spread throughout most of the territory of Suyuzang, and the next day was the opening ceremony. Lin Xiao also spent a lot of time on the opening ceremony. The merchants in the city, the affiliated forces of Suyuzang, and the Tang family forces, including the other dozen shareholders, invited more than 1,000 people in total. These more than 1,000 people were arranged in the restaurant, eating and drinking for free, but the subsequent items had to be paid. But there was a discount today. During the day, more than 300 people entered the back of the restaurant to have fun, and after the banquet ended in the afternoon and the official opening, there was a steady stream of guests from Tiansheng City, and soon more than 1,000 people. Most of the guests who came tonight were here to try something new. After all, it had been almost 2 years since Tang Yulin and his team had made such a big fuss. Many people were very curious about what the game was like in the number 1 game in Central Continent, Paradise Villa. The expensive prices at Paradise Villa were not something everyone could afford. Of course, Lin Xiao firmly believed that there was no shortage of rich people in the world, and as long as 1% of them liked it, it would be enough for them to make money. On the second day, the reputation of G-Leveler exploded in Tiansheng City. Everyone who had been to G-Leveler last night boasted to their friends about how wonderful the entertainment activities were last night. In G Villa, no one cares about your background. No one cares about the level of your cultivation. As long as you have money, you are the boss. Every maid will greet you respectfully and serve you gently. If you ask for water, they will never pour you tea. Even the patrolling high-level monks and guards are smiling. This is definitely a good place to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. Yes, it is to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. There is a large group of people in the world of immortal cultivation who have encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation. Maybe they will stop at this level in this life. They have given up. If they don't get married and have children, and don't place their hopes on their descendants, and leave some wealth, they will choose to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. This right to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming is not only for the second and third generations, but also for ordinary people. Soon, G-Leveler became the favorite place for male cultivators to play. After 10 days, the influence spread, and some monks from other places also came to play. Tang Yulin and others used their influence to write letters to friends from more distant places, inviting them to play. The design carrying capacity of G-Leveler is about 3,000 people, but there are not enough servants and maids. Tang Yulin recruited again, and this time it was much smoother, because the news that working in G-Leveler can earn a lot of money has spread, and Lin Xiao also brought in the tipping culture. A month later, more than a dozen shareholders gathered together, and next to them, dozens of accountants were urgently calculating all the data for this month. My lords, the calculations have been made. Read. Yes, sirs, according to statistics, in the 1 month since the opening of Paradise Villa, a total of 16,370 guests were received, and the consumption of all guests in Paradise Villa was about 5,836 black crystals, with an average of less than 5,000 black crystals per person. Among them, all expenses such as formation maintenance, staff monthly salaries, material costs, etc. are more than 43 million, and the net profit is about 15 million. Hiss. Everyone took a breath. This is just 1 month. In just 1 month, there is a net profit of more than 10 million black crystals. Doesn't that mean that there are hundreds of millions of profits every year, a payback in 3 years, and a doubling in 10 years? This money is too damn easy to make. Ahem. Everyone, this is only the first month, and many people are here to try new things. The future income may not be that much, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Master Lin, I don't agree with what you said. Although many people are here to try new things, according to Master Lin's theory, the young masters of the major forces are our main consumers. Now the influence of Paradise Villa is only in Suyu Sect. One day, when Paradise Villa really becomes the #1 villa in central China, are you still afraid that it can't make money? Yes, Master Lin, don't underestimate yourself. Okay, then go ahead. List all the income and expenditures, and we'll discuss how to improve the management. Lin Xiao didn't want to argue with them. It was boring. Let's just take a look at the specific management situation. Chapter 462, Fame. Time came to half a year after the opening of the Paradise Villa. In the past 6 months, data has been counted every month, and some adjustments will be made, based on the statistical data. If a project does not make money, there will be much less resources in the future, and the income of employees in that project will also be much lower. If it is still the same for 1 or 2 years, it will even be cancelled. In fact, this is the meaning of KPI assessment. If it were not for the reality, Lin Xiao would even sacrifice the damn 996 in his previous life. He is a capitalist. The reputation of the Paradise Villa is getting bigger and bigger, and the sources of customers are getting farther and farther. It is well known that many cultivators from Nanzhao, Zizhao, Bizhao, Luoxinghai and other places will come to play once or twice when they come to Zhongzhou. In addition to the casino and the things between men and women, the Paradise Villa also has many other fun things to play. Lin Xiao found that the spiritual entertainment life in the world of cultivation is really lacking, so after making so many things, many people come here to have fun. It is time for monthly statistics again. At this time, as long as the shareholders in Tiansheng City are basically not absent, listening to those data is a comfortable thing. That is all money. Old Tang, stop wasting time. Tell me how it went this month. Yes, Mr. Tang. According to statistics, this month, G-Leveler received more than 12,300 guests, with a total income of about 70.3 million, and various expenses. The chief accountant is Tang Yulin's man. There are more than 30 people in the entire account office, and each shareholder has a confidant among them, of course, except Lin Xiao. According to the statistics of the account office, this month's profit is also over 10 million. G-Leveler has been open for half a year. As the novelty fades, the customer base of Tiansheng City has stabilized, but the number of customers from other places has increased. The profit has remained stable overall, with an income of more than 8 million in the worst month. I've heard everything. Young Master Lin, do you need to make any adjustments this month? No need. People in each building work very hard. Even if they do not perform well, we have to give them a chance. Old Tang, you guys go down. Let's hold a meeting of the owners. Yes, young Master Lin. Although Lin Xiao does not have many shares, he has a lot of power. Everyone knows that everything in the Paradise Villa is managed by Lin Xiao. Tang Yulin and others don't have this ability. All the new ideas are thought up by Lin Xiao. Now that there are no outsiders here, let's talk about our own situation. First of all, no shareholder is allowed to withdraw money from the accounting office. We agreed before that dividends will be distributed once a year. If everyone takes the money, the accounting office will have no money. How can it continue to operate? Do you want to destroy Jile Villa? Young Master Lin is right. Listen to me, everyone. We have your people in the accounting office, but from now on no one is allowed to take money privately. Whoever violates this rule must withdraw. There are so many people who want to invest now. Ahem, young Master Tang, you are the first one who failed to abide by this rule. I will definitely abide by it in the future. Okay, let me talk about the second point. That is, young masters, we are open for business. Why are you all drunk and dreaming every day? Especially you, Tang Yulin. Several girls in Chunfeng Tower have been occupied by you and your people. How can others do business? Ahem, young Master Lin. That. Tang Yulin's face flushed red. He and Kan Fuxing and a few others had been partying every night for the past 6 months. If we were to say who had the most fun in Jile Villa, they were definitely the ones. Mr. Lin, we opened this Paradise Villa for eating, drinking and having fun. If not for fun, then why are we opening it? Yes, why should we open it? Looking at so many beauties, who can resist, right? That's right, that's right. This is all Mr. Lin's fault. You have done such a good job here. Now I don't find it interesting to go anywhere else. Where else can I go, if not here to have fun? Ahem, everyone, listen to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Yes, in the future, you will have to pay for your fun in Paradise Villa. The price is what it should be. Then we will give you a 30% discount. You can make a batch of invitations. Anyone who comes with your invitations will get a 20% discount. However, each person can only have a maximum of 100 invitations per month. More than that will not be counted. Mr. Lin, this is too much. Even if we take a 30% discount, we will have to spend millions every month. Are we not making as much as we spend? That's none of my business. You want to party every night and make a lot of money. How can it be so good? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. The consumption in G-Leveler has been divided into different levels. If you just come here to have a meal, or 1000 Zhuan crystals will be enough. If you want to listen to some music and chat about life with a girl, it is not expensive either. 10,000 Zhuan crystals will be enough. The most expensive places are naturally those in Fugi building. It is not a problem to lose 1 or 800,000 in one night. The top girls in Chunfeng building can spend tens of thousands of Zhuan crystals in one night. If these people want to play every day, the expenses will be extremely high. I think we still have to listen to Master Lin. We have to set up the rules ourselves. With the rules, our subordinates will do it, and we don't have to keep an eye on them all the time. As for having fun, you will get bored after playing for 3 to 5 years, and you can't stay here forever. Master Khan, your great-grandfather has come out of seclusion. Don't you have to go back? Yes, Master Tang, it's because I have to go back as soon as my great-grandfather comes out of seclusion, so I have to have fun while I can. Get lost, you loser. Master Lin, how do you think we should deal with this? Then I will add another rule, that is the shareholder rotation rule. This is outside Tiansheng City, so Master Tang is the top priority, set up as the chief director, and has to keep an eye on it all the time. If there is anything we can't solve, Master Tang will come forward and invite people from Tiansheng Sect, and we will take turns on duty as ordinary directors. The directors on duty are responsible for the routine affairs of Paradise Villa and maintaining its good operation. The rotation is every 10 years, and at the end of the rotation, statistical data must be collected. Whoever does a good job can get a reward, and whoever does a bad job will be fined. Of course, there is no need to fine him, but he will be punished to be an ordinary director. In the next rotation, he will take one more rotation. I will be the first ordinary director. The rest depends on your schedule. If anyone does not want to take a rotation, you can hire someone else. It is up to you to discuss how much it will cost. How about it? Okay, but Mr. Lin, as the senior director, can I give more benefits? How about a 50% discount 3 times a month? Okay, that's good. I don't accept it. I want to be a senior director too. TSK, Mr. Khan, if something happens, can you hire an expert to rescue in time? Okay, there is only one senior director. Stop arguing. Let's continue. Lin Xiao kept talking about restricting the rights of shareholders. If there are no restrictions, they will definitely fail. None of them have the mentality of entrepreneurs. They all live for the moment. 3 days later, Lin Xiao went to Tiansheng City and met the person in charge of Lin Xiao in a tea house. Greetings, sect leader. No need to be polite. How are things arranged? These are our night owl men in Paradise Villa, a total of more than 70 people, including guards, accountants, servants, maids, and kitchen staff. Basically, we have our people. They don't know the identity of the sect leader, and I'm the liaison for everything. Then you have to be careful on your end. Don't get exposed. There will be a lot of people watching Paradise Villa in the future. Don't worry, sect leader. I don't have anything related to the sect on me. My soul has also been restricted. If things are impossible to do, even if I commit suicide, it will not hinder the sect leader's cause. Don't be so nervous. Also, plant a few more people in Fugi building. Many people there are desperate to gamble and will mortgage their treasures. The price of these treasures is much lower than the market price outside. If possible, get some benefits from it. Remember, you must be safe and not be too greedy. It's best to get people from different families to share the profits together. Understood? This is our consistent purpose. Everyone gets the benefits and they will take care of the problems. Set up another information team to summarize the news heard in G Leveler. Make 2 copies, one for Arking and one for me. By then, I will build a house in Tiansheng City. You send someone to dress up as my servant and give it to him to put it in my room. I will come back from time to time to check on it. Yes, master. Is there anything else? A small thing. Tell me. What boss Yi meant was that Yu Xiao is in financial difficulties and hopes that master can help. Do you want to share the benefits of G Leveler? Yes, the 13 shareholders of G Leveler all have their own interests. Boss Yi thinks we need a little too. Let's talk about it later. Not now. After we are exposed, we don't have the power to compete with them. You arrange people first, and I'll find you when I have a chance. Lin Xiao shook his head. He knew this. G Leveler spent tens of millions of Zuan crystals every month. This was a big pie. Things like purchasing were all lucrative jobs, and these were basically divided up by Tang Yulin, Kan Fuxing and a few others. Therefore, their monthly profits are definitely more than just dividends, but it is not easy to divide these benefits. They are based on the forces behind them. In fact, if there is no tacit consent from the people behind these shareholders, this Paradise Villa will not be able to be established. With the current strength of the Tiansheng Sect, there is no way to compete with them. If they cannot win, there is even the danger of being driven out of Paradise Villa by them. Lin Xiao dare not take this risk. After explaining a few things, Lin Xiao left secretly. Now that Paradise Villa has become the hen that lays golden eggs, how to get benefits from it depends on their own level. Lin Xiao does not think that Tang Yulin and others can beat him. Lin Xiao returned to Paradise Villa. The spiritual vein level of Paradise Villa is very low, only the 3rd level. Although it has been cultivated, it is not enough for the time being. However, people who come here to play do not need to practice. They just provide these working people with cultivation. The gap is not very large. It may be enough to upgrade it by 1 level. Lin Xiao carefully recalled some of the gamma play from his previous life, then wrote them down, and pondered over them carefully to see if he could replicate them. Chapter 463, Leading the Trend. As time goes by, the customer target of G-Leveler continues to rise. Ordinary cultivators do not have Xuanjing to enjoy themselves. At most, they can have a feast occasionally, and play once or twice a year. The real main consumers are the cultivators above Zifu Dao Gang. As the saying goes, only a few people can really stick to the hard life of cultivators. There is not much difference between the hundreds of millions of cultivators and mortals in human nature, so they are still indulging in pleasure by nature. 1 year after G-Leveler opened, according to statistics, the turnover of G-Leveler exceeded 600 million Xuanjing in the past year, almost 700 million, and the profit was about 130 million. This number is already extremely scary. Jiangsu City has a population of nearly 2 million, but the profit is only less than 300 million. This number was known to the senior officials of Suyuzang, and they were all shocked. Then came the greedy eyes. Now everyone knows that this G-Leveler is a hen that lays golden eggs. Who doesn't want to share some of the benefits? This is a profit every year, which is not even comparable to the Xuanjing mine. After all, the Xuanjing mine will be hollowed out. The first point of interest to be fought over is the suppliers of G-Leveler. G-Leveler has an annual expenditure of nearly 500 million yuan, and staff salaries and building repairs only account for a small half of it. Consumables such as spiritual wine, spiritual tea, spiritual meat, female cultivators' clothing and jewelry, rouge and powder are also very huge. Most of these interests are controlled by the power of Suyuzang, and it is also one of the processes that Tang Yulin takes out to manage the upper and lower levels. However, the competition is extremely fierce. As a supervisor, Tang Yulin is extremely troubled because he cannot offend many people. Mr. Lin, I feel so annoyed. Everyone comes to me for benefits, but the benefits are so little. If I give it to this one, that one will be offended again. What should I do? I miss the time when I was at ND. It's okay if everyone hates me. Tang Yulin complained to Lin Xiao. Since the opening of G-Leveler, the name of dandy among them has basically disappeared. Who doesn't praise Master Tang for making money? Then learn from Lin Xiao. Announce a retreat, leave all matters to your family, and just sit back and enjoy the dividends. No, Lin Xiao's foundation is not here. Of course you can do this, but I can't. If I hand over the power, it will be difficult to take it back. Then there's no way. Go back and ask your father, and see what advice he can give you. My father doesn't care about such things. He only wants to break through to the 8th level, so he goes into seclusion at every turn, and each seclusion lasts for at least decades. Then handle it yourself. Take care of your own people first. That's the only way. But Master Lin, what should we do now that their appetites are getting bigger and bigger? How can all appetites be satisfied? I also want all the profits from Paradise Villa. Is that okay? No. That's right. Then Master Lin, do you have any other way to make money? Let's work together. Master Lin, don't worry. I, Tang Yulin, am not the kind of bastard who repays kindness with enmity. The benefits will definitely be shared by all of us. There is no way to make big money for now, but there are definitely ways to make hundreds of thousands or 1 or 2 million a year, and that's quite a lot. Hundreds of thousands are enough. My Tang family is big and wealthy, with a large population. It's good enough if I can give them some soup. It can be regarded as repaying the favors I did in the past. Tang Yulin's eyes lit up. He had been a playboy for so many years, and owed countless favors to the Tang family. Because Tang Yulin was loved by the ancestor of the Tang family, his uncles and brothers turned a blind eye to some of his past deeds, so naturally he owed them. If Tang Yulin had always been a waste, it would have been fine, but now he was no longer a waste, so naturally he had to repay his debts. Mr. Tang, Do you still remember what I told you before about food, clothing, housing and transportation? Of course I remember. I remember all of Mr. Lin's golden words. Every time I think of them, I feel they make a lot of sense. Is Mr. Lin going to make another big move? I can't do a big move, but if I do it well, the profit will be considerable. Our paradise villa is a treasure trove. The supply in the villa is a profit point, and dividends are a profit point. But there are still many profits that are invisible, and can only be discovered by people with a heart. Mr. Lin, please tell me in detail. Mr. Tang, there are many men who come to our paradise villa for pleasure, and many of these men have wives and concubines. Why do you think they still come? Of course it's the girls in our villa. They are gentle, considerate, and have first-class kung fu. Mr. Tang said it well, but do you dare to say this to those men's wives and concubines? Of course not. If I say this, won't I be beaten to death? That's right. So I have to tell them that the reason their husbands don't come home is because they don't dress well, they don't put on makeup well, and the perfume on their bodies is not good. Oh, I understand. Then we will go sell those clothes, rouge, and powder. Yes, make them according to what the girls in the villa wear. What the top girls in the villa wear, what they wear, what rouge and powder they use, and then advertise them. Are you still afraid that the female cultivators in the city won't buy them? Good idea, Master Lin, I admire you. In this way, who can be our opponent among the shops in the city? We can even make them first, and then let the girls in the villa use them. Hey, Master Tang is smart. Is there anything else? This one is not enough. Of course there is. Just like this. What our villa has to do is to lead the trend. The same goes for food, clothing, housing and transportation. If you calculate it this way, making 1 million or 800,000 a year, isn't it easy? Lin Xiao said lightly. Advertising, celebrity effect, this is it. This is where the money is made. Yes, that's it. Mr. Lin, tell me how to do it specifically. Just do it. We don't know how to do it ourselves. Just ask someone to come. But please tell me. I have to have a share here. Of course. I will find a way to run the shop. Mr. Lin will solve the problem of manpower, and I will give you 40% of the share. Okay. Recently many small businesses in Tiansheng City have been looking for me, wanting me to give them a way to make money, and then they can run it when the time comes. Lin Xiao nodded. This was also the benefit that Lin Xiao gave to Yu Xiao. Otherwise Yin and I would have annoyed Lin Xiao to death. In order to repay the favor, Tang Yulin quickly took action, and Lin Xiao also asked Yu Xiao to arrange some people to come, including those who were arranged by Tishi in Zhuangyang City before, to continue to open their clothing store. In less than 3 months, there were several shops in Tiansheng City that were linked to Jile Villa. Whatever the top girls in Jile Villa ate, wore, and used, they could buy in those shops. These things were of good quality, and with Tang Yulin's secret promotion, the business was naturally very prosperous. After that, Lin Xiao gradually reduced his visits to Jile Villa, and spent most of his time in Tiansheng City. This was something the Tang family was very happy to see. Jile Villa was built outside Tiansheng City, and Tang Yulin was a major shareholder. The Tang family considered it their own industry, so they were somewhat repulsive to outsiders controlling it. Since Lin Xiao was willing to give up power, they were naturally happy. And Lin Xiao was not idle in Tiansheng City. At this time, Lin Xiao was already a celebrity in Tiansheng City. Basically, all the shops with some reputation knew of Lin Xiao's existence, and Lin Xiao used this opportunity to connect with these businesses. Since he had already established a connection, Lin Xiao naturally would not waste this opportunity. He repeatedly made moves, exchanging the black crystals on his body for a lot of rare resources, and then secretly transported them back to the sect. On this day, Lin Xiao walked out of a business, and 2 monks blocked his way. One of them said, "Master Lin, our master wants to see you." "Who is your master?" "Young Master Lin will know when you go there." "I won't go if you don't tell me. Even if you are from the Suyu sect, you dare not attack me in broad daylight." "Our master's surname is Tang." "I understand. Lead the way." Lin Xiao nodded. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be Tang Yulin's father or grandfather. Lin Xiao had never seen him before. "My nephew Lin Xiao meets Uncle Tang." "Nephew? I don't remember having such a nephew. Tang Yulin and I are friends. He is young Master Tang's father, so it's not wrong for me to call him uncle. How do you know that I'm Tang Yulin's father? Except Uncle Tang. Who else would care about Tang Yulin's life or death? They only care about the wealth brought by Paradise Villa in Tang Yulin's hands. You seem to know why I'm here. Of course, although I've never been a father, I understand the feelings of a father. His disappointing child suddenly becomes better, and he has coveted wealth and a friend of unknown identity. Naturally, he has to worry about whether his child has become cannon fodder. Uncle Tang, am I right? Yes, I said. I know exactly what abilities Tang Yulin and Kan Fuxing have. How could they run Paradise Villa? Since young Master Lin understands my thoughts, can you explain young Master Lin's background? Uncle Tang, please forgive me. Lin Xiao can only tell Uncle Tang that I'm from Nanzhao and I have no intention of harming young Master Tang. You are not allowed to tell me anything else for the time being. Why? I've offended too many people. Is there anything that even my Suyu sect can't handle? Almost. My enemy is a first-rate force. Uncle Tang should not go against a first-rate force for me. First-rate force, young Master Lin is really capable. The man replied. He is still alive after offending a first-rate force and is so happy. He is really capable. You're forced to hide in Tiansheng City. If Mr. Lin can make some money, then it will be fine. As for the rest, don't think too much. Of course. I just want to practice in peace and break through the Shengsu as soon as possible to live for 2000 years. As for the rest, don't dare to think too much. Do your job well. The opportunity of Shengsu is a big deal elsewhere, but it's nothing in Suyu sect. If Tang Yulin can really become outstanding, it wouldn't hurt to give you one then. Then thank you, Uncle Tang. I'm leaving. Remember what I said today. When Lin Xiao looked up again, the man had already left. Lin Xiao chuckled and walked out of the tea house without looking back. Chapter 464. Someone is targeting the shares. Tang Yulin's father came to Lin Xiao, but he didn't make it public. Lin Xiao just regarded it as an insignificant warning. He had no interest in murdering Tang Yulin, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Lin Xiao began to practice in Tiansheng City. Lin Xiao's cultivation had reached the limit of the 12th level of Lingguang and entered the stage of polishing and precipitation. This period of time was very long. Lin Xiao had been polishing for several years, but he still couldn't see the edge. It was difficult for Lin Xiao to determine how long it would take. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed, and Lin Xiao was very patient. After a period of time, Lin Xiao's life began to become regular. He got up every day to practice the purple air spell for an hour, absorbing the purple air, and then studied martial arts and refining, making talismans and formations. He only went to Jile Villa twice a month, once at the beginning and once at the end. Specific matters were managed by others. Lin Xiao didn't fight for power. Occasionally, he went to major businesses to sell or purchase some things. If someone organized an exchange meeting or something, Lin Xiao would participate very actively. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to cross the river by yourself. Lin Xiao lacks the insights of his predecessors. In the final analysis, his foundation is too poor, so Lin Xiao needs to participate in these exchanges. In the blink of an eye, 9 years have passed. Now 10 years have passed. Lin Xiao has resigned from the position of director of Jile Villa and handed over the position of director to Kan Fuxing. In the past 10 years, the reputation of Jile Villa has spread throughout Zhongzhou. There is no place left out. I don't know how many cultivators regard Tiansheng City as the first stop when they go out to travel, just to come here, to have a look and have fun. Of course, this group only includes most male cultivators. For many female cultivators, this kind of place is still a place of decadence and corruption, and it is the place that should be eradicated the most. The voice of blame brought by Jile Villa has never stopped. There were even high-level female cultivators who wanted to destroy the Paradise Villa, but they were stopped. For the Suyu sect, the Paradise Villa was already something that could not be destroyed at will. Although it had its bad side, it greatly promoted the prosperity of Tiansheng City. Moreover, the Suyu sect had a lot of interests in the Paradise Villa. The Paradise Villa invested 300 million Zuan crystals, but it recovered in the third year, and even exceeded it. Since the third year, the income of the Paradise Villa has stabilized at around 150 million, fluctuating up and down. Every year, Lin Xiao can get 15 million in dividends, which is 70% of all the income of the Tiansheng Sect in a year. If the surplus is counted, the surplus of the Tiansheng Sect in a year is less than 1 million, and it cannot be compared with Lin Xiao. And Lin Xiao also borrowed the channels of Jiangsu City and exchanged a lot of precious resources back in these years, such as various 5th level spiritual materials, which can easily make up a few sets of 5th level magic tools, and there are many spiritual medicines. Lin Xiao's plan in the Paradise Villa began to take effect. Lin Xiao was like this, and Tang Yulin and the others were similar. This time, they didn't know whether they were enlightened or had the guidance of a master. They only used less than half of the benefits they had gained over the years and gave the rest to their parents and elders, and even intentionally sponsored some poor monks who were close to them. This move was extremely clever. The income of G-Leveler was too high. Ordinary third-rate forces only had an income of 200 to 300 million Zuan crystals a year, and G-Leveler alone could reach half of their income, and it was sustainable. This was extremely shocking to some people. So what Tang Yulin and the others had to do was to continuously strengthen the power of their own family. Even the power of the sect was not reliable. They had to rely on blood ties as a bond. Only in this way could they protect their own interests. In the past 10 years in the world of immortal cultivation, there were many people who were jealous of G-Leveler. The few who deliberately came to make trouble had been dealt with, but no one could do anything about the counterfeiters. Among the 10 major sects in the Zhongzhou world, the Suayu sect is only ranked 6th or 7th, and is not the strongest. Moreover, there are also many powerful sects among the second-rate forces, such as the Seven Sword sect. Although their high-end combat power is not as good as the Suayu sect, if the two really fight, the Suayu sect will have to pay a very heavy price. It is precisely because of this that Tang Yulin and his team are powerless against the counterfeiting of second-rate forces and above, and can only condemn them in public opinion, but in front of real money, they don't care about anything, and still do their own thing. In response to this kind of thing, Lin Xiao's response strategy is to maintain the freshness of the Paradise Villa, strengthen the service awareness and level, and then launch new projects, so as to ensure its competitiveness. Tang Yulin and his team don't understand it, but basically follow Lin Xiao's strategy, so they still maintain a crushing competitiveness against other counterfeit villas. Lin Xiao originally wanted to stay in Suyu sect for a few more years, and then continue to travel in Zhongzhou. However, less than 3 months after he resigned as a director, trouble came. A cultivator knocked on Lin Xiao's door in Jiangsu City, and said that someone wanted to see him for a while. Lin Xiao did not refuse, and followed him away. Finally, in a small courtyard not far from his home, he saw a middle-aged man playing chess alone. "Master, Lin Xiao is here. Go down." "Yes, master." "Little friend Lin, are you good at chess?" "No." "What a pity, otherwise we can play a few games together." "It's not a pity, because I don't have time to play chess with you. Tell me, what's your origin, and what's the matter?" Lin Xiao said lightly. This person came with bad intentions. Although he looked very kind, Lin Xiao sensed the coldness. "I'm Zhao Yuanshan. Have you heard of me, little friend Lin?" "Yes, I have heard of Tang Yulin's uncle, your son Zhao Wenbin, who is also a shareholder of Paradise Villa." Back in Shenmue City, Tang Yulin and his group consisted of 13 people, dividing up 85% of the shares. However, 2 people regretted it afterwards, and didn't want to participate, so Tang Yulin asked his cousin Zhao Wenbin and another relative to invest. At that time, the 2 families didn't think that Paradise Villa could make much money, they just wanted to play around, and at that time, their shareholding was very small, only a few million Zuan crystals, so they participated. Now Zhao Yuanshan came to find Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao could guess why with his toes. It was nothing more than that he felt that the shares they held were too few, and he was eyeing the shares in Lin Xiao's hands. "It seems that Mr. Lin knows the purpose of my visit. I have been to Paradise Villa several times. It is well done and very attractive. Senior Zhao can come more often, when he is free. Next time, I will send you a few notes. You can enjoy a 20% discount if you hold the notes in your hand. Haha, let's not beat around the bush. Lin Xiao, I have my eyes on your shares in Paradise Villa. Name a price. You can't afford it. How do you know I can't afford it? As long as Jile Villa doesn't act rashly and nothing goes wrong, it can make a profit of over 100 million Zuan crystals a year. I have 10% of the shares, and I have an annual income of tens of millions Zuan crystals. How many years of expected income do you think you can use to buy my shares? 30 years, 50 years, or even 100 years? Not 30 years, not 50 years, only 30 million Zuan crystals plus your life. Haha, you're trying to take advantage of others, but now that you can't take advantage of others, you're going to take advantage of others? You can think of it this way. I know you have a Shengsu level puppet, but it's useless to me. I'm already in the golden body stage, and your strength can't save your life. If you don't want to die, just leave. You only invested 30 million, and I will pay you back. The dividends for these 10 years are equivalent to the return of your hard work, which is more than enough. An ordinary Shengsu cultivator only earns 3 to 4 million a year, and you, with just a flash of inspiration, earn the money of 3 Shengsu cultivators a year. You should be content. But what if I think you don't dare to attack me? Why do you have this mistake? Because you just think that I have no followers and I'm easy to bully. But don't forget, this is Tiansheng City. Although you are from SYNOPSIS Sect, you have to abide by the rules of the city. If the people of SYNOPSIS Sect take the lead in breaking the rules of Tiansheng City, the crime will be serious. So your best way is to drive me out of Tiansheng City. But so what? I'm a shareholder of Jile Villa, and Jile Villa has my room. As long as I hide in Jile Villa, you will never be able to kill me, unless you want to destroy Jile Villa. But in that case, I'm afraid the Tang family will be the first to not let you go. Smart, worthy of being the one who leads Jile Villa, but it's a pity that you don't understand the background of a first-rate force. Killing you is too easy. If they want to play tricks, sideline you, and force you away, you will be even less of an opponent. I asked you to come to discuss today, just to resolve the matter amicably, but it's a pity that you are too ignorant. Senior Zhao Wenbin doesn't have a good relationship with you, Lin Xiao. If you still want to alienate the relationship between us father and son, I advise you to stop thinking about it. Since it's not that the relationship is bad, then your son is too stupid. Didn't your son tell you that the cooperation in G-Leveler is different from that in other places? What do you mean? I have been on guard against you for a long time, so I signed a contract before the opening. The shareholders of G-Leveler can only be few and not more. If someone's family declines or manages poorly and loses shares, then the first choice is for the shareholders to buy it out and set the price themselves. If you don't want to sell it to shareholders, you can only sell it to outsiders, and this outsider must be recognized by the shareholders meeting. To get the recognition of shareholders, there must be more than 10 votes, otherwise the shareholders have the right to reject this transaction, not recognize this matter, and can buy out the shareholders' shares at the agreed price. Senior Zhao, even if you force me to sell, do you think I can pass the shareholders meeting? Now you are not the only one who knows that the shares I have are valuable. Do you think Confucius and others will agree? If you can force Lin Xiao to leave today, then more than a dozen shareholders can be forced to leave in the future. This is your SYNOPSIS Sect's territory, isn't it? Zhao Yuanshan's face was gloomy. He had never thought of this situation, because the rules that Lin Xiao said had never been used in the world of immortal cultivation, but he understood what Lin Xiao meant. If he followed the rules, Confucius and the others would never let him have his way. If he didn't follow the rules and just dropped it, that would be fine, but there would be risks of ruining the business. Just like brother Lin said, if he could force Lin Xiao to leave today, he could force others to leave in the future. So by then Confucius and the others would inevitably have to protect Lin Xiao. All his plans would be in vain. Chapter 465, Privatization System. The meeting with Zhao Yuanshan ended in a bad mood. He did not expect such an ending. After returning home, Zhao Yuanshan immediately called Zhao Wenbin and asked him to take out the contract. Zhao Wenbin was confused. How could he know what contract it was? Then he found a pile of crumpled documents from the corner of the storage bag. After flipping through it for a long time, he finally found the contract. Zhao Yuanshan was almost angry to the point of vomiting blood. Sure enough, Lin Xiao was right. His son was too useless. He put such an important contract so casually. And from his expression, he didn't know anything about it. Wenbin, you didn't even look at this contract. Why did you sign it? Dad, there were so many documents when the construction of Jile Villa started. How could I know? I saw that they all signed it, so I signed it. Zhao Wenbin said nonchalantly. The ones who really did the work were their confidants. At that time, they didn't do anything at all. Every day they went to have fun with the singing girls who had been found in advance. As for this contract, it is estimated that Lin Xiao explained it, but they didn't listen carefully and signed it casually. You evil creature. Dad, what's wrong with me? I haven't stolen money from home in the past few years, nor have I fought with anyone. I have also made a lot of money for you. Why do you say I'm an evil creature? I will beat you to death, you evil creature. Dad, you are unreasonable. I will ask my mother to help me. Zhao Wenbin got angry when he saw his father was angry. He was scolded for no reason and was beaten. Why? If he doesn't run away now, when will he run away? Half a month later, it was another inventory day of G Leveler. Now the inventory data was changed from once a month to once every 3 months. Shareholders have the right to participate and make suggestions, but generally speaking, no one is willing to come. Among these dozen shareholders, except Lin Xiao, who has such great perseverance, even Tang Yulin is often lazy. The longest time he didn't go to G Leveler for more than a year, because after 10 years, Tang Yulin was also tired of playing in G Leveler. However, this time, all 14 shareholders, except Zhao Wenbin were present. They were gathered by Lin Xiao. After more than 10 years of getting along, Lin Xiao still had such appeal. The atmosphere of the meeting was a bit strange. The accountant did not dare to stay for long. After quickly reporting the accounts, he immediately asked them to leave, leaving 13 shareholders there. Mr. Lin, do you have any urgent matters to gather us together? I'm ready to practice in seclusion. Come on, Mr. Tang, you are the only one who is practicing in seclusion. Stop bragging. Mr. Khan, you really underestimate me. I'm a young talent now, not a playboy or a waste. Okay, stop arguing. I'm the one who asked you all to come here today, so let me tell you. Fellow shareholders, you regard me as a friend, and I have never owed you anything. Mr. Lin, has something happened? Don't be anxious, wait for me to finish. Paradise Villa was built by all of us. It is the result of our countless efforts. Think about it. Did anyone firmly tell you that Paradise Villa would definitely make money? No, no one did. They all looked at you, as if you were laughing at a joke. Now, Paradise Villa has made money, and has become a hen that lays golden eggs. A group of people are jealous, and have come to us. Let me ask you, are you willing to hand over your shares? Zhao Wenbin didn't come. Mr. Lin, tell me, is it Zhao Wenbin who is playing tricks? Tang Yulin was not a fool. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, and seeing that there was only one person missing, he knew what was going on and immediately became furious. I have already dealt with the Zhao family's affairs. Don't be angry, Mr. Tang. Remember the contract we signed? You can look for it. Lin Xiao asked them to find the contract again. Most people would carry important things with them, and many people dug it out. Mr. Lin, did you use this contract to thwart the Zhao family's conspiracy? Yes, that's right. I came to you today to give you an insurance policy. Mr. Wu, if I remember correctly, you are an illegitimate child, right? Yes, so what? Then let me ask you, what if someone from your Wu family asks you to hand over this share? Otherwise, they will bully your mother, squeeze you, and even your father will ask you to hand over the shares. Can you withstand the pressure? Mr. Wu's face suddenly turned red, and his body kept shaking. When he thought of the face of the eldest lady of the Wu family, he was so scared that he was unable to resist. Young master son, I remember your father had many children, and you have at least a dozen brothers, right? Young Master Lin, my father won't let me give my shares to others. But as far as I know, you are your father's youngest son, and your father's lifespan is not long. After your father is gone, your genius elder brother will basically take over the family, and your sixth brother, who is closer to you, is far less powerful than your eldest brother. When the time comes, your eldest brother will prevent you from supporting your sixth brother. What do you think he will do? Can you withstand the pressure of the entire Sun family? My sixth brother will help me, young Master Sun shouted, but he didn't have any confidence at all. His father had no advantages except for being able to have children, and his lifespan was only about 70 or 80 years. His eldest brother was a well-deserved genius, and had long surpassed his father's cultivation. He was a Shengsu cultivator 100 years ago, and the family was also supported by his eldest brother. Although his sixth brother was also very powerful, he was a little worse than his eldest brother, and there was little help from the outside family. He was not as good as his eldest brother at present. The key was that their mothers hated each other and had continued the hatred. So even if your family members force you to death within these 50 years, they will not get your shares. We can all guarantee that your shares will be inherited by your designated person. What do you think? Good, great. Tang Yulin was the first to shout, and he was very excited. Why was he so excited? Because this was the most important step in privatizing the shares of G-Leveler. They were all playboys and waste before, and they didn't have much money. Where did the money for investing in G-Leveler come from? Most of it was from their parents and elders, but their brothers and sisters all had a share of the money from their parents and elders. The more unscrupulous ones could say that it was ancestral property. If their backers fell in the future, it would not be difficult for the family to take back these shares, and this kind of thing has happened before. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. Their backers will not fall now, but it is hard to say what will happen in the future. But if there is this inheritance system at this time, then they can use the power of the shareholders meeting to resist the encroachment of the family. This means that these shares are his personal property and are completely privatized. When everyone saw Tang Yulin cheering, they thought about it for a while and immediately knew the benefits of this rule and basically agreed. By the way, Master Lin, I have a question. Speak, Master Sunday. It's like this. Our G-Leveler has been very stable in the past 10 years, and that's because we have the support of the elders behind us. However, if we do this, they will think that the shares have become ours personally, and what if they don't support us? Yes, Master Lin, what should we do then? That's easy. So what if they don't support us? We have left 15% of the shares. This is the protection fee paid to Tiansheng City. If Tiansheng City doesn't want the money, we will use the money to invite masters to take charge. More than 10 million a year is enough to hire a golden body monk to take charge. What are you afraid of? It seems to be right. We have money, so what should we be afraid of? The reason you are afraid is that you have always regarded yourselves as children, as vassals of your parents, so you do whatever they say. From now on, you are adults, and you should change your mindset. We don't need a backer, we ourselves are the backer. In addition to the invited guests, we also need to train our own guards. We can recruit a group of mortal orphans with spiritual roots or low-level casual cultivators, etc., and use the resources of Paradise Villa to train them. At that time, they will be our most loyal guards. Who dares to bully you? And you can also raise some dead warriors who are loyal to you. As long as Paradise Villa can continue to make money and our storage bags are rich, we can do anything. In the future, you will all be the backers of others. Lin Xiao's words are very encouraging. For a group of people who have been mentally controlled by their families for many years, freedom is what they pursue most, especially the sentence that they are the backers, which makes them extremely excited, so they immediately agreed to Lin Xiao's choice. Lin Xiao asked them to go back and think carefully about who the heir should be. This book can only be revised after 50 years. In addition, this matter must be kept secret. Lin Xiao also has to go to Xiangangmen to buy a 7-hole exquisite box. This box must be equipped with 14 keys, which can only be opened together, otherwise it will be destroyed. It will take some time to store those wills. Everyone agreed. Lin Xiao used the public account of G-Leveler and his friendship with Yu Jiuji to quickly buy a 7-hole exquisite box. Zhao Wenbin didn't know about it until everything was done. When he went home to tell his father, the will had already been written. Once the rules were established, it would be very difficult to seize the shares of the 14 shareholders. After learning that Zhao Wenbin had written a female cultivator he secretly loved as the heir, Zhao Yuanshan was furious and beat him up and locked him up at home for a year. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Night Owl. Once the inheritance system appeared, although it was not widely spread, it made Lin Xiao the focus of the high-level people in the Zhongzhou world, especially those family forces who wanted to kill Lin Xiao as soon as possible. How does family power unite people? First, blood relationship, and second, family property. Without interests, even the deepest feelings will be broken. The emergence of the inheritance system is an opportunity for family members to empty the family property. Once someone follows suit and uses external forces to resist the power of the family, it is easy for that person to embezzle the family property, which will lead to the downfall of the family. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao is hated. The other 13 shareholders were also called back by the family to explain. They swore and swore that they did not understand what the inheritance system meant. They thought it was just an ordinary contract, so they signed it and almost put the blame on Lin Xiao. The people of each family did not know what to say for a while. They also knew how useless their sons were. If they were told that they could really come up with such a plan, they would not believe it. Finally, the 13 people said that this was the family property and a part of the annual dividends and profits would be handed over, etc. As for the will, it would have to be revised after 50 years, and then the matter was dropped. In order to curb this situation, the other families, in family business, had to make it clear in advance that they wanted to cooperate with others. This was the behavior of the family as a whole, not an individual. It was considered that there were policies from above and countermeasures from below, which cracked the inheritance system. But Lin Xiao didn't care. Anyway, it would not be so easy for G-Leveler to seize his shares. As long as he was given time to grow, no one could take away his shares. After the shareholders came back, they understood more and more of Lin Xiao's previous words, especially the matter of forming the guards of G-Leveler, which was even more urgent. At this time, G-Leveler had guards, all of whom were the elites of various forces. They had not been transferred yet, so they had not torn their faces for the time being, so there was no need to worry about the temporary guard duties. Everyone wanted to cultivate guards who were loyal to them. Individual guards or death squads were to be solved by each person, while guards loyal to the Paradise Villa needed to be trained from an early age. Therefore, with the efforts of everyone, 300 mortal orphans with spiritual roots were found from all over the country within half a year. In order not to stimulate the families behind the shareholders, these 300 orphans were not concentrated together for special training, but were placed among the servants and maids of the Paradise Villa. They were called unpaid child laborers, and they were asked to learn to serve people and become servants and maids in the future. However, in the design that Lin Xiao gave to everyone, it would not take long before they would slowly teach these people to practice with the excuse of outstanding performance, and once they had some achievements, they would continue to reward them. It would not take many years, and when they grew up completely, they would be directly transferred to guards. At that time, the reason was simple. Such talents should not be wasted, and being a guard had a much better future than being a servant. In this matter, Lin Xiao still only participated in the design, and the specific matters were controlled by the others, especially Sun Xiao and Wu Xiao, who had the lowest control over the equity in their hands, so they were also the most enthusiastic about this matter. Master, among the 300 boys, 35 are our people. They all have clean backgrounds, reliable origins, and have done a good job. They have also been trained by us for more than a year, and are very loyal. These are the appearances and origins of the 35 people. Master, you can promote them in the future. Yi Xiao's person in charge in Jiansu City handed a list to Lin Xiao. In order to interfere with Zhao Villa, Yi Xiao did a lot of work, and had been preparing for it very early. Very good. I will leave Tiansheng City in 2 years. You help me keep an eye on Gile Villa, and if there is any important news, please use Lin Xiao's channels to send me a message. Yes, master, but our people can't enter the senior level now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find out confidential information. The 13 shareholders are not meticulous people, and they are easy to deal with. A beauty trap is enough to deal with them. Do you know what to do? Yes, master, we will find a candidate as soon as possible. Well, hurry up. If I haven't left yet, I will work harder and push her up. Yes, master, go down. If there is nothing else. Lin Xiao waved his hand. In the past few years, Lin Xiao has helped Lin Xiao a lot. Not only did he place people, but also provided them with a lot of financial resources. This prevented Yinan from bothering him. Lin Xiao had been in Tiansheng City for more than 10 years, and it was time for him to leave. After a while, after Lin Xiao arranged everything, he said goodbye to Tang Yulin and others, and pushed a person from Lin Xiao to the public. In the future, Lin Xiao's annual dividends would be transferred to this person, and any important news could be conveyed by him. After doing all this, Lin Xiao set off to leave. He asked Lin Xiao's people about Hanbo's whereabouts, but found that the distance was too far, so he did not look for him, but went to Zuanayu City instead. After more than 10 years, Li Muxu's cultivation level has been improved again to the 10th level of Lingguang, and it seems that she is not far from the 11th level, which is really shocking. Muxu, have the materials for the Lingming pill from Qianluo country been delivered? No, they sent a message half a year ago. It will probably take 3 years. What's the matter? We don't have enough Lingming pills. When I return to the sect this time, there should be 7 or 8 people who are facing the possibility of breaking through to Lingguang. We have been pioneering the wilderness over the years, and have made many military achievements. I'm afraid there will be some disputes by then. Then just fight for it. It depends on your ability. As for my junior brothers and sisters, it doesn't matter to them. I have prepared the Lingming pill. If you can't get it, I'll give it to you. Have you refined Lingming pills in Tiansheng over the years? No, we dare not act rashly. Lingming pills are an important means for various sects to exploit small sects. Let's forget about the other pills. Once we use this one, we must have the means to suppress the other side. I understand. Let's wait a few more years. When you and I break through to Shengsu, the sects in Nansha will not be able to lock us up. Lin Xiao nodded. The strongest sect in Nansha should be Xianayu sect. Although it has a 7th level cultivator, it may not personally take action against Lin Xiao. Besides, Lin Xiao and his people just want to get a piece of the pie, not to monopolize it. They will never fight to the end. At that time, the whole Nansha will be dominated by them. Soon, in a few years I will be at the 11th level, and in another 30 years I will be able to break through, maybe even faster, Li Muxu replied. As her alchemy skills become more and more sophisticated, her income is also getting higher and higher, so she can naturally buy more resources to speed up her practice. Okay, I've made a lot of money in these years. Are you short of money? Who isn't short of money? Master, I heard that you opened a brothel in recent years. Who is gossiping behind my back? What nonsense are you talking about? Just open it. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't all men the same? Muxu, don't learn bad things from them. Here are 30 million Zuan crystals. Take them. Start studying the situation of Shengsu and Jinshan practitioners, especially how to take the elixir. Find out everything. This is no small matter. Lin Xiao coughed. Someone from Night Owl must have said something bad about him behind his back. He was really asking for death. What worried Lin Xiao was the next stage of cultivation. The system level was not high enough. There was no way to answer Lin Xiao's question about Shengsu and Jinshan. He might not even be able to use the system points to improve his cultivation. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu could only study this matter by themselves. It would be better to make more preparations now. It's better to be prepared. I know. I'm studying it recently. Well, I'm leaving if there's nothing else. Lin Xiao shook his head, then left Baeksuju, and flew directly back to Tiansheng Sect without going to Beiyu City. In the years since Lin Xiao left, Tiansheng Sect has become more and more powerful, and the number of disciples has continued to increase. Not counting the branches and night owl, it has exceeded 75,000. With the development of the wilderness and the vigorous mining of various mines, the sect's annual profit is more than 20 million. The welfare of low-level disciples is guaranteed, and the welfare of high-level cultivators is also increasing. Greetings, sect leader. No need to be polite, Lord Nan. How's the wilderness going now? Everything is fine. We have complete control over the 300 miles centered on Kiao Tao Mountain. About 200,000 of the 500,000 prisoners who immigrated there survived. Their second generation has grown up and gradually adapted to the environment of the wilderness. And we have continued to immigrate there over the years. Now there are more than 1 million mortals in the wilderness, and the living environment of our human race is constantly improving over there. In the buffer zone facing the Wu Kingdom, 35 sacred mountains have been completely occupied by us. Our Tiansheng Sect has obtained 11 of them, 3 of which were occupied the earliest. The income and expenditure have been balanced, and we don't need support from the sect. We can give back to the sect in a few years. The buffer zone of the Wu Kingdom has advanced 1,000 miles to the south. Over the years, our Wu Kingdom cultivators have killed countless monsters, but now we are beginning to encounter resistance. The purple-eyed Demon King feels our threat, and has sent out many 4th and 5th tier monsters, so the pace of advancement has slowed down now. It's better to go slowly. Let's digest the territory we have occupied first. If we don't digest it, it will be useless, even if we kill the purple-eyed Demon King. By then, a new Demon King will emerge from the depths of the wilderness, and we will have to be driven back. Yes, that's what I thought. I have shrunk my strategy over the years. The main thing is to digest the 35 sacred mountains within these 3,000 miles. Only with more manpower can we have the strength to organize people to mine. Are there many minerals over the buffer zone? Yes. Lin Xiao has been active in the wilderness over the years and has discovered quite a few minerals. However, we do not have the ability to organize large-scale mining and can only watch them being wasted there. Lin Xiao is a talent. Yes, Lin Xiao is extremely important now. Half of the hope of the wilderness strategy lies in him. Well, there's nothing else. I'll take a few days off and then go to the wilderness for inspection. If you are free, come with me. Yes, master, I will go with you then. Nan Xuan replied. Lin Xiao came back with great difficulty, so naturally he had to follow him more. Usually, the tricky things had to be solved by Lin Xiao. Chapter 467, The Spiritual Candidate. Lin Xiao came back and rested for a few days, then began to inspect the sect with Nan Xuan. According to the old rules, they started from the mountain gate and inspected one industry after another. Master, this is the entrance to the secret realm. Now the secret realm has been transformed into a wild environment by us. In addition to sowing spiritual medicine seeds, we also caught a lot of poisonous insects, beasts, monsters and other things. It has been more than 10 years now. Have you sent disciples in to train? No, more than 10 years is too short. My plan is that in another 8 years, a batch of spiritual medicines will mature and let low-level disciples go in and collect the spiritual medicines to pass the test. Well, you can arrange it. Lin Xiao nodded. It was a loss that the secret realm was not built into a spiritual medicine base. It must have other users, otherwise so many people would die in vain. After inspecting the mountain gate, Lin Xiao and his party came to Beiwu Mountain again. Now with the improvement of the spiritual veins, the profit of Beiwu tea has exceeded that of kindling wine, especially the production of the 4th level Beiwu tea, which is extremely profitable, which has continuously improved the status of Beiwu tea in the sect. You have to know that tea can be harvested every year, not minerals. Once it is mined, it will be gone. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the profit of tea will only increase, not decrease. Lin Xiao did not stay for long. After watching it, he left and went to Xianyang Mountain. At this time, Yuan Royan was still sitting in Xianyang Mountain. After hundreds of years of intensive practice, she has reached the edge of breaking through the spiritual light. It seems that Royan has not slacked off in these years. She will soon break through, right? Master, we still need 1 or 2 years to achieve perfection. Don't be impatient. Okay, you find someone to take over your job in the next 2 years, and come back to the sect in 2 years. Yes, Master. How is the spiritual vein of Xianyang Mountain? The spiritual vein of Xianyang Mountain has never stopped being cultivated since it reached the 5th stage. However, the treasures for improving the spiritual vein are rarely used. Now it is cultivated in other spiritual mountains. 100,000 black crystals are buried every year. In another 20 years, it will reach the 5th stage of mid-quality. It is indeed very difficult to improve the spiritual vein. If it is improved only by black crystals, it may take 1,000 years to reach the 6th stage. Almost. After reaching the 5th stage, it is extremely difficult to improve one level. It is very time consuming. Qian Mountain is almost at the 5th stage too. Almost. Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain have been cultivating for 200 or 300 years. It has cost countless people, and it has taken about 10 to 20 years. Nan Zuan replied that the Tiansheng Sect had to spend almost 1 million Zuan crystals every year on cultivating spiritual veins. After 200 or 300 years, hundreds of millions of Zuan crystals had been invested to achieve today's grand occasion. This is also the basis for the continuous growth of the Tiansheng Sect. Other sects simply do not have the financial resources. In addition to the Tiansheng Sect, the only one in Wu State that has the spare capacity to improve the spiritual veins is the Danliang Sect. However, after they upgraded the Mountain Gate spiritual vein to the 5th level, they could not continue. They really could not afford the consumption. Let's go and see the spiritual medicine. Afterwards, Yuan Royan took Lin Xiao to inspect the spiritual medicines in Xianyang Mountain. In addition to the true spiritual grass, there are many other spiritual medicines here. They have been planted for nearly 100 years, and some spiritual medicines are about to mature. The spiritual medicines all over the mountains are the accumulation of the Tiansheng Sect for hundreds of years. Once the spiritual medicines here begin to mature on a large scale, the Tiansheng Sect will develop more rapidly. Now everything is waiting, and it will be fine, as long as it waits for a while. After leaving Xianyang Mountain, he went to Qian Mountain and Bailing Mountain, then turned east, and went to Giki Mountain and Ningqi Mountain for inspection, and then turned south to Kiao Tao Mountain. When he came to Kiao Tao Mountain again, it was indeed very different from more than 10 years ago. There was smoke from cooking, and there were more people than the last time. It was no longer so desolate. Disciple Jia Mengren greets Master Mengren. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you go back to the sect? Master, there is nothing to do in the sect. It is better to stay here and do more things. Jia Mengren replied. Of course, he would not tell Lin Xiao that staying here is equivalent to winning military merits, which is an important basis for the future competition for Lingming pills. How can he give it to others? Okay, how are you doing here? Fortunately, there are now more than 100,000 people in the area of 20 to 30 miles around Kiao Tao Mountain. Unlike before, when we looked like barbarians, the rules of Wu Kingdom are all there. That's good. Come on, walk with me, and take a look. Yes, Master. Jia Mengren bowed, and then took Lin Xiao to see the villages and towns near Kiao Tao Mountain and various defense measures. Over the years, defense has not been forgotten here. It has been reinforced, and the defense capacity has been greatly enhanced. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this. Now Wu Kingdom has basically established a foothold in the buffer zone. This 3,000-mile territory has been incorporated into the rule of Wu Kingdom. It is estimated that it will not take many years for it to continue to prosper and keep up with the prosperity of Wu Kingdom. After the inspection, Lin Xiao and his party returned to Tiansheng Sect. After dealing with some things, Lin Xiao appeared in front of low-level disciples again to increase his presence. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed. Jia Mengren, Yuan Royan, Ko Yunsheng and 8 others have returned to the Tiansheng Sect. These 8 people have reached the 12th level of Daogang and have been polished and precipitated. They can break through at any time. There are also 5 others who have reached the 12th level of Daogang, and they only need to polish and precipitate. In addition, there are Bai Ziao and Li Minggyang, who have taken Lingming pills before, but unfortunately failed. They have been recovering from their injuries for decades, and have long recovered their bodies. In the past few decades, the two have been constantly pioneering in the wilderness, hunting monsters, and finding some precious spiritual objects, making a lot of contributions to the sect. After careful calculation, They have also met the requirements for exchanging Lingming pills. However, compared with you and Royan and others, they are very low in competitiveness, old, and not qualified. They are just old. This is why Lin Xiao is in a difficult position. He only has 4 Lingming pills in his hand, which cannot meet so many needs. If Zuenuo Yixios is counted, the gap will be even bigger. Lin Xiao naturally wanted to help Li Mingyang and Bai Xiao. After all, they were old men back then, and there were only a few of them. If they couldn't succeed, then their lifespan would be short. I asked 10 of you to come here today, because all 10 of you have been able to break through the spiritual light, and looking at your resumes, you can all exchange 4 Lingming pills. But, let me tell you directly, Lingming pills are not cabbages. You can't have as many as you want. I only have 4 of them, and they are my personal income, which I subsidize to the sect. I asked you to come here, to deal with the Lingming pill matter. Of course, you don't have to be too desperate, because in a few years, maybe 1 or 2 Lingming pills will be accounted for. Those who failed today will have another chance to compete. Nan Xiaozhou. Master, Nanzuen is here. It's almost time to start. Yes, Master. Everyone, we have issued rules for the ownership of Lingming pill a long time ago. The contenders are examined based on age, qualifications, understanding, and merits. In a word, whoever is younger, has greater potential, and has made more contributions to the sect wins. After the strict examination of the 10 of you by our General Affairs Hall, we have already calculated 4 winners. I'm afraid that some of you will not accept it, so I have listed all the pasts of the 10 people. You can check it on the spot and give feedback immediately if you have any questions. After today, you are not allowed to talk about it after the fact, and what you see must be kept strictly confidential. Nanzuen took out a series of jade slips from the storage bag and handed them to everyone. These were their life resumes, and how the General Affairs Hall calculated that they could get Lingming pill. A group of people looked at the information above and couldn't help but change their faces. They all consciously thought that they had made great contributions to the sect, but they didn't expect that their contributions were nothing compared to the contributions of others. Jia Mengren, Ko Yunsheng, Gu Mingai, Mo Yasheng, step out. Yes. First elder. The 4 people whose names were called stepped forward together. This is Lingming pill. Wait a moment, you will take your identity token to the General Affairs Hall to settle your merit points, and then choose a place to break through. Mountain Gate, Beiwu Mountain, Gangming City, Chianyang Mountain. 1 person each. Choose it yourself, and after you choose, the sect will arrange people to protect you. Thank you, Master. Thank you. First Elder Gonanzuen waved his hand, and the 4 people immediately left excitedly, leaving only 6 people with a somewhat gloomy look. I said, you 6 people don't lose hope. In 2 years, there will be new Lingming pills, and you can still fight for it then. Yes, Master. You and Royan stays. The rest of you can disperse. Yes, Master. A group of people left one by one, leaving only you and Royan. Royan, do you feel bad that you don't get the Lingming pill? No, I've been in charge of Chianyang Mountain for these years, but I've only worked hard, but not achieved any credit. It's true that I can't compare to the merits of my senior brothers. You're still angry, but I hope Royan can understand. Master. There are only 4 Lingming pills in total. If 2 of them are taken away by my apprentice, then no matter how fair it is, others will say something. Of course, Master will not cut off your path. The reason I do this is because your senior sister still has a Lingming pill, which she got herself. After some time, you will set off for Zuanayu City. After you get there, Muzu will naturally arrange for you to break through. Whether you break through or not, you have to train for a while. Okay? Really? Why would I lie to you? Thank you very much, Master. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Okay, go and have a rest. Don't tell anyone about this. I know, and I won't tell anyone. You and Royan nodded. She was not stupid. If she told others about this, she would be hated to death. She not only had a powerful master, but also a powerful senior sister. This was something that many people dared not even think about. Just like this Lingming pill, many people could not get one, but her master and senior sister could produce a batch. If there was no master, 90% of the Daogang cultivators in the Tiansheng Sect would not be able to cross this hurdle. Chapter 468. One sect, 5 spiritual lights. The distribution of Lingming pills was not 100% fair, but overall, it was enough to appease everyone. Didn't you see that none of Lin Xiao's disciples got Lingming pills? Moreover, neither Li Mingyang nor Bei Xiao got Lingming pills. They were both very old in the sect. Li Mingyang was one of the first disciples recruited by Lin Xiao. For a long time, Lin Xiao personally taught him how to practice. Bei Xiao followed the Bei family and became a naturalized disciple. He had made great military achievements. The fact that they didn't get Lingming pills was enough to show that this time was relatively fair. Those who got Lingming pills prepared for a treat. In addition to Lingming pills, many other things were needed to break through the spiritual light, so it would not be possible to break through for a while. Half a year later, the materials for the first furnace of Lingming pills in Qianluo Kingdom were gathered together. After being handed over to Tiansheng Sect, they were transferred to Zuanyu City and handed over to Li Muxu for refining. Qianluo country still has a mature true spirit grass and is now trying hard to search for the rest of the materials. Ziluo country is also about to have a mature true spirit grass. The strategic level of these two countries is still very good. When the true spirit grass was planted, the time was deliberately separated, once every 70 or 80 years. If the two countries cooperate, the interval will be shortened a lot, enough for the two countries to continuously cultivate spiritual monks. Jia Mengren was arranged to retreat in Lin Xiao's cave, and Lin Xiao also personally guarded the apprentice. He polished his body in the cave, studied the art of spiritual talismans and formations. 8 months later, news came from Zuanyu City that this time Li Muxu had been preparing for a long time and refined 5 Lingming pills at a time. According to the previous agreement, only 3 were needed for Qianluo country, and the remaining 2 were for himself. Zhang Qingxuan personally escorted the Lingming pill back and gave 3 to Hemu of Qianluo country, and the remaining 2 were immediately put into the sect's treasury for the disciples to exchange, which made the 5 people who had failed in the previous competition very happy, especially when Yuan Ruan was away for training. It can be said that they had one less big enemy. Master, Bei Zixi came to see me last night. A few days later, Nanzuan came to Lin Xiao's cave and said, for Bei Xiao? Yes, there are 2 Lingming pills this time, and 5 people are competing for it. Bei Xiao has a big advantage, and he is not too old. If he is placed in other sects, he is still an extraordinary genius with great potential. Then what do you mean? I'm considering the stock of Lingming pills in the hands of the sect leader. If there are still some, you can consider giving it to him. If not, you have to be cautious. Although the Bei family has made great contributions to the sect, it has to follow the sect rules after all. Unfortunately, I don't have any left. Maybe 2 will be received in a few years. How are you going to distribute them then? 5 people, 4 Lingming pills. No one will be in a good situation if you give them to them. And if you give this batch, what about the next batch? This is also a problem, so I came to the sect leader to decide. Has Bei Zixi returned to Beiyu City? Not yet, wait for my news in 2 days. Nanzuan replied. Bei Zixi is in charge of Beiyu City and cannot come back easily, otherwise there will be no one to take charge of the overall situation there. This time she came back with an excuse. Let her come to see me. I've dealt with this matter. Yes, master, I'll leave first. Nanzuan nodded, and soon, Bei Zixi walked in. Meet the master. Sit down, Zixi. Thank you, master. No need to be like this. Why did I ask you to come? You know, I'm in a dilemma about Bei Xiao. Master, Bei Zixi's eyes turned red. The 6 people of the Bei family survived the genocide of the Qin kingdom, and finally came to the Tiansheng Sect. They depended on each other, and fought side by side for hundreds of years. Now there are only 3 people left in the Bei family. Bei Zixi naturally can't watch Bei Xiao die. According to Bei Xiao's age, he still has a chance to impact the spiritual light. Once successful, he can extend his life by 300 years, and he can accompany them for 300 years. I know what you mean. Xiao has made great contributions to the sect. I also know that you have worked hard to refine elixirs over the years. However, I'm the leader of the sect, and I must ensure fairness and justice, so that I can convince the people. I understand, leader, but I just can't get over it. It's not easy for the 6 of us in the Bei family to support each other until today. It's really hard for me to imagine the scene of Xiao dying in front of me, just like Zihua. Bei Zixi said sadly. Speaking of Bei Zihua, Lin Xiao felt sad again. They were all old people who had followed him to build the empire, but they didn't enjoy any happiness. Zixi, how about this? I'll show you a way, master. Please tell me Himu from Qianluo country. Qianluo country and Ziluo country are brother countries. Before Ziluo country refined Lingmingdan, Qianluo country borrowed Lingmingdan from Ziluo country, which allowed Himu's confidence to break through long ago. In such a short period of time, his remaining confidence may not have reached the 12th level of Daogang. Instead of training a few opponents, it is better to take them out for trade. As long as the price is right, Himu will definitely sell them, master. Are you serious? Can I fool you? Then, what price should I pay to buy it? Ordinary elixirs taken by Lingguang monks will do. There are many more Lingguang monks in Qianluo country than before, and it is impossible to provide enough elixirs. Therefore, the cultivation of Lingguang monks progresses slowly, so you need to provide them with elixirs, but there may be a premium. I think the bottom line of the premium is 20 million, Lin Xiao said lightly. That Bei Zixi was able to refine 5th level elixirs, but her income should be barely enough for her own use. If she agreed to this deal, she would have to waste decades of time for Bei Xiao, and she would have to work for Qianluo country to pay off her debts during these decades. I'm willing, master, please help me to make connections. I'm willing to do this. Think about it. Maybe without these decades, you will have no chance to become a Shengsu cultivator. My Bei family has never produced a Shengsu cultivator. The highest is Lingguang. I'm now a Lingguang cultivator. Zixi feels that she has done her duty to her ancestors, and the sect does not need Zixi to come out to save the day. So even if there is no such fate, it doesn't matter, everyone has their own aspirations. I can't force you. I'll help you negotiate this matter. You go back to Beiyu City and listen to my news. Thank you, master. Go. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Bei Zixi left the sect a little nervous. She didn't know if Lin Xiao could do it. Lin Xiao didn't go to find Himu immediately, but was waiting for an opportunity, and this opportunity would not take long to come. A year later, the disciples who had been in seclusion for nearly 3 years broke through one after another. The first one was Jia Mengren, who was in seclusion at the mountain gate. That day, the situation changed, and the way of heaven appeared. Jia Mengren passed the most dangerous level, and achieved the spiritual light cultivation. Less than half a month later, Zuanayu City sent back news that Yuan Royan also broke through successfully at one time. Lin Xiao had 5 spiritual lights in one sect, which was really famous. This Linup was rare even in Qianluo sect. In the next 2 or 3 months, news kept coming. Not counting Yuan Royan, 2 of the 4 people who had received the Lingming pill succeeded. One was Jia Mengren and the other was Gu Mingguan. The other 2 failed, but they did not die. Now the Tiansheng Sect has more and more experience in breaking through the spiritual light, and they will arrange people to protect the law. Once there is something wrong, they will rush in and give the pill to the person who broke through. Most of them can save their lives. However, the severity of the injury cannot be controlled. Some people only need to rest for a few years, while others need to rest for decades. In addition, it is mainly a psychological problem of the cultivators. Some people have too much psychological trauma, and even if they are old enough, they cannot attack again. After Jia Mengren and Gu Mingguan came out of retreat, the General Affairs Hall held a grand promotion ceremony for them. People from several surrounding countries and even more distant countries came to congratulate them. The influence of Wu State is getting bigger and bigger. Now with the number of spiritual light cultivators in Wu State, no one can compare with it in the southwest of the entire South continent. Even the Wei State, which is known as the Strong Wei, cannot compare with Wu State. This naturally greatly increased the influence of Wu State. After the ceremony, Gu Mingguan went to Beiwu Mountain and Jia Mengren went to Xianyang Mountain. They both needed to practice in seclusion for a few years to consolidate their cultivation. The spiritual veins in these 2 places were suitable, so they were specially arranged to go there. Not long after, Himu collected the materials for the second furnace of Lingmingdan, and personally sent them to Wuguo. Lin Xiao entertained him and talked to him about the ownership of Lingmingdan. In the past, their two countries could not get any Lingmingdan at all, and the price was extremely expensive, so there was no such ownership problem at all. Now it's good. There are more Lingmingdan, but Emu is reluctant to give it away. Tiansheng is not Tiansheng Sect. Tiansheng has a long history, with many heads and powerful elders, resulting in many factions within Tiansheng. Emu's faction only has an advantage, and cannot completely eliminate the other factions. But now Emu's confidants are not enough, especially the 12th level of Daogang cultivators are not enough, so Lingmingdan has to be given to other factions. This makes Emu very entangled. If he personally cultivates hostile people and comes to fight him in the future, it will be a pit. Lin Xiao had this information, so he brought it up. After opening the gap, Lin Xiao proposed to trade Lingming pills. Qianluo country lacked 5th level pills, but Wu country had no shortage of them. Now there were 2 5th level alchemists. If Yu Xiangxiang could make another breakthrough, there would be 3, and they were fully capable of providing a certain number of 5th level pills. Lin Xiao's words were very tempting to Emu. When he met Lin Xiao, he didn't know what level of cultivation he had. Now Lin Xiao has reached the 12th level, which was frighteningly fast. The cultivation speed of the other Lingguang cultivators of Tiansheng Sect was also much faster than that of the general Lingguang. The reason was that they could refine 5th level pills. Emu also wanted to get more 5th level pills, so that he could reach the 12th level of Lingguang as soon as possible, so that he would have a chance to reach Shengsu. Otherwise, when he reached the age, he would have to wait for death. Seeing that Emu had begun to hesitate, Lin Xiao knew that the deal was done, and then he began to offer a premium. After some negotiations, 1 Lingming pill was exchanged for a 5th grade pill at a price of 18 million, which meant that the Tiansheng Sect exchanged a 5th grade pill worth 18 million Zuan crystals for 1 Lingming pill, with a term of 30 years. Lin Xiao naturally agreed, and then the two signed the contract. Emu agreed that after the second batch of Lingming pills was refined, he would trade that one, and the rest would be used to pay off debts. Anyway, no one knew how many pills he had refined, and it was all strictly confidential. Chapter 469, Divine Void Stage. Half a year later, the refining of Qianluo's Lingming pill was completed. This time, Li Muxu still produced 5 pills, 3 of which were from Qianluo, and Qianluo sold 1 to Beiziu. The remaining 2 were Li Muxu's own. Li Muxu still did not keep them, but handed them over to the sect. For this reason, the merit points owed to Li Muxu by the sect were about to exceed 100 million. Lin Xiao and Li Muxu became the big creditors of Tiansheng Sect. If they went to exchange merit points together, Tiansheng Sect would immediately go bankrupt. After Beiziu's Lingming pill was completed, Li Mingyang was the most depressed. He and Beiziu were in a similar situation, but Beiziu still had Beizixi and Beizichan to rely on, but he had no one to rely on. The plight of being alone was immediately reflected. Li Mingyang did not go to Lin Xiao to cry. He did not have the face to do so. Beiziu's Lingming pill was not given by Lin Xiao, but was obtained by Beizixi's sacrifice, so he naturally could not resent Lin Xiao. Li Mingyang, disheartened, immediately gave up the idea of practicing. Within a few months, he married a wife and concubines, began to reproduce, and placed his hopes on the next generation. Li Mingyang himself had a high level of cultivation, and he was also a high-ranking official in the Tiansheng Sect. There were countless female cultivators willing to marry him. They were all children born from the union of cultivators, and generally speaking, their qualifications were not too bad. After Lin Xiao learned about this, he also sighed. It was a simple thing, to help Li Mingyang get a Lingming pill, but Lin Xiao couldn't do it. Lin Xiao was very clear about the principle of inequality rather than scarcity. If he did this, he would inevitably lose the hearts of a large number of people, which was the most taboo thing for the superiors. Lin Xiao began to practice in the mountain gate. At this time, it had been more than 20 years since he improved his cultivation. Lin Xiao made up for the symptoms of unstable foundation brought about by the system points to improve his cultivation, and officially began to prepare for a breakthrough to the Shengsu. Shengsu monks are a dividing point of Nan's house power. In the whole Nanzhao, there are not many sects with Shengsu monks, no more than 30 in total. The Shengsu monks in the whole Nanzhao are estimated to be only about 100. Of course, this refers to those with a foundation. If we talk about those who have gone out of Nanzhao, we don't know how many there are, and it is impossible to count. The two countries in Nanzhao that can be truly regarded as powerful should be Qi and Qin. Both countries have more than 10 Shengsu monks, while a medium-powered country like Song basically has 1 or 2 Shengsu monks. Once a Shengsu monk appears in Wu State, the entire southwest end will be ruled by Wu State. Even in the hinterland of Nanzhao, Wu State's face will be much more useful. Tiansheng Sect's Beicheng merchants can also march into countries like Song State openly without being harassed. What is Shengsu? Shen refers to spirit, soul, and consciousness, and Zhu represents the emptiness of Danshan. The cultivator starts with Dao Gang, and the 3 dimensions of upper, middle, and lower merge into one, imprinting the traces of heavenly Dao in Danshan, leaving Dao marks. However, the cultivator cannot directly control the power of heavenly Dao. Shengsu is a process of controlling Taoism. The cultivator separates a wisp of divine thought, leaves it in Danshan, merges it into Dao marks, and retains Shengsu. Lin Xiao looked at the collected breakthrough insights. Everyone's insights were different, so Lin Xiao had to distinguish the ones that were beneficial to him, and then summarize them. After reading many insights, Lin Xiao basically came up with some experience. In the past few breakthroughs, they all left Dao rhymes and Dao marks in Danshan, but the cultivator's understanding of these laws of heavenly Dao was still very low, and the power that could be mobilized was too little. Therefore, a wisp of soul must be separated to be cultivated in the Danshan. If successful, the Shengsu will be achieved. Then this wisp of soul is also integrated with the main soul. The cultivators continue to earn and strengthen them until they reach the extreme, which is the extreme of the Shengsu period. Then they refine the golden body. When the golden body is fully developed, the two will be integrated into one, which is the 8th realm. Although these principles are simple, there are countless cultivators stuck here in the world. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. In Nanzhao alone, there should be thousands of Lingguan cultivators, but only a few Shengsu cultivators, about 100. The number of Lingguan cultivators can basically increase by 1 or 2 every year, but for Shengsu cultivators, it is good to increase by 1 every 100 years. Most of the Lingguan cultivators have to sit and die. When it comes to the stage of Shengsu cultivator, it is even more difficult to advance to the golden body stage. Those who have reached this level are all geniuses among 10,000. In addition, they are the princes of their own side, but still no one dares to guarantee that they can advance to the golden body stage. Tang Yulin of Suyu sect has the support of the 8th level cultivator, but he still has no confidence. This shows how difficult it is to reach the golden body stage. System: if I advance to the Shengsu stage, and then cultivate the divine soul and golden body together, how many points do I need to borrow system points to improve my cultivation? Due to the insufficient system level, the system cannot use this function. Then can the system give an indication? After calculation, the system uses points to improve the host's Shengsu stage cultivation, and the host strengthens his own body as the optimal solution. But why do I feel it is not very reliable? The system cannot solve this problem. System, can you give me the insights about breaking through the golden body stage? Yes, please exchange it in the system points more soon. Lin Xiao got several books about the insights of breaking through the golden body in the Shengsu stage. After summarizing them, he found that it was not a big problem at the beginning. What is a golden body? It is an indestructible body. From the beginning of the Kame stage, the cultivators have been constantly tempering their bodies with Zuanqi to increase their strength. However, these are not specifically for strengthening the body. This is only the case when they reach the golden body stage. In the golden body stage, not only the Zuanqi of heaven and earth can be called upon, but also their own Yuanqi. Using Yuanqi to temper the body will have a better effect. The membrane, tendons, bones, internal organs, and head, as long as they are tempered, they will be the golden body. Therefore, in the golden body stage, there is no distinction between the 1st and 12th layers, only the degree of tempering. Generally speaking, from the outside to the inside, First the membrane, then the tendons, and then the internal organs and head. These 3 layers can be used to divide the realm of the golden body stage, that is, the 3 small realms of the front, middle, and back. The soul and the golden body are practicing together. I finally figured out a little bit of the clue. Lin Xiao said after reading it. As long as the soul and the golden body are practiced at the same time, the difficulty lies in the control of the cultivator's soul. Tempering the golden body requires a soul to mobilize the vital energy. The soul of the cultivator who has just broken through the Shengsu period is not solid enough to mobilize the vital energy, which can easily cause poor control. Once there is a problem during the tempering, it is easy to hurt the body. If it is tempering the head and heart, it is even easier to die, so it is so sad. However, for Lin Xiao, this difficulty will be much lower. He has been practicing the 10,000 gods art for more than 300 years. With the blessing of the divine art, his soul power is far superior to that of the cultivators of the same level. The perverted method of splitting the consciousness of the 10,000 gods art has cultivated Lin Xiao's control over the soul. Solving this problem, it will not be too difficult. As for resources, Lin Xiao is not worried at all. Not to mention the system, even the income from the Paradise Villa and the Tiansheng Sect is enough to support his practice. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao once again calmed down and polished his cultivation. This polishing took another 10 years. Feeling that the opportunity had come, Lin Xiao took out a 7 souls pill and swallowed it. The 7 souls pill is a great treasure for Ling Guan to break through the Shengsu period. Its main function is to strengthen the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the cultivator, allowing the cultivator to split his consciousness and move it to the Danshan. Lin Xiao continuously refined the medicinal power, and his soul continued to grow stronger. Lin Xiao finally began to split his soul. This split was different from the split in the 10,000 gods technique. The 10,000 gods technique split the soul out, but that was only the soul thread. Now, it was to split the soul's origin out. If he was not careful, he would be seriously injured. Lin Xiao carefully split the soul's origin out, and then endured the severe pain, and sent the soul's origin to Danshan. Then he activated the technique, to make the Dao mark in Danshan appear, and let the soul's origin merge into it. Puff, alost puff, alost puff, alost. This process was extremely long, and Lin Xiao made several mistakes. Every time he made a mistake, he had to split a little more soul's origin, which made his head look like it was about to explode, and his whole face was distorted. Fortunately, when the 7 souls pill was about to consume its power, Lin Xiao finally succeeded, and then his eyes went black, and he passed out. However, even though he passed out, his skills started to work autonomously, absorbing a huge amount of Zuan Qi from the outside world. The 5th level spiritual veins of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate could provide a very large amount of Zuan Qi, but at this time, the cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect could not absorb any Zuan Qi. The leader has made a breakthrough. Go and move the Zuan crystals and draw out Zuan Qi. Move as much as you can. Nan Zuan reacted the fastest and immediately ordered to move the Zuan crystals from the sect's treasury and pile them at the entrance of Lin Xiao's cave. Soon, the entire cave was filled. In fact, Lin Xiao had prepared Zuan crystals himself, but he didn't expect that breaking through the Shengsu period would be so difficult and painful, which made him faint directly, so his Zuan crystals were not used. The heavenly Dao above the Tiansheng Sect had already appeared, and Nan Zuan knew that he could no longer hide it, so he didn't care about anything, and continued to do his own thing. Lin Xiao fainted for 7 days before waking up. After waking up, Lin Xiao had become a Shengsu cultivator, but his head still hurt like it was about to explode. Lin Xiao quickly changed to another 7 souls pill and swallowed it. Yes, the 7 souls pill is not only an opportunity for Ling Guang to break through the Shengsu period, but also the best pill for Shengsu cultivators to improve their abilities. If there is one, it must be the upgraded version of the 3 souls and 7 souls pill. After swallowing a 7 souls pill and refining the medicinal power, Lin Xiao's aching head suddenly ushered in a cool breeze, which made Lin Xiao couldn't help but scream. 3 months later, Lin Xiao completely refined the medicinal power of the 7 souls pill, and his cultivation was completely stabilized. Lin Xiao could summon a phantom to help him at any time, but Lin Xiao didn't dare to do so now, because the phantom was too weak. Lin Xiao glanced at the time. He had been in seclusion for 13 years, and it took 3 years to really break through. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, this time is really worthless. Having not been out for a walk for more than 10 years, Lin Xiao packed up and walked out of the cave. There was a boy guarding the door. When he saw Lin Xiao coming out, he immediately shouted to call for help. Chapter 470, Spiritual and Golden Body Cultivation. As soon as Lin Xiao came out, Nanzuan immediately prepared a banquet. Even the envoys of the various sects of Wu State were waiting in Gangming City. When Lin Xiao appeared, they immediately sent a message back to the sect, asking the important people of the sect to come and participate. Lin Xiao originally didn't want to be so high profile and extravagant, but Nanzuan repeatedly dissuaded him. This kind of promotion ceremony would have huge benefits for the sect, so Lin Xiao had no choice but to agree. So, 10 days later, the largest banquet in the history of Wu State began. Not only the various sects of Wu State, the countries in the southwest, but also some medium-sized countries sent people to celebrate. The Tiansheng Sect booked all the restaurants in the city, but it was not enough, so they had to set up a buffet in the square. The banquet lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, the lively atmosphere slowly dissipated, and the effect of this banquet has been reflected. The relationship that Beicheng merchants could not get through before, now they actively came to the door to cooperate, and the conditions are extremely generous. Lin Xiao received many people one after another. He had to meet people from all the major sects in Wu State. There were many old acquaintances here. Although the first batch of acquaintances had passed away, he had many contacts with the successors. Senior Sister Ling, Yunlong, you are here too. Lin Xiao met the 2 leaders of Tiansheng Sect. Zheng Yunlong was an advanced spiritual master, and his lifespan was not long. He looked a little old. Sect Master Lin, you have already advanced to the Shengsu realm. How dare I accept the title of Senior Sister? Senior Sister Ling, but what did Lin Xiao do wrong that makes you so angry? Sect Master Lin, that's not true. Ancestor Ling said that you haven't been to my Tiansheng Sect as a guest for a long time. That's true. I've been busy for hundreds of years and didn't visit Senior Sister Ling. It's my fault, my fault. Please forgive me, Senior Sister Ling. Lin Xiao, I can't be hypocritical in front of you. I came here today to ask you a favor. This person is a descendant of my Ling family with outstanding aptitude. He is the next hope of my Tiansheng Sect. Now he has reached the 12th floor of the Purple Mansion, so I came here to ask for a Dao Foundation pill. Beside Lengning was a handsome young man who was young but had a good cultivation base. When he saw Lengning introduced him, he immediately bowed and said, Tiansheng Sect's new descendant Lengming meets Ancestor Lin. No need to be polite. Since Senior Sister Ling asked for it, I certainly can't refuse. There is no stock in the sect treasury now. How about this? When the Dao fruit tree matures in a few years, I will leave one for you. Whatever the price is at the auction, I will give you an 80% discount. How about that? Lin Xiao did not refuse Lengning. Daoji pills are no longer a big deal in Tiansheng Sect. Every time she opens the furnace to make pills, even Basixi can make about 8 pills, and Li Muxi can make 9 pills every time. More than 20 pills are enough. After chatting with Zheng Yunlong and the others for a while, Lin Xiao also learned about the overall situation of Tiansheng. Since Tiansheng Sect was surpassed by Tiansheng Sect, it has learned everything from Tiansheng Sect. What Tiansheng Sect does, Tiansheng Sect also does, so its strength has skyrocketed a lot, and it even has a trend of catching up with Chunayang Palace in the past. However, compared with Tiansheng Sect, they are still far behind, and they have been catching up with Tiansheng Sect, but they are also very tired. Now they have shown signs of fatigue and lack of stamina, so their development has become slow, and various contradictions have emerged. Now that Lengning is still here, there will definitely be no problem. However, if the problem is not solved, once Lengning passes away, conflicts will break out. Tiansheng Sect is at risk of splitting, so Lengning's solution is to find an heir who can break through Ling Guang before she passes away, so that the danger can be eliminated. Although Lin Xiao does not think this method is a good idea, he will not say it openly. The success of Tiansheng Sect cannot be replicated. If there is no Lin Xiao's system, Tiansheng Sect would have died countless times if it did this. After that, Lin Xiao met with the leaders of Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect, Shan Sect and other sects, and learned about their situation. Thanks to the great development of Wu State, the strength of each sect has improved very well in recent years. There are also 7 or 8 Daogang monks in the sect. If they accumulate for a few more years, they may be able to break through Lingguang. They came this time to test the waters and see if Lin Xiao can support them in Lingming pills. Lin Xiao's attitude was obscure. Now Tiansheng Sect's own Lingming pills are not enough, so of course they can't agree. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Among the cultivators outside Wu State, Lin Xiao felt that the most interesting one was Lin Xiao. When he was at the 12th level of Daogang and was very famous, Lin Xiao was only at the Purple Mansion level. Now Lin Xiao is at the Shengsu stage, while Lin Xiao is only at the 10th level of Lingguang, not as good as Li Muxu. Now he, the first genius in the southwest of Nanzhao, has long become a joke. He originally wanted to suppress Wu State by breaking through the Shengsu stage, but who would have thought that Lin Xiao would be so fast while he didn't even have the 12th level of Lingguang. Lin Xiao didn't want to hit Lin Xiao, so he comforted him with kind words. In fact, Lin Xiao was not bad. He was not even 600 years old now, and he had at least 2 opportunities to sprint to the Shengsu stage. His aptitude and comprehension were still first class, better than most of the Lingguangs. As for Lin Xiao or Li Muxu, that was different. Both of them were cheating and could not be compared. After finishing the affairs of the sect, Lin Xiao left. Basically, every cultivator at the Shengsu stage did not manage worldly things. Only Lin Xiao was still the head of the sect. The rest had long stopped caring about worldly affairs and practiced with peace of mind. Lin Xiao flew north and soon arrived at Beiyu City. He landed in Beiyu City in the state of Shengsu. Beiyu City had a forbidden air formation, but it could only block those below the Lingguang level. Even those above the 10th level of Lingguang were difficult to block, let alone the Shengsu level. Seeing Lin Xiao's behavior, the Lingguang cultivator guarding Beiyu City immediately sent someone to inform Ling Jianmen and came to see Lin Xiao in person with an extremely respectful attitude. After a while, Sun Hongfei arrived and saw Lin Xiao. It felt like seeing a ghost. Although he knew that Lin Xiao was not far from the Shengsu level the last time he saw him, he didn't expect it to be so fast. Which Lingguang cultivator in Nanzhao would not be very cautious in breaking through. He would not dare to try unless he was 100% confident. Lin Xiao had so much lifespan, so he should have polished it well. Lin Xiao didn't care about that. When he saw Sun Hongfei, he greeted him with a smile. Occasionally, he talked about the assassination of Lin Xiao outside Beiyu City. The matter had not been investigated yet. If Ling Jianmen had not played tricks, Lin Xiao would never believe it. Now Lin Xiao did not want to re-investigate, but to let Ling Jianmen show a gesture. If they could deal with a group of people themselves, then forget it. If there was no expression at all, then they would fight to the end. Then we'll see. Sun Hongfei's face was extremely ugly. He was involved in that incident back then, but facing Lin Xiao's strength, he was already afraid. He was not afraid of Lin Xiao's cultivation, but his aging potential. He didn't know how old Lin Xiao was, but he could guess that he should be around 400 years old. If Lin Xiao didn't die halfway, he would have another 1600 years of life, but he and Qimei didn't have much life left. Let's not talk about whether Lin Xiao can break through the golden body. Even after they die, Ling Jianmen will not be Lin Xiao's opponent. What should Ling Jianmen do then? Lin Xiao didn't say much. He came here to support Bai Zixi and Bai Qinglao. It was enough to do this. Then Lin Xiao flew straight to Zuanayu City. The forbidden air formation of Zuanayu City is a little higher than that of Beiyu City. Lin Xiao can also fly into it, but Lin Xiao didn't do so. It's too high profile. Now is not the right time. Congratulations, Master. You finally achieved the Shengsu period. The Shengsu period is not a surprise. You are almost at the 12th level. Almost there. I told Master that it would take 30 years to break through. Now it has been more than 10 years. It seems that I was not bragging. Don't worry, take your time. Master is already in the Shengsu stage. How can I not be anxious? Forget it. I won't talk to you about this. I'll tell you about the cultivation of Shengsu and Jinshan. I tried it a few days ago and found that it was full of difficulties, but not without hope. The first difficulty is the strength of the soul. To refine the golden body, you need a high strength soul to mobilize the vital energy. Otherwise it is easy to refine it wrong, and once you refine it wrong, it can be fatal. The second difficulty is the coordination between the soul and the golden body. If the two are not coordinated, when the two merge and break through the 8th level, there will be great trouble and you may die. Apart from these 2 points, the rest are some resource issues. We don't need to worry too much about this. As for whether there will be anything else, I don't know. We have to take it one step at a time. Master, can you wait a moment? After I break through the Shengsu, you and I can verify each other, and it will be much smoother. It's okay, I can explore the way. Master, fellow cultivator of the divine soul and golden body, do you think there is any problem with the martial arts we practice? Divine grade martial arts are hard to come by in the world. As far as I know, the most powerful martial arts in Tiansheng Sect is of mid-grade heavenly grade. Just this one martial arts technique has earned Tiansheng Sect the reputation of being the #1 sect in Nanzhao. Master is also practicing a divine grade martial arts, right? What does Muxu want to say? Lin smiled and narrowed his eyes. Li Muxu had always been curious about his own secrets, but never revealed them. What happened this time? In fact, Muxu just wanted to tell Master that I would never ever betray Master. Master should trust me. We can study some secrets together, which will go much more smoothly. Master has no secrets, don't think too much. Then can Master take out the 7th, 8th, and 9th level of the withering and flourishing art now? Muxu, that's enough. Lin Xiao's face turned cold, and he turned and left. Li Muxu immediately said from behind, Master, but someone is controlling you. If there is, tell me, I will save you, even if I risk my life. Li Muxu looked at Lin Xiao's back as he left, her heart full of worry. When Lin Jianmen suspected that Lin Xiao was supported by terrorist forces, how could she not think so? Think about everything in Tiansheng Sect, how many precious and strategic materials Lin Xiao got out of thin air, and the skills she practiced were also given layer by layer. No matter how you look at it, someone is controlling him. Chapter 471 Li Muxu's breakthrough. Lin Xiao felt very strange about Li Muxu's reaction. Why did they misunderstand so much? Few young and promising cultivators were willing to be inferior to others, let alone be controlled by others. They would definitely struggle and resist. Does Lin Xiao look like someone is controlling him? Of course not. Lin Xiao rested for a few days, pretending that this incident had never happened, and still lived in Zuanyu City with peace of mind. The cultivation environment in Zuanyu City was far superior to that of Wuguo. The caves rented in the city had 6th grade upper grade spiritual veins to provide Zuan Qi, which could meet the needs of even the 7th and 8th level cultivators of Shengsu. On the contrary, in Wuguo, if the 5th grade lower grade spiritual veins were to support a Shengsu period cultivator, they would not be able to do anything. Lin Xiao had to occupy a mountain alone, which was very uneconomical. Lin Xiao showed his cultivation and rented the highest level cave in Zuanyu City and rented it for 20 years. As for Zuanjing, Lin Xiao really didn't care much. As for the income of Jiao Mountain Villa, there were tens of millions of Zuanjing income every year. At this time, he was very rich. Lin Xiao was busy in the cave. He collected various treasures from heaven and earth through Li Muxu, refined the vitality in them, and then used the vitality to nourish the soul. Then he used the soul to mobilize the vitality to refine the membrane. The whole process took Lin Xiao half a month. Lin Xiao refined the membrane of his hands, but he didn't even finish refining the membrane of one finger. According to Lin Xiao's estimate, it would take at least 200 years to refine the membrane of the whole body, and it would take 200 years without sleep. The difficulty of refining the tendons, bones, and internal organs is far greater than that of the membrane. You can imagine how difficult it is. Then Lin Xiao tried the method of hard practice, practicing without swallowing the treasures of heaven and earth. In the end, he found that the vitality converted by Lin Xiao's absorption of the mysterious energy for a month was not as good as 1/10 of the treasures of heaven and earth. According to this calculation, if he didn't use any treasures, Lin Xiao would not be able to refine the membrane, even if he exhausted his lifespan in the Shengsu period. It's too hard. It's too hard for me. After hearing the news, Lin Xiao sighed and looked at the system's points balance, and he was about to burst into tears. His current points balance was just over 500,000, and it took 150,000 points to exchange for a 7 souls pill, which means he could only exchange for 3 7 souls pills. According to Lin Xiao's previous experience of swallowing 7 souls pills, one 7 souls pill was about 100 times stronger than the genius treasures he had taken before. Without considering drug resistance, Lin Xiao could swallow 6 pills a year, so it would only take 20 years to refine the membrane. And once the points were calculated, forget it. Forget it. You don't even need to calculate to know that this is impossible. At this time, the Tiansheng Sect's Mountain Gate +2 branches can bring Lin Xiao more than 1,000 new disciples every year. After deducting the various battle losses in the 3 places, there can be a surplus of about 50,000 points a year. It takes Lin Xiao 3 years to get a 7 souls pill. If you count the various battles and the expenses on Li Muxu's side, Lin Xiao feels that the points he lacks have reached an astronomical figure. Xiangangman, Qijianmen, it seems that it is time to harvest a wave of points. Lin Xiao sighed and felt that he had to speed up the accumulation of points. In addition to the new disciples, he had to go to Xiangangmen and Qijianmen. In addition, he could not forget the ordinary means of cultivating immortals. Lin Xiao calmed down to practice, relying on the channels of Li Muxu to buy all kinds of natural treasures or elixirs. If there were none, he would stop to refine magic tools or draw talismans, and then sell them through Bakesuju. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed, and Li Muxu was about to break through the Shengsu period. Lin Xiao came out of retreat and returned to Bakesuju. What was waiting for Lin Xiao was a large number of accumulated things that had not been dealt with. Zhang Qingsun, why are you in Zuanayu City? Master, have you forgotten that I have been in charge of Zuanayu City all these years? Don't you have 2 more spiritual lights in Yixio? Why don't you train the newcomers? Yes, they have all gone to Zhongzhou. By the way, Master, please deal with it quickly. Your paradise villa is about to fail. What's wrong? Lin Xiao was a little confused. He had only been away for 20 or 30 years, and something happened? It means that there are too many imitations of Paradise Villa in Zhongzhou now. Don't you know that your family is not doing well, and the income is getting lower and lower? This year it may fall below 50 million. The performance has been cut in half. Damn, who is the director now? Lin Xiao was anxious all of a sudden. The performance has been reduced by more than half. This is not a small matter. What happened to the management? Zhao Wenbinai, forget it. I'm not angry. Don't Tang Yulin and the others care? Master, why should we care? They are a bunch of snakes and rats. As soon as you leave, they will play as much as they want. Do they want to get some innovative projects? Besides, there are a lot of cronies around them, all of whom are cronies of shareholders. There are nepotism everywhere in the villa, and all the people who are really willing to work are squeezed out. It would be strange if such a place doesn't go bankrupt. I see. I'll write a letter to Tang Yulin to see if it can be of any use. If not, I will go there myself to deal with it. Lin Xiao nodded. He didn't doubt Zhang Qingsun's words at all. Tang Yulin and his group were just that kind of people. Without anyone supervising them, they just thought about eating, drinking and having fun. They didn't understand how to run a business at all. I don't think the master has the time to deal with it. Master, this is the file that Lord Nan gave you. In the past 5 or 6 years, the situation in the wilderness has not been very good. The Purple-Eyed Demon King has begun to organize a large army of demon beasts to counterattack. Small-scale beast tides occur almost every year. We have suffered heavy losses in the past few years. Why didn't you report it before? That's because they can still hold on. Baizichan, Jiamengren, Gumingai, and several new and old Lingguan monks are here. Now the Purple-Eyed Demon King has suffered too much loss, and he is ready to do it himself, and they can't stand it. Are Beizichan and the others okay? It's okay. The purple-eyed Demon King is being watched. They will retreat as soon as he moves and never entangle. It's just that a lot of resources are wasted. Lord Nan's plan did not go smoothly after they settled the buffer zone. The same is true for Cayenne Luo and Zilluo countries in the west. They occupy thousands of miles of land, but are caught in a tug-of-war. According to Lord Nan, can the master launch a major expedition to kill the purple-eyed Demon King completely? The purple-eyed Demon King is not difficult to kill, but now is not the time. Behind the purple-eyed Demon King is the 7th rank Hujiao Lang. If it takes action, there will be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of monsters attacking. How can our Wu country stop it with such a small number of troops? It shouldn't be that serious. That's a war between two clans. Will the Xianyu sect really take action? They will take action later. We have suffered heavy losses first. How about this? I will go back to the sect later and fight with the purple-eyed Demon King first to curb its spirit. The savage strategy should be contracted a little, with stability as the main focus. We should digest the current territory occupied and continue to hunt monsters to bleed the monster clan. Lin Xiao nodded. Originally, Nanzuan had already contracted his strategy, but he didn't expect Lin Xiao to break through the Shengsu period. In addition, several of Jia Mengren and others broke through the Lingguang period. This gave Nanzuan the confidence to compete with the purple-eyed Demon King. In fact, it is not difficult for Wu, Cayenne Luo, and Zilluo to destroy the purple-eyed Demon King with more than 20 spiritual light monks. The only thing they are afraid of is Hujiao Lang behind the purple-eyed Demon King. Apart from these two things, there are no other major issues. Lin Xiao dealt with them one by one, and then met Li Muxu. At this time, Li Muxu had broken through the 12th level of spiritual light for 13 years, and the polishing and precipitation were almost over. It seems that you can retreat and break through within 3 years. You can leave Baeksuju to someone else. My cave has been renewed for another 10 years. You can go in for a treat. This is the 7 Souls Pill, one of the best pills for reaching the Shengsu period. 7 Souls Pill, a 6th grade top grade pill. Where did Master get it from? Why do you care where I got it from? Just use it. Hiss, the smell of fire in this pill is very strange. It seems like it was just refined, but it also seems like it has been refined for a long time. Li Muxu said, after picking up the 7 Souls Pill in front of her nose. Li Muxu was using her professional level to analyze the channel through which Lin Xiao obtained the 7 Souls Pill. I tell you, if you dare to pinch off the 7 Souls Pill for inspection, I will not care about you. Do you think I got the 7 Souls Pill easily? It was not easy for me either. I'm not so willing to give it up. 1 7 Souls Pill cannot be bought with 70 or 80 million Zuan crystals. How dare I? It's good to know. This is my understanding of cultivation over the years. Take a good look at it. If you have a breakthrough, don't rush back to the sect. Just stay here. I will take you to explore Zhangzhou. The resources of Zhangzhou are not comparable to those of Zuanyu City. Lin Xiao replied. Many big cities in Zhangzhou are much more powerful than Zuanyu City, especially in terms of high-level resources. They are really much stronger than Nanzhou. When Lin Xiao was in Tiansheng City, he collected more high-level spiritual materials in 1 year than here in 3 years. I see. I'm also looking forward to going to Zhangzhou to have fun. I'll go and arrange things first. Lin Xiao nodded, and then after arranging things, he left Zuanyu City, flew all the way south, and soon arrived at Tiansheng Sect. When he reached the Shengsu period, Lin Xiao's speed increased dramatically. It used to take more than a month to return to Wuguo from Beiyu City, but now it only takes 3 days, and it only takes half a month to return from Zuanyu City. As soon as Lin Xiao came back, he summoned the high-level cultivators of the sect. Yinanayu, Beizichan, Jia Mengren, Gumingai, Beiziayu, and Yu Xiangxiang who stayed behind in the sect all came. Beiziayu looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's help in matchmaking, he would have no hope of breaking through the spiritual light in this life. Now that everyone is here, I will talk about this action. This time I have decided to take action against the wilderness, but it will only be limited to high-level cultivators, not to completely wipe out the purple-eyed Demon King. As for why, I will not say much. The reason is that when the time comes, the Taoists from Qianluo country and Ziluo country will act together, and a dozen of us will raid Qinglui Peak. This Qinglui Peak is the lair of the purple-eyed demon king. It is heavily guarded and gathers many high-level monsters, especially the purple-eyed demon king's own monsters. There are 1 or 2,000 of them. I will be responsible for restraining the purple-eyed demon king, and you will be responsible for sniping the intelligent monsters. Remember, the intelligent monsters are the real concern of the human race. This time, you must try your best to kill the intelligent monsters, and the next best are those monsters with spiritual intelligence, Lin Xiao said lightly. The intelligent monsters pose too great a threat to the human race. Lin Xiao's target this time was actually those contented monsters. Chapter 472, Raid on Qinglui Peak. It is well known that the intelligent monsters are a threat to the human race, and the intelligent monsters under the purple-eyed monster king are even more powerful. They have shined in several beast tides. Especially when the last beast tide was about to end, they actually planted a traitor among the human race. Fortunately, Yi Xiao suspected it at the time, and Lin Xiao had the system. So for decades, Yi Xiao has been secretly monitoring them. A few years ago, after their cultivation level improved, they finally took action and began to hunt monsters in the wilderness alone. Every action was fruitful. They could get things that others could not get, so they soon became wealthy. Then they began to raise spirit beasts, and then, under the pretext of feeding spirit beasts, they bought a lot of elixirs for raising spirit beasts. These elixirs were all elixirs developed by cultivators based on monsters, which could allow them to advance quickly, which was very important for monsters. They even tried every means to buy the enlightenment pill, which is a pill that can open the intelligence of monsters. The threat level of an intelligent monster and an unintelligent monster is too different. So Yi Xiao couldn't hold back any longer and directly captured these people. After being tortured, these people all confessed that they were all captured by monsters in the last beast tide, and then killed people under the coercion of the monsters. With the handle in the hands of the monsters, they could only work for the monsters wholeheartedly. Yi Xiao never killed these people, but controlled them, and kept spying on the news of Qinglui Peak. After these years of operation, Yi Xiao already knew that the most intelligent person on Qinglui Peak was the elk monster under the purple-eyed monster king. The purple-eyed monster king called him a military advisor and had a very high IQ. Under the operation of the elk monster, Qinglui Peak has become much stronger in recent years, and even the number of intelligent monsters has doubled, with 400 to 500 people, which is much more than the other 6th level monster kings. It was with these 400 or 500 intelligent monsters that the purple-eyed monster king was able to organize a monster army in the wilderness to resist the invasion of Wu State, which almost stranded Nanzuan's wilderness strategy. When the disciples heard this, they were immediately excited. Most of them had experienced 2 beast tides and hated monsters. Some of them had lost their brothers and sisters to monsters. Now they were naturally excited to find trouble with the purple-eyed monster king. Lin Xiao made a simple arrangement and then took his people away from Wu State, but left Bai Xiao in charge. He had just broken through a few years ago and didn't even have a 5th level magic weapon. His combat power was too weak. Besides, Wu State couldn't be left without someone in charge. Lin Xiao drove the flying boat to the depths of the wilderness. Not long after, another flying boat arrived. It was the people from Qianluo State and Ziluo State. There were 11 spiritual masters from the 2 countries, and 7 came this time. Together with the 5 spiritual masters from Wu State, a total of 1 Shengsu period cultivator and 12 spiritual masters were dispatched. This force was enough to destroy Qinglui Peak. Lin Xiao asked the monks of the 2 countries to come to the flying boat of Wu State, and then Lin Xiao went at full speed. One day later, Lin Xiao arrived at Qinglui Peak, which was 80,000 miles away. Lin Xiao asked everyone to rest for a long time, and then dispersed. 6 people were suspended in the air to monitor Qinglui Peak, to prevent the purple-eyed demon king from dispatching reinforcement, while the remaining 6 followed Lin Xiao to attack. Human race raid, deployed defense. When Lin Xiao and others were in action, they were discovered by the Qinglui Peak monsters. Suddenly, some intelligent monsters roared, and even spoke human language to warn. The purple-eyed demon king rushed out first. When he saw Lin Xiao, he was furious and rushed directly to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shouted, took out a long sword, and fought with the purple-eyed Demon King. Since breaking through the Shengsu period, Lin Xiao has not made a move, so naturally he wants to have a good time, so he is not in a hurry to use the system real person mode. Lin Xiao used the purple-eyed Demon King as a whetstone and displayed various martial arts skills. Although he was no match for the purple-eyed Demon King, he was not in danger of losing his life for a while. As the fight went on, the purple-eyed Demon King also realized his role and suddenly became even more furious. He suddenly changed back to the appearance of a purple-eyed blue-eyed beast with lightning wrapped around his body and gave Lin Xiao a fierce blow. Lin Xiao was immediately paralyzed by the electric shock. Bang, the system real person mode came out. If it didn't come out, Lin Xiao would have to kneel. Damn it, this purple-eyed Demon King is much stronger than before. Has he made a breakthrough? In the last beast tide, Lin Xiao's spiritual light was 90%. Li Muxu's spiritual light was 8th level, and with the addition of a system real person mode with a spiritual light of 12th level, they could contain the purple-eyed Demon King. But now it seems that Lin Xiao is no longer able to do it. The strength of the purple-eyed Demon King has broken through again. Human, why did you raid my Kingly Peak? Purple-eyed Demon King, you can launch a beast tide. Why can't I raid your Kingly Peak? It doesn't seem to make sense. Humph, do you think a puppet in the Shengsu period can do anything to me? Then let's try it. Lin Xiao laughed and said. The strength of the purple-eyed Demon King was not as good as that of the system's real person mode. He was always suppressed, but Lin Xiao also knew that if he wanted to kill it, he would have no chance unless the system's real person mode self-destructed, and then he went to finish off the enemy. In Kingly Peak, Beizichan and the other 6 people started killing. It was easier to recognize the intelligent monsters. Just look at their eyes. The eyes of ordinary monsters don't change much. Only the intelligent monsters that have opened their intelligence and have emotional changes have more changes in their eyes. Ancestor, Xiao 11 is dead. Among the monsters, one of the thunder beasts cried out in grief. There were 2 or 3,000 thunder beasts on Kingly Peak. Beizichan and the others naturally didn't care so much. They killed the monsters when they saw them. Unexpectedly, they killed the direct descendants of the purple-eyed Demon King. There were only 3 5th level Demon Kings in Kingly Peak, and they were no match for the cultivators. They were beaten badly at this time. Many demon beasts roared loudly, and there were beast roars in the distance. There was movement in the wild forest. Iron Wing Eagle King, long time no see. The first one to come to support was the Iron Wing Eagle King, who had dealt with him many times. Yuna Naiu and a cultivator from Qianluo Kingdom rushed up, and the two joined forces to suppress the Iron Wing Eagle King. I will kill you. The purple-eyed Demon King looked at the miserable situation in Kingly Peak, and his eyes suddenly glowed purple. Lin Xiao's heart jumped, and he quickly avoided it, and then commanded the system to attack in real-life mode to contain the purple-eyed Demon King. Hurry up, find the elk demon, kill him, and we will retreat. The purple-eyed Demon King is going to fight to the death. Lin Xiao sent a message to everyone, and the people who were killing in Kingly Peak immediately sped up to find where the elk demon was. Where is the elk demon? Tell me there were still humans captured and kept in captivity by the purple-eyed Demon King in Kingly Peak. Beizichan grabbed one and shouted, What elk monster? Military advisor, the military advisor of Kingly Peak. The military advisor ran away. He ran over there. Sir, save me. Sir Beizichan ignored the man, left him, and flew out. Sure enough, he saw a huge elk running quickly. Elks are good at running, not to mention a 5th level elk monster. Beizichan knew that he could not catch up with the elk monster after just one look. Master, the elk monster ran away. It's very fast. I can't catch up. Explosion boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately ordered the system's real-life mode to self-destruct. Then, a shocking explosion sounded, and the purple-eyed Demon King also ran away with his almost collapsed body. If he didn't run away, Lin Xiao would come to finish him off, and he would die. All of you go back and set up defenses immediately. Be careful of the monster's counterattacks. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, then performed the light burning technique, burning the mysterious energy in his body, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and disappeared. It's almost done. Let's go fellow Daoist Bay. We are leaving too. Goodbye, everyone. Shrink your strength after you go back to prevent counterattacks, and several people nodded and left separately, not forgetting to take away the monster corpses of King Louis Peak. In this short period of time, the 6 of them killed thousands of monsters, and it was unknown how many were intelligent monsters. On the other side, Lin Xiao activated the light burning technique, and his speed was extremely fast. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the elk monster. Lin Xiao chopped down with a knife, and the elk monster's entire body was almost split open, and the whole body flew out. Mercy, mercy, sir. During the last beast tide, you planted so many sorcerers among the human race. How many are there now? What is your identity? Ah, sir, Bang, if you don't tell me, I will kill you immediately. Sir, I've told you. Can you let me go? Monsters can enslave humans, but humans can't enslave monsters. We are experts in this area. If you don't want to die, don't resist. Lin Xiao sneered, and then his soul condensed into a ban and merged into the soul of the elk monster. The purple-eyed monster king can enslave humans, but humans are more powerful. Otherwise, how could there be a force like the beast taming sect? You can tell now. If you don't, you can wait to die slowly. I'll tell you. The elk monster didn't have much backbone. In the world of monsters, it was natural to submit to the strong. So soon, the elk monster told all the hidden cards, I'm leaving now. Someone will contact you later. Do as we say. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also allow your elk demon clan to grow stronger. Otherwise, kill yourself. If I do something, you will be living a fate worse than death. Lin Xiao threw down a healing pill, then got up and flew away. This was deep in the wilderness, and Lin Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer. If he was surrounded by millions of demon beasts, he would die, no matter how powerful he was. Lin Xiao quickly rushed back to the bridgehead. At this time, the defense of the bridgehead mountain was fully opened, waiting for the army of demon beasts to come and fight. But he didn't expect that for half a month. Lin Xiao didn't wait for the arrival of the purple-eyed demon king, so he had to give up and wait and see. At this time, the purple-eyed demon king who had returned from King Louis Peak came. He was seriously injured and could not even maintain his human form. As soon as he came back, he hid on the top of King Louis Peak, being tempered by lightning day and night. This lightning is a deadly poison to other cultivators or monsters, but for the purple-eyed demon king, it is the best medicine for healing. It was not until 3 months later that the purple-eyed demon king recovered a little from his injuries. He called the equally seriously injured elk demon and said, Military advisor, help me keep an eye on King Louis Peak. I will go to Lady Yu for help. This time, we must destroy the Wu Kingdom. The purple-eyed demon king gritted his teeth. He knew that he was no match for Lin Xiao, so this time he decided to bring out the 7th level demon king Yu Jialong, even if it cost a heavy price. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, Jade Jialong. More than 100,000 miles southwest of King Louis Peak, there is a lake called Xiaolongqi. This lake is 5,000 miles in radius. On the small island in the lake lives the overlord of the hundreds of thousands of miles of Nansha wilderness, Yu Jialong. Yu Jialong is a water dragon. It is said that she came from the Longyuan land of Zizhao. She came here about 3,000 years ago, killed the demon king at that time, ruled this hundreds of thousands of miles of territory, and changed this lake into Xiaolongqi, dominating the area. Yu Jialong has 11 6th level demon kings under her command, 6 of whom have territories bordering human territory. On the southwest end of Nansha are the Purple Eye Demon King, the Triangle Duck Demon King, and the Blue Dragon Lion King. These 3 demon kings are all quite powerful among the demon beasts. In the past 1 or 2,000 years, they have blocked the human race's road to the wilderness, and sometimes they can even fight back, making great military exploits for the demon race. At this time, in front of the little dragon pond, a demon beast fell from the sky, frightening countless aquatic creatures in the little dragon pond, and they scattered. The demon beast climbed onto a small island in the middle, crying out in sorrow, Empress Jade, help me. This demon beast was the purple-eyed demon king. If its military advisor, the elk demon, saw it, it would definitely drop its eyeballs. How could the purple-eyed demon king, who was always cruel and domineering, behave like this? Purple eyes, come in. Why are you crying so much? A delicate voice came, and the purple-eyed demon king quickly changed back to human form, and then walked deep into the island. Not long after, he saw a peach blossom forest, in which there were several thatched houses dotted. In front of the thatched house, a woman in white was collecting pieces of peach blossoms, as if she was preparing to brew peach blossom wine. The purple-eyed demon king was confused, and a figure appeared in front of him. Xian, the queen will see you in a moment, when she finishes her work. Yes, sister. The purple-eyed demon king agreed very obediently and stood there, not daring to move or speak until an hour later, when the woman let him in. He knelt down in front of the stone bench in the thatched house with a plop. Xian greets the Jade Queen. Xian, how did you end up in such a mess? You look like you haven't recovered from your serious injuries yet. My queen. Xian feels so bad, right there. When the purple-eyed demon king heard this, he felt so wronged, that he was about to cry. He told the whole story one by one, especially how the human race of the Wu Kingdom opened up the wilderness, which was the top priority. It's been peaceful for thousands of years, but it seems that there is another dispute. After listening to this, Yu Jian alongside, the human race's frontier country in Nanzhao had a cultivator in the Shengsu period, which meant that humans were going to advance into the wilderness again. This is a common practice. It has been like this for hundreds of thousands of years, starting from the Qin dynasty. There are as many blood and tears of the demon clan as there are pioneering Shengsu period countries in the history of Nanzhao. Impress you, we must not retreat in this matter. We have retreated nowhere, and if we retreat further, we will have to retreat to Xiaolongqi. Impress you, I beg you to lend a helping hand and help Xian get rid of that villain you don't understand. Now is not the time for a war between the two races. Since ancient times, there have been countless wars between the human and demon races, with countless casualties. However, humanity is thriving, while demons are weakening. This is a foregone conclusion. Every time a war breaks out, the luck of the demon race will weaken, so a war should not be started lightly then. Impress you. I of course, Xian. Don't worry, I'll let Xia King go with you, and have a good talk with the human cultivator Shengsu. If you don't want my army to invade and destroy the Wu Kingdom, you should just cultivate your spirit veins honestly, and use the products of the sacred mountain to make a living instead of encroaching on our demon race's territory. Thank you, Lady Yu. But the puppet of the human race is really powerful, and it seems that it doesn't cost any money. It will self-destruct at any time. Sister Xia King may not be its opponent. Don't worry, Xia King can handle it. Yu Jian said with a chuckle. Xia King is her maid, and she was brought out from Longyuan by her. She has a complete demon race heritage, and the blood of the real dragon is not low. Her cultivation is at the 6th level. With the addition of several magic weapons given by Yu Jian, it is difficult to find an opponent in the Shengsu period. In this case, thank you very much, Lady Yu. If Lady Yu has no instructions, Xian will return to Qinglai Peak first. Go back, Xia King will get things done. Yu Jian waved her hand, and then the maid sent the purple-eyed demon king away. It also turned into a dragon, and flew north all the way to the direction of Wu State. What a strong aura. Could it be Yu Jian coming in person? On the bridge, Lin Xiao, who was practicing, felt a tremendous aura coming. He was immediately frightened, and quickly flew out of the cave, then released the system's real person mode to stop the newcomer. A puppet in the Shengsu period. It seems that you are the Shengsu cultivator of the Wu Kingdom who attacked Qinglai Peak. That's me. May I know your name? You don't need to know who I am. I'm following the orders of my Jade Lady to order you to return to the wilderness and cultivate Lingshan. The output of Lingshan is enough for you to live. If you keep going too far, then Jade Lady will personally lead hundreds of millions of monsters to flatten the Wu Kingdom. Return to the wilderness, haha, Yu Jian, you must be joking. The purple-eyed demon king has invaded the human territory several times. At least hundreds of thousands of cultivators and millions of mortals have died in his hands. Doesn't this account need to be settled? You want me to retreat with just one sentence? Are you kidding? Then you want to start a war? Let's start a war. Over the past millions of years, our human race has gone from being slaves of your demon race to the overlord of this world today. It was not achieved by reasoning. It was won through battle after battle. You don't need to talk nonsense here. The demons are not the same as they were in the past, and the human race is not the same as they were in the past. My family and the queen are kind-hearted, so we let you retreat. If you really insist on not changing your ways, you will destroy yourself. You have to do it to know, Lin Xiao said lightly, and then the system real person mode took action. Yu Jianlong was so domineering when she came, and wanted to make people retreat. Lin Xiao also wanted to take the opportunity to weigh Yu Jianlong's level. Xiao King saw the system real person mode rushing over, smiled softly, and then slapped out a palm, and faced the system real person mode with a palm. Lin Xiao's heart was pounding, because it was just the first move, and the system real person mode had an energy warning. Well, let me dismantle your puppet. Xiao King was quite surprised when she saw that she didn't win with one move, and then she opened her mouth and spit out a breath of dragon breath, and then the whole person turned into a 100-foot dragon body, bombarding the system real person mode. This was the first time that Lin Xiao saw the system's real life mode being defenseless against people of the same level. Lin Xiao had already seen that this dragon had already stepped half a foot into the 7th level, and its magical powers were not comparable to those of the purple-eyed demon king. It was really powerful. Stop, come back. Seeing that he was no match for the opponent, Lin Xiao did not want to die, and did not let the system's real life mode self-destruct, but called it back. Xiao King also stopped attacking, and returned to human form. What? You want to admit defeat, because you can't win? Your excellency is very skilled. Lin admires you. We humans believe in the mastery of the wise. Since you are better than us, then give Yu Jianlong a favor. Within 100 years, we will not engage in large-scale development. However, I cannot control the behavior of some independent cultivators. I only take care of my subordinates. You humans are so shameless. You are obviously afraid of the power of my queen, but you say you want to give me face. If you don't accept it, you can fight again. Your excellency, don't be arrogant. My human race has countless masters. If it really comes to a fight to the death, you can't take advantage. I won't say goodbye to you, you shameless person. Remember, don't bully Xian anymore, otherwise I will kill you next time you come. Xiao King laughed, turned back into a dragon and flew away. She didn't want to deal with the human race. Over the years, she had heard too many cunning and shameless words from the human race. When she saw it today, it was indeed the case. Yu Jianlong didn't want her to kill anyone, so she didn't want to stay any longer. Master, are you okay? As soon as the dragon left, Beizichin and other spiritual monks came forward to ask. It's okay, she's gone. Did Master chase her away? No, she ran away on her own. Go back and tell Nanzuan to take over the buffer zone and temporarily stop in the depths of the wilderness. If that doesn't work, move westward and occupy the buffer zone of Kangou as well. Master, do you really want to give up? It's not easy to occupy some sacred mountains. Did you see that dragon just now? Yes, with your level, she can kill several people with one slap, so I don't want to give up. If you have the ability, kill her first. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and left the confused crowd. That dragon was not Yu Jianlong, but it was so powerful. If Yu Jianlong really came, Lin Xiao really didn't know how to resist. So before he could deal with Yu Jianlong, Lin Xiao would never act rashly. Anyway, the benefits he had occupied were enough. If that didn't work, there was still Kangou. After Lin Xiao returned to Tiansheng Sect, he conveyed the matter. Although Nanzuan was unwilling, he had no choice but to order the wild strategy to shift westward. When Qian Luo and Ziluo received the news, they were also very scared. Even if the Azure Dragon came to them, they could not stop it, so they would not object. Lin Xiao was afraid that the purple-eyed demon king would come to attack, so he stayed in Tiansheng Sect for a few years. It was not until the news came from Zuanayu City that Li Muxu successfully broke through the Shengsu period and came out of retreat that Lin Xiao was ready to leave. The purple-eyed demon king has been very honest in the past few years, so Lin Xiao was relieved. The wild strategy was also shifting, and there would be no direct conflict with the purple-eyed demon king. Lin Xiao could naturally leave with peace of mind. Soon, Lin Xiao came to Zuanayu City and met Li Muxu, who had broken through the Shengsu period. However, in Beigsuju, Lin Xiao first met the group of people from Tiansheng Sect, and it seemed that their faces were not very good. What's wrong? This matter? Master, you're back. If you don't come, your disciples will be poached by others, Li Muxu said with a smile. For a cultivator in the Shengsu period who can refine 5th order high quality elixirs, Tiansheng Sect will naturally extend an olive branch to give it a try. Chapter 474, Refusal to Recruit. Li Muxu is no stranger to recruiting. Since Beiyu City, many people have tried to recruit her using coercion, bribery, and even beauty traps, but of course they were all rejected. Li Muxu knows the potential of Tiansheng Sect better than others. With such a mysterious leader, the development of Tiansheng Sect has never stopped. Even Tiansheng Sect is not favored by Li Muxu. Many of our people have shown up. Knowing that you have a follower, you still come to poach us. The Tiansheng Sect is not fair. Well, who knows? The Shengsu ancestor of a small sect is really no match for a Shengsu elder of a big sect. I guess they think so. Never mind. The Zenling grass of Zillow Kingdom will mature in a while. If you want to refine the pill openly, it will take 30 years after this time. After another 30 years, Basic C will probably be trained up. It's no problem to do it openly. You and I are both in the Shengsu period, and the Tiansheng Sect will not force us to stay. They will only negotiate with us. However, Basic C will probably not be able to refine the Lingming pill in 30 years, and she will lose money. Then you can come back then, or let them find someone else. Once we open a gap here, and then follow the treatment of Qianluo Kingdom and Zilluo Kingdom, we will not lack Lingming pills at all. I'll try it then, and see what the Tiansheng Sect plans to do. Li Muxu nodded. The treatment given to Qianluo Kingdom was good enough. No matter what the result was, 3 Lingming pills were given for each furnace. This would make many people excited. After all, alchemy was not so easy to practice. Although many people could refine Lingming pills, they could only produce 2 or 3 pills, and half of them had to be taken away. You can imagine how pitfalls it was. Then Li Muxu asked about the wilderness again. Lin Xiao told her about it. Once Yu Jialang made a move, it would not be something that Wu Kingdom could bear. If millions of monsters really came to attack, Wu Kingdom would be finished. Now Wu Kingdom was not in urgent need of territory, so Lin Xiao would temporarily admit defeat, slow down the offensive, and absorb the territory currently occupied first. Yu Jialang should be a 7th level Jialang. Jialang is a descendant of the divine dragon, and is extremely powerful. Perhaps we have to wait until we have tempered our internal organs and heads before we can defeat her, and we don't know when that will be. No rush. Our interests are now in central China, not in the wilderness. There is actually not such a great demand for opening up new land. Then why does Master keep asking us to open up new land? There are too many people and horses. You don't know, because you haven't returned to the sect for a long time. Now we have more than 70,000 people in our sect. The entire Wu Kingdom has no less than 500,000 cultivators, not counting the independent cultivators. Of course, we have to make some preparations in advance. Our Wu Kingdom is developing too fast, and I always feel that the foundation is unstable. The foundation is originally unstable. The reason why I'm not in a hurry to annex Lu Kingdom and Kang Kingdom is because we are not strong enough. But it will be soon. Li Changqing is about to unify Lu Kingdom, and Wu Muang in Kang Kingdom has been dead for decades. When this batch of his disciples have passed away, the next generation will take the initiative to naturalize in Wu Kingdom, which is just a few decades. Lin Xiao nodded. Wu Kingdom rose too fast. Except for Tiansheng Sect, which had Lin Xiao as a cheater, the other sects developed too slowly. Only Danliang Sect was in good shape. The other sects could not keep up, so they were not in Lin Xiao's consideration. In less than 3 months, Zhuo Kingdom sent the alchemy materials for Ling Ming pill. This time, they asked Li Muxu to make the pill openly, unlike before, when they had to do it secretly. The news spread throughout Zuanayu city immediately. Li Muxu was in seclusion to make the pill, and Lin Xiao was responsible for handling the aftermath. Soon, people from Tiansheng Sect appeared. This time, an elder from Shengsu period came, which was equal to Lin Xiao. I'm Qin Langxi, the external affairs elder of Tiansheng Sect. I wonder what the relationship between you and the owner of Bake Suju is. Lin Xiao, the head of Tiansheng Sect of Wu Kingdom, greets Elder Qin. Bake Suju was founded by Li Muxu, Lin's eldest disciple. Li Muxu is in seclusion refining pills and cannot see guests. Please forgive me, Elder Qin. So it's the famous Wu Kingdom in recent years. In less than 400 years, it has developed from a vassal to one of the top 10 countries in Nansao. The Wu Kingdom is really powerful, but fellow Daoist Lin seems to have a longer hand this time, Qin Langxi replied. When he heard the word Wu Kingdom, his heart skipped a beat. Among the hundreds of countries in Nansao, there are not many that can attract the attention of Tiansheng Sect, but Wu Kingdom is one of them, because it rose too fast. It has such strength in just 400 years. In a few hundred years, will Tiansheng Sect not take it seriously? Lin Xiao didn't understand what Elder Qin meant, and didn't know what Elder Qin was talking about. Fellow Daoist Lin, let's not beat around the bush. In the world of immortal cultivation, big countries protect small countries and maintain peace, but they have never collected specific protection fees. Even the taxes in Zuanayu city are extremely low, equivalent to nothing. Then what do we eat and drink in Tiansheng Sect? Therefore, we, a big country, must control things of this strategic nature in our hands. This is a matter of course. Now that your Wu country has just entered the ranks of big countries, we can ignore what happened this time, but next time you must follow our rules, otherwise you won't be able to stay in Zuanayu city. Then I don't know what the rules of your sect are. Strictly control the flow of Lingming pills. This is one of the purposes. I don't care what excuses you use. If a sect force comes to you to make pills, you can't give him more than 2 Lingming pills. Moreover, if a sect from the same country comes to you to make pills, you can only give 4 pills within 100 years. Is this to limit the strength of other countries? Lin Xiao suddenly realized that if the rest of the countries in Nansao could not get more Lingming pills, their strength would be severely restricted. No wonder the price of Lingming pills was so high. You can't say that. Maintaining stability is what Nansao needs now. If a country becomes stronger, it will inevitably expand in order to support more disciples. Whether it is for the wilderness or for other countries, it will be disadvantageous to the entire Nansao. Once a war breaks out, there will be more than 1 or 2 people who will die. I see. I'm enlightened. But Elder Qin, have you ever thought about how many talented disciples have lost their way because of this Lingming pill? Why can't a Nansao, which has developed for hundreds of thousands of years, compare with Zhongsao? Lin Xiao asked humbly on the surface, but in fact he was extremely contemptuous in his heart. Under this rule, 90% of the 100 countries in Nansao are the targets of exploitation by big countries like Pekin. Of course, they agree, but the small countries are much more miserable. Lingming pills that can be bought with millions of Zuan crystals cost more than 10 million, and even the price of hiring someone to refine them is not low. How many countries can afford this price? Master Lin, you are joking. If it weren't for this rule, do you think Nansao would be what it is today? Think about it. Is it harder to cultivate spiritual veins and develop oneself, or is it faster to do so through war and plunder? If the strength of each country is not similar, Nansao would have been destroyed long ago. Elder Qin is right. This rule is of great benefit to Wu country. How could we refuse it? Don't worry. This time, we will only give Zilua country 2 Lingming pills, and we will also ask them to pay for the cost of refining the pills. Otherwise, there will be no next cooperation. That's right. Fellow Daoist Lin is a man who knows the times, so this matter is settled. Another thing, I wonder if fellow Daoist Lin and his disciple have any thoughts on taking it a step further. Elder Qin, please make it clear. Nansao is a remote place, and Wu State is located in the most remote southwest end. Up to now, Wu State's potential has probably been exhausted. Although Shengsu cultivators have a lifespan of 2000 years, it is difficult to cultivate a golden body. I don't know how many Shengsu cultivators are stuck at this stage. In the whole Nanzhao, there are only 5 sects that can cultivate golden body cultivators. However, even the second-ranked Tiansheng Sect has to rely on external forces. Only our Xianyu sect has achieved it through our own struggle. If sect leader Lin has this idea, he can consider our Xianyu sect. Elderkin, please forgive us. We are used to being free and unfettered, and we are not used to being controlled. It's okay. I just asked this question. If you change your mind, you can tell me. Qin Langxi said with a smile. They had just broken through to the Shengsu period and were still young, so they would naturally not accept this condition. After a few years, when they knew how difficult it was to practice in the Shengsu period, they would change their minds. Many guest elders of Xianyu sect came in this way. Qin Langxi left quickly. Not long after, Luo Mingjun came in. Lin Xiao told him the identity and purpose of Qin Langxi's visit. Luo Mingjun's face turned black. The current Wu Kingdom is different from before. If the Wu Kingdom turns hostile, they really have no means, and can only admit defeat. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Luo, we are not the kind of people who would burn bridges after crossing them. The alliance between our 3 countries is still valid, but you still have to cooperate with us on the surface regarding this Lingming pill. Fellow Daoist Luo, you understand what I mean, right? Understood. I will tell others that I only took 2 pills, and we will not use the remaining 1 casually, and must not harm sect leader Lin. Fellow Daoist Luo is a sensible man, so I, Lin, feel relieved, and we will continue our transaction in the future. Sect leader Lin, your sect made a deal with Qianluo Kingdom a few years ago. I was not sure if I could make this deal. Luo Mingjun's mind turned, and he suddenly remembered the matter of dealing with 1 more Lingming pill. He also wanted the pill to improve his cultivation and make a breakthrough to the Shengsu period. In that case, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? If you want a 5th grade pill, that's fine. How about we follow the rules of Qianluo? Of course, but I'm in a hurry and may not be able to wait for 30 years. No problem, let's speed up. Li Muxu's alchemy skills are quite advanced, and we can get it together soon. Thank you, Master Lin. We are all family, why should we be so polite? Lin Xiao said with a big laugh. On the surface, Lin Xiao had to abide by the rules of Qin, but secretly, he didn't care. As long as Qianluo and Zilluo didn't foolishly admit it, Lin Xiao dared to continue doing so. 3 months later, Li Muxu came out of retreat. This time, Li Muxu refined 6 Lingming pills, and her alchemy skills improved a lot. Luo Mingjun took 2 Lingming pills and left. After spreading the news, Xianyu sect was also very satisfied. Chapter 475, Revitalizing Paradise Villa. This time, 4 Lingming pills were obtained, and Lin Xiao only gave 1 to the sect, leaving the remaining 3 to Yi Xiao. If Yi Nanyu didn't give Yi Xiao some support, he would have to come to Lin Xiao in person to make trouble. However, Yi Xiao didn't pay for nothing. At least they had to bear most of the 5th level pills paid to Luo Mingjun, let them search for them, and then give them to Li Muxu to refine. These 10 million pills are not a big problem. I still have some better pills than I took before, so I can use them first. However, there is more than 1 mature true spiritual grass in Zilluo Kingdom this time. What should I do in the future? Take them, as usual. Luo Mingjun is unwilling to use Lingming pills on non-confidants, so we can use them. We can exchange them for 5th level pills, and then ask the sect for some support. That's no problem, but I have to stay in Xianyu City for a few more years. You stay here for a few more years, and then go around and take a look. Leave the alchemy task to Basic C, and don't say that I have always favored you. I'll go to Zhongzhou to handle things. Lin Xiao nodded. Luo Mingjun didn't dare to let go of the development. This was their own business. Lin Xiao didn't care so much. Besides, it's time for Li Muxu to go around and look for opportunities. Go and take care of the affairs of your brothel. Ahem, I've already said, it's not those messy serious places. Then I'll go and take a look when the time comes. Whatever you want, just don't mention my name. That's what you said, master. I'm leaving. Lin Xiao shook his head, explained the matter, and left on the teleportation array, and then went straight to Tiansheng City. A few years ago, Yi Xiao reported that there were problems in the operation of G-Leveler. Lin Xiao also wrote a letter to Tang Yulin specifically, asking him to arrange for rectification, but he didn't expect that after a few years, the situation was still not optimistic. This was related to his own wealth, and Lin Xiao naturally didn't want G-Leveler to decline. After arriving in Tiansheng City, Lin Xiao didn't go to G-Leveler as soon as possible, but secretly met with the person in charge of Yi Xiao here. Hello, master. No need to be polite. Tell me about the current situation of Paradise Villa. Master, what do you want to hear about? Tell me about the business situation first, then the specific business content, and where the mistakes are. Yes, master, since the master left, about 10 years ago, when Qian Fuxing became a director, problems began to appear. The biggest problem was that the director did not care about things, and everything was managed by his cronies. Qian Fuxing's cronies were extremely greedy. In addition to the normal grey income, they also embezzled a lot of money. Reporting it had no effect. The people working below were best at reading their superiors' faces and doing things. Seeing Qian Fuxing's cronies doing this, some people with quick minds gave him gifts and used him to suppress dissidents, causing some people in Paradise Villa who were willing to work but had no backing to become silent, and the atmosphere was completely corrupted. The next Zhao Wenbin was the same. He was still indulging in pleasure, either in Chunfeng building or Fugi building. His cronies knew that the previous manager could make a lot of money, so there was no reason why he couldn't, so they followed suit. There was no change after the new director took office, and it was even worse than before. It completely chilled people's hearts, and led to the complete corruption of management. Most of the rules set by the previous head were in name only. Restaurants like Furangian, which were not very profitable, were basically out of business. Only Chunfenglao and Fugilao were left. Accidents also happened frequently in Chunfenglao. In order to maintain basic income, the girls they found became more and more unscrupulous. Many of them were forced into prostitution. Fugilao was even more ruthless. In order to make more money, they personally organized cheating, and even sent people to various places to solicit customers. Many playboys went bankrupt because of this. I understand. It's rotten from top to bottom, from the root. Yes, more or less. Where are our people? Most of our people are fine. I'm here to watch them. A small number of them followed my instructions and went along with them. Where are the guards? The situation of the guards is also terrible. It was not bad in the first 10 years, but later on, their treatment was constantly weakened. Maids and servants were just excuses originally, but now it has become real, and most of the real maids and servants have been fired because these people have signed death contracts, and they don't have to spend any money. I see. Can you contact Tang Yulin directly? Yes, I have handled the dividends of the head over the years, and I have some contact with him. Okay, give him a letter for me. I'll ask him out to meet. Lin Xiao nodded. It seemed that G-Leveler had to make great efforts to reorganize, and Lin Xiao needed support. He could not do it alone. If Tang Yulin did not have this idea and courage, then Lin Xiao would have to start over. That night, Tang Yulin came to the appointment and saw Lin Xiao. He was very excited and shouted, "Young Master Lin, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you reply to my repeated messages? Young Master Tang, just look at my cultivation and you will know. Huh, you have reached the Shengsu period so fast? So, I have been in seclusion all these years. But young Master Tang, I have only been away for 20 or 30 years, and G-Leveler is no longer in business. You have not done a good job as a senior director." Well, young Master Lin, I was wrong in this matter, but I had no choice. I told them, but they didn't listen. Tang Yulin said awkwardly. He was really anxious about this matter for a while, but it was of no use. The other directors didn't listen, so what could he do? He couldn't turn against them. They had been friends for hundreds of years, and their parents and elders basically knew each other. It would be difficult to be a human being if they turned against them, so he could only let it go. I know that Mr. Tang is not a good person. If that's the case, I won't force him. I'll just withdraw my shares, okay? What, Mr. Lin, you want to withdraw your shares? No, you can't withdraw your shares. Why can't I withdraw my shares? There are at least 8 out of 10 companies in Zhangzhou that are imitating Paradise Villa. With my ability, it shouldn't be difficult to join any one of them and rebuild Paradise Villa. I have an annual income of more than 10 million Zuan crystals. Why should I hang on to you? You all have big families and businesses, but I don't have money. No, Mr. Lin, we are friends who only know each other after fighting. You can't do this. Tang Yulin got anxious when he heard this. He knew the Paradise Villa best. If Lin Xiao went to invest in other places, he would surpass the level of Paradise Villa at a casual meal. Then Paradise Villa would really only be a casino and a brothel. It seems that Mr. Tang has a lot of feelings for Paradise Villa. Of course, this is the only time in my life that I work so hard. I really hope he's okay. Then Mr. Tang, do you think Paradise Villa can be saved? Yes, there must be a way to save it. Master Lin, I know you have a way. You are a capable person. Just take action, okay? For Master Tang's sake, I'll give it a try. Let me make it clear first. If all the shareholders are indifferent, then I won't care. I'll have to start over. I don't believe that I can't make money. If I have the ability, I will definitely cooperate. Master Lin, just give your orders and we will do it, okay? Master Tang will have 30% of the shares. I will have 10%. And then we will find a few people who are short of money and have feelings for Gila Villa with more than 50% of the shares. And then we will hold a shareholders meeting. This is simple. Master Wu and Master Sun can't stand it anymore, but they don't have good backgrounds, so they can't stop it, okay? Send a message to them and ask them to come to Tiansheng City, no problem. They will definitely be here in 7 days at most. Lin Xiao nodded. After asking Tang Yulin to deliver the message, Lin Xiao asked Tang Yulin to change his appearance, and then they went to G Leveler together to see how rotten it was. Both of them were Shengsu cultivators, and G Leveler had long since stopped having Shengsu cultivators in charge, so no one could see through their disguises. Lin Xiao first went to the restaurant in the front and found that the waiters and servants had all been replaced, and they were all listless. Even the menu was dark, and it was unknown how long it hadn't been changed, and the prices of the dishes on it were also much more expensive. However, when the dishes came, Lin Xiao ate 2 bites and spit them out. Tang Yulin looked embarrassed. Lin Xiao paid the money and went to Furen Garden to watch the performances of piano, chess, calligraphy, painting and dancing, but was told that there were no performances tonight. Lin Xiao spent 10 black crystals and found out that G Leveler owed those people wages and often didn't pay them, so the high level ones had already left and the low level ones only came a few times a month and no one watched them at all. Lotus Pond Moonlight, the water is going to stink, isn't it? The formation components underground are broken. Isn't there anyone to fix it? Ahem. It costs tens of thousands of black crystals to fix this formation once. Tens of thousands. Isn't it earned back in one night? Lin Xiao frowned when he saw the 1,000-acre Lotus Pond. It was a simple formation component that had a problem. Just drain the water and replace it with new water, but no one did it. And this cost was earned back in one night when Lin Xiao was still here. Chunfeng Tower was more crowded than before, but the characteristics of the previous Paradise Villa were gone. It was similar to other places for pleasure, very vulgar, and the desserts, fruits, snacks, and spiritual teas that came with it were also several levels lower. The girls inside were also much lower in quality. Lin Xiao used his divine sense to see that many people were forcing themselves to smile. They were indeed forced into prostitution. Let's go to Fugilao and have some fun, Lin Xiao said to Tang Yulin, and then the two went to Fugilao again. They each exchanged 10,000 black crystal chips, put on the Forbidden God bracelet, and then found a place to bet at random. Maybe because they were unfamiliar with each other, they won a lot at the beginning, but seeing that they seemed to want to leave after winning, someone immediately took action, and after a few games, the chips in their hands were lost. My spiritual sense cannot move, but my eyes are not blind. Just now, there were 6 agents and 3 conmen around us, and none of them were without manipulation. No way, are these bastards so cruel? Don't you go and inquire about the reputation of Fugilao? It's so stinky that I'm embarrassed to say it. I really didn't pay attention. Wait until everyone arrives and seals off Jile Villa. None of the staff here can escape. Young Master Tang, you have a lot of people here. Don't worry, young Master Lin. These bastards are doing so many dirty things behind my back. They take the benefits and I take the blame. I'll punish them as much as I can and kill them. Tang Yulin cursed. His people were all doing things under his name, and the blame was all his, while the benefits were taken away by others. Naturally, Tang Yulin was angry. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.